The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The country's top talents have assembled to battle it out in an exciting new format at the American Cup in St. Louis. Two sections are poised to display their aptitude in multiple disciplines in this double-elimination tournament. Inaugural American Cup champion Fabiano Caruana looks to be in peak form, calmly winning both his classical and rapid games to take the early lead in his match. Nazi Paikidze was back at the board and looking sharp as ever, defeating Cairns Cup champion Anna Zatonski in their first two games. The first day got the ball rolling, but these players are just getting started. Day 2 of exhilarating chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the 2024 American Cup held at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's a beautiful day here in the Central West End as we are waiting for the players to arrive and start the action over the chessboard. But I have to say, it's been an amazing day 1. It's so beautiful to see these players seamlessly combine both rapid and classical time control. They're just simply too good. Now, I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring in day 2. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
It's the American Cup coming to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Round 1 is in the books and there were some surprises. 2 more games today and it all starts right now. Hi everyone and welcome. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm really happy to be here alongside with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila. Hello Yasser.
Anastasiya, once again, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Cristian.
Good to see you guys.
Wow.
Hey.
What a day we had to start the American Cup 2024. Hello everyone. Our coverage yesterday was just a joy for us as we had a huge number of decisive games. Did I say a huge number? There was no draws in the ladies section. It was impressive. And a lot of players sprinted out to a 2-0 lead. But our defending champion, Irina Krush, managed to equalize the match after losing the first game against the 8th seed, Zoe Tang. We had 2 great exchange sacrifices. I just loved. There was some great chess yesterday, Anastasiya. I'm looking to more of it today. Take us through the brackets.
Let's check the brackets. First, the open section, and we have Fabiano Caruana playing against Grigoriy Oparin, his second, and Levon Aronian is facing Sevian. Leinier Dominguez will be playing against Robson today, and Wesley So will face Shankland.
And in the ladies section?
And in the ladies section, Irina Krush will continue playing against Zoe Tang.
Right.
Very impressive match so far. Anna Zatonski is playing against Nazi Paikidze. Also, Alice Lee is playing against Tatyeva Brahamian. Begim Tokhirjonova will face Jennifer Yu.
In this match play, it's all about the results.
Yes, and
Tell
we
us
have
what
to check.
happened in day 1.
Yes, the results are important, and Fabiano Caruana is leading at the moment in the match against Grigoriy Oparin. He won both games yesterday, and 2-0 is the match score so far. Levon Aronian and Sevian, they made 2 draws, and it's 1-1.
Very peaceful play.
For the moment, and Leinier Dominguez versus Robson. The first game, classical game, Leinier managed to win, and then Robson managed to actually equalize the score, and it's 1-1 at the moment. Wesley So won the second game against Shankland after the first draw, and the score in the match is 1.5 against half.
And in the ladies section, the results from day 1.
Irina Krush lost her first game against Zoe Tang.
With the white pieces.
Yes, but she said it was actually somebody created this brilliant idea to have the second game right after. And she was happy to play the second one, and she won the second game, and they equalized the match 1-1. the matches in the moment. Anna Zatonsky versus Nazi Paikidze. Anna didn't have a good start. She lost 2 games against Nazi, and it's 0-2. Alice Lee against Tatyana Abrahamyan, young player, managed to win 2 games, and she's leading 2-0. Begim Tahirjonova also won 2 games, classical game, and then also the rapid game, and she's leading 2-0 against Jennifer Yu.
The format is a little bit challenging to explain, but essentially 2 matches, double elimination.
Exactly, so we have 8 players in each open and women's sections, and it's double elimination bracket style tournament. Nobody can offer a draw until the end of the game. And so we have 2 classical games and 2 rapid games in each match. And in case of a draw, then we have the Blitz playoff.
And the classical games are a little bit fast at game 90 plus 30 seconds rapids, game 15 plus 10 throughout. And the players who lose their matches today, they fall to the elimination bracket. They're not out of the tournament, but if you're in the elimination bracket, you have to win your match, otherwise you will be eliminated, and they only play rapids.
It's great that they have still chance, yes, to
exactly.
fight back.
And tell us about today's schedule.
And we have the day 2 of the American Cup, and everybody will play 1 classical game and, if necessary, rapid game in the match. And in case if the score is still equal, we have a Blitz playoff,
which will occur immediately afterwards. But Cristian, it could be a very long day for us. I mean, because we're going to be seeing classical, rapid, and I suspect blitz.
Absolutely, and I have to say, I love the change of pace between classical. We've seen the rapid, and maybe potentially today we're going to see blitz as well. I'm very excited to see what these players are going to bring to the table. But I have to say, a few players are on the brink of defeat in their respective matches, and that will throw them into the elimination bracket. Let's start with the open section and see where we stand there. There is one player who is trailing behind by quite a few points. That is Grigoriy Oparin. Unfortunately for him, Fabi came to play in this one, and he showed it. Brilliant play in both of his games. With the white pieces in the classical, he gave Grigoriy absolutely no chances. And in the second game with the black pieces, I have to say Grigoriy showed class in the opening phase, but unfortunately missed this exchange sacrifice that you just mentioned, Yasser, and that, unfortunately for him, meant that Fabiano Caruana took a 2-0 lead. Let's see what's happening in the ladies section. Who are the players on the brink of elimination from the champions bracket? Well, one of those players is Tatyana Abrahamyan. She is facing the very young, but also experienced Alice Lee. She's been in the finals twice at the American Cup, so she definitely enjoys this elimination format. She needs to bounce back in today's round. Another match is the following, the next one between Nazi Paikidze and Anna Zatonsky. And I have to say, this was a very topsy-turvy situation because Nazi Paikidze, with the black pieces, she was dead lost in the first game. Anna Zatonsky was playing a brilliant game. All she had to do was take that pawn on d6 and get her knight out from the enemy's camp. Unfortunately for her, she did not do that. And as you can see, Nazi Paikidze knows, she really knows what she has to do. She only needs to score a draw to finish this match and go to the next round. Another match is this one. Jennifer Yu, unfortunately for her, these two players, by the way, they have so much history against each other. I remember that last game of the US Women's Championship where all Begim had to do was make a draw and she would have become the champion. Jennifer Yu defeated her with the black pieces. She needs to do that twice today to catch up in this match. A lot of exciting games ahead of ourselves, guys. I cannot wait for round 2 to start. But we also have the sensei in the house, Kostya Kavutskiy. Kostya, you're next door, next to the playing hall. What are your sentiments about today's round?
Hello, Cristian, Yasser, Anastasiya. Yeah, so far we saw day 1. It was super dramatic, so many fighting games, a lot of drama and tension, and you could really feel the stress from the players as they have to adjust from this classical to this rapid game. Today I'm looking forward to a number of things. First off, in the open section, a number of interesting matches, but for me, the one that I think deserves some attention is Shankland against Wesley So. Shankland is a point behind in this match. He's not on the brink of elimination. Wesley's leading 1.5 to half, so Wesley's a point ahead, but that means that Sam has to score in one of today's games, either the classical game he has as white or the rapid game where he's playing as black. And that's going to be tough. Wesley's just rock solid. Then in the women's section, we have a number of matches that are 2-0. And I don't think all these matches are just going to end quickly. I think at least one of them is actually going to head to the playoff. These women are fighters, and I think we might see some very exciting stuff today. So I'm really looking forward to it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kostya. Indeed, something tells me of all of these players on the brink of elimination, they are fighters. They do not give up easily, and I suspect one of those matches is going to go to a blitz playoff. They're fighting very hard, Anastasiya. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for really great prize fund. It's total 400,000, and in the open section they have 250,000 prize fund. First place will get 75,000. Second place, still impressive, 55. All the way till 10,000 for the last place.
And a champion's bonus of $15,000 should you win all your matches. And in the ladies?
And in the ladies, we have 150,000 total prize fund. The first place will get 40,000, then 30, 20, all the way till 8,000. And as you said, Yasser, champion's bonus is also impressive, 9,000.
As we get ready for the start of day 2 from the World Chess Hall of Fame, we see Begum with the black pieces. All she needs is a draw, as we've been mentioning. Jennifer Yu, for me, Jennifer, former women's champion, to see her in 7th seed.
Yeah.
It's tough being a Harvard student.
Yeah, lots of attention you need to pay for your studies. And
exactly.
Still, she is a fighter. She's been there. She knows how to find a way back if necessary.
And this is our innovation of the tournament as we have our spy cam. Zoe with the white pieces, Arena Crush, they'll be playing on a special board where just in the middle of the board there's a padding where you can just rest your hands. But that disguises a camera which is set inside of the padding and gives us that view of the two players. So it's like we can really spy on them and see
between the pieces.
Yes, between the E and the D files, we can see how they like it. Games have started, and let me just bring up this game of Zoe. The 8th seed coming in, you're playing in your maiden experience, you play the number 1 seed, you win with the black pieces. I mean, it can't get more thrilling than that.
Actually, Arena gave very nice interview yesterday to Sabino for sure, who is doing social media for this event. And you can find this interview, if you haven't watched it, you can find it in St. Louis Chess Club Instagram account, as well as in Twitter account. And she said something so funny, Yasser. She said, like, after losing the first game, I felt so bad. And usually you go to your room and you feel really bad and depressed. Yes, but somebody came out with this brilliant idea to have one more game. And she said, I was so happy that I had this chance to play, and immediately after losing the game, she found the way to defeat her opponent. I was just wondering what happens if you lose also the second one.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Cristian. I mean, when it works, you're happy, but you can go on tilt.
When it doesn't, it's just simply pain.
Right.
Of course, and we know how painful chess defeats can be, and you know how you can stew in those type of feelings whenever you go back to your hotel room. You sleep through it, and then you come back.
Right.
But of course, you don't have time to sleep through it because the next game is just after.
Right.
Now, we could have matches that will end, could potentially end after 3 rounds today. Grigoriy, if he doesn't win against Fabiano, then he's thrown to the elimination bracket. And in the ladies, we have quite a few of those scenarios available as well.
The only match we're absolutely sure will go 2 games is Sam Sevian and Ray Robson's. Levon and Sam.
Yes.
And Ray.
Yes, in the open section.
Guys, I got to put our panel on the spot.
Okay.
I got to put the panel on the spot. Anastasiya, ladies first. Who's going to win the open section? Who's going to win the women's championship?
That's a good question, but I will. My pick will be Levon Aronian. And you know why? Because during the opening ceremony, he came and he checked this Mongolian chess set, and he was already thinking that this is gonna be what will happen. Yes, if I win the tournament, where I will put it in my house. So I've had a feeling that maybe he knows what he's doing in this event. So my pick will be Levon.
He was measuring the set
already. Yes. So it seemed like he was very optimistic before the event. And also my second pick will be Irina Krush. Even though she didn't start that well, but I saw this interview and I felt that she is, again, in a good spirit. Right. She's a fighter, and no matter what, she said also, I'm going to enjoy this tournament, and I think it's a very, very good approach.
Well, she has been enjoying the tournament ever since it started, as she is a two-time champion. You went out on the limb there with your choice of Irina.
Yes, I'm trying to find an excuse, but in fact, she's such a strong player, and she won this tournament 2 times.
Exactly. For myself, I must say, seriously, all hats off to Fabi. He has just had a fantastic second wind in his chess career. He 2023, he just won everything. He looks really, really good starting 2-0. But I tell you, for me, I love that exchange sacrifice that Wesley So played against Sam Shankland yesterday. I'm going to go with Wesley on this, even though I have to tip my hat to Fabi. And, she's been a finalist 2 times running. Alice Lee, very impressive. She defeated Tatev 2-0. That's a big deal. Really looking good there. 14 years young. I'm going with Alice Lee.
I have to go with my good friend, Fabiano Caruana, even though he's playing against my student, Grigoriy Oparin, at the University of Missouri. But, of course, it's easy because he's 2-0. So I know who I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick
podcaster, too.
Look, I'm going to pick Fabi on this one for the open section. And in the ladies section, I'm going to pick my former student, that is Begim Tohirjanova. Easy as well, because she's 2-0. So definitely, I know we should have done this yesterday. I understand that. Right. Now I'm in a good position, but I'm going to go with Fabi and Begim.
And we're going to turn it over to Kostya and ask him, who are your picks, Kostya, for this event?
Alrighty. Well, yeah, I assume I can't choose the ones you guys pick. First, I was going to say Fabi, then I was going to say Levon.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You can borrow a page or 2.
It's all right if I... No, I mean, I want to make it fun. Look, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to take... Sugar Ray Robson. I think he's never won one of these big events. Yes. But hold on, guys, hear me out. He's very good in rapid time controls, and the rapid time controls are very important in this event. They're weighted basically more than the classical, because you also have the blitz playoffs to keep in mind.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Okay, and then in the women's section, you guys will have to remind me of your picks. We have Irina, Begim, and Yasser. Who did you pick?
Alice Lee.
Yeah, he took Alice. All right.
You can take Alice.
You can still take
You really can take Alice.
I got to respect.
You're welcome to join me, Kostya.
You guys can join teams, no problem.
I will take Nazi. Actually, Nazi had a bit of fortune yesterday. She got lucky in that classical game. Not lucky, I want to say. She created her chances, but both games she didn't necessarily deserve to win, and I feel like that is a good omen for the rest of her event. So,
I'm amazed.
I'll go with
our panel cannot break the tie. We got to get VAR in here to figure out who's going to...
We don't have many more players. We're running out of players.
Who is going to join?
Yes. So VAR picked Wesley and Alice.
He's brilliant.
Yes. Brilliant.
Gosh, VAR is a brilliant and insightful and a true gentleman as well. We have games, Cristian. Jump right in.
Well, I was doing the picks, so I didn't really have a lot of time to delve deep into the games, but let's try.
Wow.
So check this game up. This is the game
All right,
between
let me know,
Grigoriy and Fabiano.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the games.
Let's
and let me
take a
know.
look at what's happening in this one. C4, C6, we have the Slav defense. And we know that Fabi is trying to stay solid.
Right.
Because if he makes a draw,
That's it.
the match is over.
That's
right?
it.
So that's exactly what he's gunning for. Knight to F3, a D5, D4, Knight to F6, Knight to C3, taking on C4. This is one of the main lines against the Slav. A4, E6. And it's interesting because they're also trying to avoid each other's repertoires because they know what they're playing. They don't want to play any of their main weapons. They don't want to show anything before the candidates.
Exactly.
They're getting ready for a big competition
Exactly.
in this one. E3, and I guess this is where we stand as of right now. As we can see, Grigoriy already spent a couple of minutes. Perhaps he was taken aback by the Slav defense. This is not something that Fabi plays on the regular basis. So definitely a slight surprise. E3 obviously wants to recapture that pawn on C4 as soon as possible. He doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks with E4, wants to keep the position close, stable. He's looking for a long fight. He's not looking for some crazy complications after the move E4, which perhaps he should have, but also perhaps he's afraid of Fabiano's stellar preparation in pretty much any opening in the world.
Here I'm used to the queen's kind of transposing to a queen's gambit accepted with the move C5.
Yes.
Is that the main move in the position for black these days?
It is indeed. So, sure, you've lost a tempo, but that tempo is the move A4,
Which
right?
weakens B4 square.
It's a question. Is it a good thing for white or is it a good thing for black, right? Because as you just mentioned, it weakens the square B4. Very often after you take knight to C6, we get this isolated queen pawns position. And with the pawn already on A4, you will be unable to stop the maneuver knight to B4, knight to D5.
Right.
To solidify in the center like that. So it's a question. How is white going to approach this? Are you going to also, you can take on C5 if you really want to. In this position, he chose not to take on C5. Bishop takes C4, we'll see what black does next. But this one is going to be, I predict, a long fight.
Thank you, Cristian. And the game that I have on my board is our most equal match in the ladies, and that's Zoe versus Irina. Again, those two players are playing on our spy cam game, so we'll be checking that out. Bogo Indian, bishop b4 check, bishop d2. Against the Bogo Indian, oftentimes I say Bogo Indian, and of course I mean Bogolyubov, but who can say Bogolyubov? Bogo is a lot easier. I can say. Against bishop b4 check, I actually liked playing knight d2, and I was really surprised at one time it became the rage just to give up this bishop like it was no problem, and it was just such a funny experience for me because I was always trying to catch the bishop on the c3 square and then Nimzo, and here they just happily gave up their bishop and said no problem, I'll fianchetto. No knight bd2, bishop to d2. Over the course of time, bishop takes d2 was by far the most common. Ulf Andersson almost single-handedly, I want to say, popularized queen e7, a7, a5 also became popular. And then a move that really shocked me was the move c5, and you would accept as black a very strange-looking pawn structure, double B pawns, and your c pawn could no longer attack the center, and yet this too has been standard opening theory for a number of decades.
She changed actually her opening today. Irina played yesterday King's India, and I think she wanted to play this opening in order to have chances to equalize the score. It's not a bad idea to choose this opening when you lose in the match. But now she's like more decided to play something solid. Exactly.
With the equal score, she says, okay, I can handle you with the white pieces. Again, Zoe, the 8th seed up against the number 1 seed. What a moment in the spotlight she had yesterday, winning with the black pieces in the classical game. I'm telling you, I think Irina was shocked. A2, A3, bishop takes D2, queen takes D2, and we understand the idea behind the move queen takes D2 is that the knight definitely wants to come to its favorite square, the C3 square, and E2, E4 to grab the lion's share of the center. Very standard for black would be, once again, a fianchetto with b6 and bishop b7. Cristian, back over to you. And how about the players who are down 2-0? Oh, you went
No,
to...
I actually have the match between Ray Robson and Leinier. And I have to say, Kostya's pick is a good one, because if we remember the games from yesterday, Ray Robson was winning in the first game with the black pieces. He really played a good game.
He did.
Good Najdorf attacking game. Unfortunately, he lost his way
E5,
towards
E4 pawn sacrifice.
Right, right. And it was just because of the time trouble situation that he lost that game. He was completely winning. After that bounce back with the black pieces, that's a really good result, I have to say, for Ray. So let's see what's happening in this one. With the white pieces against Leinier in the second classical encounter. We have the Nimzo Indian with e3, a very, very popular approach at the elite level. Knight to e2, take on d5. We're getting the IQP, which we could potentially get in the Fabiano Grigoriy match as well. But this time with the pawn on a3, not on a4. And right now, black is thinking, Leinier is thinking, and he has a few options, 3 of them. Bishop to d6, bishop to e7, or knight takes e3.
Right.
Knight takes e3 I don't really like, because after b takes e3, you go bishop to d6. Now there's no more IQP. We have the hanging pawns, but I'm really afraid of these hanging pawns, because I'm going to go at the right moment c4, castle c4, put the bishop behind them, and then at the right moment I'm going to break with d5, open the diagonals towards your king, and that's going to be very, very dangerous for your king's safety. So I don't like knight takes e3. I don't think he's going to go for that. Bishop to d6 is a very, very practical approach, but I have to say, after castle, knight to c6, knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop to f4, this is considered to give white a slight edge, because after we exchange the bishops, you're going to be left off with a bad bishop compared to mine, right? The bishop on d3 is much better than the bishop on c8. I do have a target, that is the pawn on d5, so slowly but surely, I'm going to try to tighten the screws in the position as white. So this gives white a slight advantage, long-term advantage. You can also go bishop to e7, and perhaps this is what he's going to go for, which is going to lead to an IQP situation with the pawn on e3, on a3, not on a4, as we've seen in the Grigoriy versus Fabiano game. Very intriguing possibilities in this one. Leinier is thinking, he's trying to remember his opening preparation, and I'm sure whenever he chooses something, he's going to know it very deeply.
And Anastasiya, where would you like us to go?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't checked still the match between Levon Aronian and Sevian. I mean, they also have 1-1
And you
at
have
the
a vested
moment.
interest now that you've chosen Levon as your pick. Let's go.
Right, Yasser, of course.
I just checked in on Alice Lee's game because, as you, I also have a vested interest. Let's take a look. Okay. So again, these two players are the only players in day one that drew both of their games, and again, a big shout out to Ben Underwood.
Yeah, we have the statistics, right?
The statistics, and in their particular match, their head-to-head, I want to say, Levon and Sam are very, very close to one another in their scores. Sam is actually giving Levon, this might be one of the worst pairings for Levon, because Sam has actually done quite well in their head-to-heads. Okay, it's a Joko piano in today's game 3. Sam has the white pieces in the classical game. C2, C3, knight f6, d3, all very standard stuff. Bishop h4 and bishop e7. Intriguing. You play bishop c5.
Yes.
Then you voluntarily bring the bishop back in order to...
Stop the spin, yes.
Yeah, but you've kind of tricked white. White has now committed his bishop to the h4 square. And the idea is that in many occasions, you're ready to play knight h5, and you're actually obliged to capture or trade the bishop with bishop g3. The knight on h5 can swing to the f4 square. So, I mean, it's just amazing how much theory has marched forward. When I played the Joko piano as white in my scholastics days, my games didn't look anything like this.
You knew a couple of plans and that's it, yes.
Exactly.
And here, every move leads to some different positions.
It's a little bit awkward to try to explain the move a2, a4, only to say that way down the road, White has not made any commitments. He wants to use the c4 square. He doesn't want to see b7, b5, so he rather takes away that option even before it might appear. And finally, there are very good reasons that you do want to play b4 and b5, gain space on the queen side.
I think also this move helps not to exchange the knight for the bishop. Yes, so if knight a5, now the bishop has this nice square on a2, so he can hide there.
Yeah, so you could, for example, just as Anastasiya was explaining, the bishop on c4 could be captured. Essentially, you don't want to play bishop b3, but for example, after bishop b5, you're forced to trade the bishop. The move a2, a4, as you were just explaining, does give us the retreat square a2 for the bishop, and now we have knight h7. Okay, that's a little bit, there might be a problem, like knight h. I'm not quite sure what the problem is.
Maybe knight h5 had some knight e5 at the end. I'm not sure as well, but but no, maybe it doesn't work. So I thought that after bishop e7, queen takes e7. Yes, you have to do, because if knight takes e7, then knight e5 was
knight
possible.
e5, right.
Yes, and now if you take on e5, queen will support the knight.
Maybe there's some, yeah, okay. He played knight h7, and probably for good reasons.
No.
No?
There's no good reason to play knight h7.
No good reason.
Knight h5 is the main line.
Okay.
Knight h7 is a novelty, and he probably just simply misremembered the position because,
no,
I mean, these lines get so entangled in one's memory, right?
Right.
Because there's an option with the pawn on a4. There's an option with castle. There's an option with the pawn on h3. I mean, there's so many different situations, and it's pretty much impossible to remember everything. Knight h7 is the novelty. It seems like Sevian was prepared for it. With bishop to g3, he played it very quickly. Yes. And the normal follow-up would have been knight to g5.
Yeah.
Right.
Instead, he went for this move a5. That's quite interesting. Let's see whether that's already a mistake, a big one in that case. Let's see, a5. Okay, not a huge mistake by any means, but still after castle. So knight to g5 was what the engine was recommending. Knight takes g5, bishop takes g5, knight to f3 to attack this bishop. You drop back with the bishop. Now I go castle, and we play this position. But I have to say, this does feel slightly better for white, because you're going to go rook to e8 with the idea to play bishop to e6, exchange those bishops. But I do have some important space advantage on the queen side. a5, this usually provokes the move a6. You don't want to allow me to push the pawn on a6. That's going to give me too much space. It's going to create too many problems on the light squares on the queen side. So you want to stop me from doing that, but this opens up the situation where I can hide my bishop on a very good square. Bishop to b3, you go bishop to e6 to propose the trade, and then I can go to a4. Set up this pin, you cannot take on a5, and this creates some difficulties for black. I'm going to continue with b4, expand on the queen side. It does seem like whoever knows this position better, whoever analyzes this position better at home is going to have a tremendous advantage in understanding, and then they will have to convert and build up their advantage. But I have to say, right now, the way it looks, it seems like Sam Sevian is the one with a better understanding of this position.
Intriguing. Knight h7. Quick question for you, Cristian. Because the move a7, a5, I'm not a big fan. I have seen in such positions Levon playing almost as a kind of a religion, king h8 and f5.
And f5, yeah, that's an option.
What was the engine's take on that possibility? Because he's done it in so many of his games.
I don't think you're ready for that. The problem is you want to play f5, but you will have, especially with the bishop already on g3, you will have tremendous pressure to deal with in the center, especially the pawn on e5. And I'm ready to go d4. So if you go king to h8, I have a feeling d4 might already be quite unpleasant for you, even though the engine is not happy with this move d4. It says f5, you give up the pawn, and apparently you have enough compensation.
f5 threatens f4.
Perhaps king to h8 was not a bad move.
I've seen Levon play it in so many of these even Rui Lopez positions. I also want to say that
exactly.
Yeah, he's a big proponent
now,
of that.
Now the question
a5.
is, can you play a5 But now I can go d4, right? Perhaps d4 is it rushed, is the question. The engine is saying yes, it's rushed. Take, and now bishop to g4. You have to deal with some pressure in the center. It doesn't seem like you have enough resources to deal with that, even though from a visual perspective, I kind of like this position for white.
Right.
I'm going to go queen to b3, deal with this spin. You take on f3, I take back. I still defend the pawn on d4.
Right.
It's not that clear, so he might get tempted to attack in the center with the move d4. He probably has to stay patient. Go castle first, rook to e1, solidify the center, and then at the right moment strike in the center with the move d4. Well, this type of positions, forget about the engine. Right? The engine is going to give you a slight advantage for white. Maybe it's going to say that you played it inaccurately, but it's so difficult over the board to prove that advantage. Black still hasn't made any significant bad moves, right? It's such a healthy position.
Right.
You haven't made any ugly moves, any bad moves, and I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Very good. And apparently they have transposed, you were saying novelty, but
With knight
apparently...
h7, yeah.
Yeah, apparently they've transposed to some previous games.
They have indeed, yes. Queen to b3 and
It's
castle.
possible to reach this position in different
By
ways.
the
Yes.
different move orders, right? Yeah.
And so far we have 3 games in this position. This is what we are told, yes.
Exactly.
Gioco piano. And then, of course, it can transpose to like 200 games.
I know. Yeah. Just continuing our walk around the stage, I have pulled up the game between Sam Shankland and Wesley So. These players are unique in the sense that their line score of 1.5/2, they're the only match.
Yes,
that has
this
a
is the only
1.5.
match which has
Either
the
it's
score.
2-0 or it's 1-1.
1-1.
And Wesley, by virtue of winning with a brilliant exchange sacrifice in a rapid game in a Berlin as black, leads the match. Sam Shankland, he has made it very, very clear to his chess fans that he has been focused on improving his classical chess. He really wants to get his classical chess up there so that he can join the Grand Chess Tour, so that he's a constant member of the U.S. Olympic team. And so he wants to put the pressure on Wesley and show the world that, Wesley is such a solid player, but he can be beaten.
Which is not easy task.
He hasn't beaten him in 19 games. He hasn't beaten him in 19 classical games.
Hey, man, I'm just going with the
This is
flow
going to be
over
very
here.
difficult.
No, but
Exactly.
statistics is on his side, right? Once he should do it.
Right.
Right. Law of probability, yeah. I mean,
let's
at some
see it.
point.
But I wanted to go to this point because, usually I'm a little bit annoyed and shocked and dismayed when I do this type of a move. I play as black, in this case Wesley, of course, plays as black queen b6. And he says, alert, I want to take your pawn on b2.
Yes.
And usually everybody pays attention.
Normally you
You
should.
play queen to d2, I don't know. A2, A3, you can still take. So you play queen d2, queen c1. No, Sam said, go ahead and take the pawn. And I'm like, excuse me?
Yes. What's going on here? Like, can I still take the pawn?
Why
Queen
can't I
b2?
take the pawn?
Let's have a look.
Queen takes b2. I'm assuming it's knight takes
Probably
d5?
knight takes d5.
Yeah,
right?
the idea is if bishop d3, we have knight c7.
Yeah, but that's not the
It's
end
still
of the ball,
unclear, yes.
right? I mean, because
King d8.
No, this doesn't look good, actually.
look, check it out. This bishop b4 check is going to be very, very disruptive.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you, first of all, queen b6 is off the beaten path. Nobody plays queen b6 in these queen gambit decline positions. Why didn't he take the pawn?
Yeah, queen d2, by the way, was the defense in this position. Bishop to d3, let's take a look. Bishop takes d3, or do you want to take a
Yeah,
b2
let's have a
first?
Take
look
the
what
pawn on
happens
b2.
after queen.
Take immediately. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. Bishop takes f5, apparently this is just simply not good after
Exactly.
king to f1. This comes with tempo. I understand. You're going to get your queen back. Queen to a5, you're not in danger of losing that queen, but the problem is you also have to deal with the pressure on the b and c files. And I have the two bishops. You're still a couple of moves away from castling, which is problematic, I have to say.
Interesting
Okay, but I mean,
sacrifice.
I agree it's a compensation with the two bishops, but then there's the other line.
Which one?
Bishop d3, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, queen takes b2. And I guess
But
in
now I
this
can
case,
get it back, right? Very quickly with rook to
Rook
b1.
Rook to
and
b1.
b7.
That
Queen to a3. I don't even
yeah,
have to
bishop
take on
b4
b7, but probably is the
is a-
best way
yeah.
forward.
Knight e2.
normally then
but
there
it's
might
queen
be a
c1.
knight on f3, right? But bishop b4, knight e2, queen c1, knight d1.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes,
no
yes.
problem.
Well, right now
Now
we
it's
don't
not
have
possible,
queen to
but
c1.
let's say
Yeah.
in the
But
other
if you do
variation,
try
yes.
queen to c1 in this position, then I have just
Knight
Knight d1.
d1.
Okay.
Yeah. You're
So
not
if you were
bothering
going to
me
take
too
the
much in this
pawn,
position. Yeah.
you were going to sacrifice the two bishops as a compensation. What happened instead was Sam said, go ahead, take the pawn. Wesley said, no, I don't want to take the pawn. I'll
Wesley
just play.
is solid. He's not going to bite on that. No.
Oh,
Did he play Cass? Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
he did.
Big move.
Here we
Oh my
go.
goodness.
Okay, that's throwing
And
down the gauntlet.
Opposite castling
Exactly,
position. and-
opposite castling position. So that means, Sam is thinking G5, G4, and I'm going to punish you for having transgressed.
Yes.
Putting your queen on B6. In the meanwhile, the queen normally speaking, black is trying to go B5, A5, A4, and so the queen is in the way. So that's why Sam
he
is
kind of
thinking,
says that queen b6 maybe was unnecessary move.
and misplaced. You're injuring your own attack, whereas my attack is going to come in faster now that your queen is on b6. I'm going to play g4, g5. And does the engine,
Agrees?
is the...
Sure,
The
it's
accuracy?
it's a practical idea, right? The
Right.
accuracy is saying, okay, black is slightly better after the move a5, but
Black is slightly better.
yes,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
again,
how can
this
you
is not a
really
great engine.
understand
This is
faster?
not a very strong engine,
Yeah.
right? These players are analyzing with engines that are 100 times more powerful than this one, right? So
Wow.
they understand, they see deeper into the position. After a5, most likely even this engine is going to say later on that white has a normal
Yeah, I
position.
mean-
After ideas of knight g3, knight f5, look, I'm looking at the position. I see a knight coming on f5.
Right, you're getting
It feels
excited.
dangerous.
I like white
Right?
at the moment. It feels like their attack
Precisely.
is
Thank you.
faster, like g4, g5 already we're somewhere.
Like, where are you going with
Yes.
this pawn?
Right.
You get to a3, I go b3,
B3,
right? And then
Right.
what do you do next? Or maybe whenever you go a4, I go a3. What do you do next, right?
Right.
It feels like I'm the one that's faster.
Right.
It's about
But
speed, yes.
the engine doesn't care, of course. The engine plays something like rook to e8. Okay, knight f5, good. You got your
Bishop
knight there,
F5.
bishop to f8, and then you still have
G4, G5, let's go.
a lot of time to spend before you get anything significant on the king side. But from a practical perspective, this is not easy.
No, but Yasser, like imagine Sam today comes to this round and Wesley. Wesley thinks, okay, let's make a draw somehow and then play with white pieces the last rapid game. Yes, so it would be his approach. And Sam has to do something against it. He had
Right,
to
of course.
find a way to make things more difficult for his opponent.
Exactly,
Yes, I think it's a good
puts
idea.
It's a good
Stress
approach,
on,
yes.
yes.
I like it.
But for me, and I think for a lot of our, and here's their matchups, it's not an
wins.
adoption, but boy, that's a one-sided classical
Oh my
chess.
gosh, 0
Yeah,
wins, yes, and
for
6
for Wesley. Wow.
Maybe on the 20th attempt, it's gonna happen. Maybe on the 20th attempt.
Have you ever played that game, best out of 3? Okay, let's play best out of 5. Okay, let's play best out of 9. Let's play best out of 21.
What is clear here, Wesley is a difficult opponent for
everyone.
Sam, for everyone, including Sam.
Sam,
And
especially.
I mean, it's like really difficult sometimes, yes, to win against difficult opponents. But ever happened to you, Yasser, that you had a very bad score against someone and then suddenly you managed to break through?
Yes. I had 3 players in my life that were really, really, really hard on me. The first was Peter Biasis. He was a grandmaster from Vancouver, BC. He would come down to Seattle and beat me every round, every time in the final round, and I finally broke through. My next problem was Walter Brown. Walter Sean Brown, he was a 6-time U.S. champion, and my first, I want to say 8 games, like 2 draws and 6 losses. And the crazy part was, like, his wins were beautiful. He would beat me brilliantly. It really hurt. And then my third and final he was deadly on me. I joked with Ulf Anderson that they were going to make a book of decisive games, and I was going to be 5 chapters in the book. It'd be a very slim book, and it would be featuring me. But I finally got past those 3. And for you, Anastasiya, who was your
It's a lot of crying, Yasser, you know.
difficult opponent?
If I start, I will never stop, you know.
Okay, it
So
was a long
list, yes. So
Exactly. Coach, who did you particularly want to avoid?
Ray Robson.
Ray Robson.
Really?
Ray Robson, yeah. I beat him the first time we played, and then he beat me 7 times in a row.
Oh my God.
7 times in a row, and I call him the baby-faced assassin. I mean, he doesn't have any expression during the games. You attack him, you defend against him, his expression doesn't change. He's always the
Poker
same.
face. Yeah.
Look at him.
yes.
Yeah.
That's his face all the time.
Kind of
A
disinterested.
little bit sad, a little bit like
a little
he
morose.
doesn't care. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no emotion whatsoever. So yeah,
Ray.
I'm almost feeling
you
bad about
started with a
beating him
win.
the first time because I think that's what started him. That's what started
wound
his
him up.
engine. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So he's a very difficult opponent.
So we have adoption when you win 10 and no draws. Do we have a baptism when you win 5? it's pretty bad, but that record that we just saw. Oh my gosh, you have the Levon position. I'm seeing a pawn on F5.
No.
It's
I was just going through the
Sorry,
variations and
sorry,
trying
sorry.
to figure things out.
Gotcha.
He did
You were
play the
just,
move.
Playing with the engine a bit.
Right. A couple of things happened. He did play the move H3 and he followed with knight to G5.
Right.
Now, again, the question is, what do you do if I take, and then go knight to F3? Do you allow me to take your bishop
don't
on
think
G5?
so.
Is the question. Is the strategical question, right?
Right.
Because nothing big happens, right?
I would like
Maybe
to
later
get
in
rid
the
of this
future.
bishop. I don't like this bishop on F6 somehow.
Really?
So
Yes.
you would leave it on G5?
Probably yes. I would say take it.
Okay. I'm a bit worried about, once you take it, let's say you take with the queen, F4 at some point is going to come, open that dark square bishop, and I don't know, I just don't feel good about the position.
If
for
I take
black.
with the pawn and try to bring my knight to F4.
You can also do that, but I haven't
Yes.
castled yet, so maybe I can go H4.
Yes, that's a problem. You still haven't castled.
Yes.
Coach, I wanted to ask you a question. I think also for a lot of people in the audience here, you said, and I'm stunned by what you said, the default engine on the chess.com, you said was weak and that these players are using engines 100 times stronger.
Yes.
And I'm like, whoa, for 99.99999% of all players, the engine
It's more than enough. This
is
one is
more than enough.
Of course.
So
of
you're
course.
talking about engines that are really used by the elite.
Absolutely.
How,
yes.
how do you access them? What engines
On the
are
cloud.
they? On the cloud.
On the cloud. There's cloud services that you can rent these very powerful engines set up by professionals, which sometimes are not even chess players. They're just engineers
coders.
and IT specialists and whatnot. They set up these very powerful engines and you can rent them for a price, of course.
Right.
There's Chessify. I think ChessBase has its own cloud as well. There's a lot of places where you
As
can
a
use those.
coach of Mizzou team, do you
Oh, of
use
course.
a particular service that you...
I'm not going to reveal all of my secrets here. Come on, Yasser. You know better than that.
Championships are coming up, I guess.
You know better than that. I mean,
Yes.
come on.
His opponent VAR is listening.
Yeah,
right now, you know,
Oh,
so
yes,
should be
from
careful
St.
what
Louis
you say. Yes.
University. VAR is the coach there. So, and that is standard for
that's pretty standard.
all the
Yes.
candidates. You would expect each of them.
I would
to
say
have.
for most grandmasters nowadays, it's indisposable. You cannot really play at the top level, at the grandmaster level, without
The
help of
difference
the
is
very, very strong
qualitative.
engines. Yes,
It's
yes,
really
huge,
clear
huge.
for you.
I mean, you do much faster work and you do much more precise work as well. And you need that precision because you make a move that this engine says it's great for black, and then a much better engine says that 20 moves down the road, you get checkmated.
Wow.
And you get surprised over the board, and then you're like, what just simply happened?
Right.
So these are the dangers in today's day and age with the emergence of these powerful engines.
Isn't it funny, Yasser, that we have this kind of computer battle on the big stage,
Absolutely,
of human's
yeah.
mind?
Right.
They're fighting somewhere else in the cloud, and
Right.
then human beings come in and they're playing their games, and they have all this information.
Right.
That's really, really fun.
I think it was during a walk with Fabi that he confided to me that he was checking an old file. He just, like throwing out some old files, and he was checking some analysis, and he was stunned how wrong it was. That the engines of today have just like literally refuted everything he had taken as a gospel.
Yeah, it was
just a few years
It was one of
earlier.
my files, actually. I escaped because
awkward.
this was preparation for the World Championship match.
And the World-
So
Wow.
imagine
18.
playing that variation and getting checkmated with my file.
Nice.
Yes, bye-bye, yes.
Out. Let's just remind everybody what happened yesterday. Anastasia, the results of
It's
yesterday.
very important because now we know what's going on and what they're
Exactly.
fighting for.
What is needed?
Yes, so Fabiano Caruana has won two games yesterday, so it means he just needs a half a point to win the match against
Right.
Grigoriy Oparin. Levon Aronian has same score with Sevian, 1-1 at the moment, so still fight is ahead.
Right.
Leinier Dominguez versus Robson, 1-1 as well. Wesley So leading in the match against Sam Shankland. That's why Sam is trying, of course, to complicate the position
Exactly.
and get his chances today. And let's check women's section.
And the ladies, yes.
Irina Crush has at the moment equal match with Zoe Tang.
The
1-1.
only one.
Yes. Anna Zatonskih lost 2 games against Nazi Paikidze, so she really needs to win both games to stay in the match. And Alice Lee is leading 2-0 against Tatev Abrahamian. Tatev has to do something also. She needs to win 2 games, which is really hard job.
Absolutely.
And Begim Tohirjova is leading against Jennifer Yu, and we can see her now on our screen. This match is also very, very important. They have a big history playing against each other.
And just to remind everybody that some players are going to lose their matches, that's clear, but it's a double elimination match tournament. So the players who lose their matches today fall into the elimination bracket where they'll have 1 life remaining to stay in the tournament. Just wanted to follow up on our game between Sam Shankland and Wesley So. That move castles by Sam Shankland, upping the ante, as we might say, stopped Wesley, and he did play the move A7, A5. I mean, it's the siren call. You've castled long, I'm going to open up the queen side. You've castled short, I'm going to open up the king side. G2, G4, and Wesley said, look, all I need is...
I just need to draw with black pieces and calm down.
Let's tamp it down a bit. Let's trade queens. And of course, from Sam's point of view, he needs to keep the queens on. I suspect queen C2, going queen F5 to try to induce G7, G6. I don't know. What's your thought on this?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too much, to play queen F5 at the moment.
And you
but I would keep this queen on
the
B1,
diagonal.
H7 diagonal.
And you would think that you'd want to more or less, put the knight there. So queen C2, G5, knight G3, H4. Let's go. Action is assured in this one. And Cristian, I see you're having fun just going around.
Well, I just want to check what
engines?
this queen to a6 is all about. And
Please.
it does seem like it's not the best move.
No.
Not only for the reason of queen to c2 and shying away from the queen trade, but I can even go into the endgame. And apparently this is a better endgame for white. What do you take with? You take with the knight, probably knight to g3. Now the question is, will you be able to outmaneuver, outfox, even if you do have a slight advantage in this one? Are you going to be able to do that against Wesley? Probably not. I mean, it's so difficult.
Right?
It's not easy to convert this type of advantages against a very strong opponent. No. And Sam understands that. Sam probably understands that his best chances to get something is in a wild, complicated battle. So I do think that he's going to keep the queens on the board. Most likely, as you just mentioned, with queen to c2 or queen to f5. Why I don't like queen to f5 that much is that after b5, my knight on e2 is not protected. So let's say you play something like h4, you lose a tempo like this. b4, and then you lose a knight, right? So I have an immediate threat with the queen on f5. With the queen on c2, that's not the case, because this queen is defending the knight on e2. So whenever you go b4, I go knight to a4, I block everything on this side, and I don't have any issues defending against your attack. So definitely I feel like queen to c2 is much better in the position. He will spend some time, Sam Shankland that is, he will understand this type of details, and I think he's going to play it.
And if you would continue this variation, knight g3.
Knight g3, yes.
You want to play knight f5, you want to play g5.
By the way, we do have a move. Let's see what the move is. Oh, no, knight g3 directly.
Knight g3,
He said if you want an ending.
His queen.
He's allowing the queen trade. This surprises me, because I understand. Okay, we're going to go into this endgame. You do have the beautiful knight to f5 coming. You're putting some pressure. If you manage to get the bishop, I feel like you're getting somewhere.
So
but what if I just go rook to e8 or
right.
g6? Now I don't have to worry about this huge attack coming on the king side
and
with
without the queen.
h4, h5. No queens, no mate.
Yeah,
you know?
no queens, no mate.
No queens, no mate. So I feel g6 is safe enough,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, that's the situation. I don't.
No woman, no pride.
It's almost the same, yes.
Bob Marley, whoa, what's going on here? No queen.
No queen, no maid, yes. No crying, no queen, no crying.
Getting you into trouble. Keep it up.
You're trying to cancel me here. Yes, I see what you're doing. No, no, no. This is the situation that we have right now. Now, from a psychological perspective, if you're Wesley, and you were just
queens.
allowed to trade queens.
I was
Yes.
psychology.
Take them off
Forget
the board,
about. I'm
right?
ready to trade queens.
I need to
And
make a
good
draw.
luck.
I know I'm not going to lose. I mean, Wesley's not going to lose with white, or it's going to be extremely difficult to beat him with the black pieces. We've seen it happen before,
Yeah.
but very rarely.
On
right?
the other hand, maybe he's not really happy to play this ending, which is might be a little bit worse. Let's say, I don't know. How does it feel?
No,
I think for
he's ready.
Wesley, he's so comfortable in endings. I mean, when I think of technical players, and we do have that graphic of the accuracy, and I think that's a very intriguing one. For me, you put Wesley right up there with Magnus, right up there with Fabi in terms of accuracy, and his endgame play is, for me, just absolutely fantastic. So he's going to be happy. He's going to be happy to play queen takes d3, and he's going to just be, well, he's very happy to be in a situation where he leads Sam Shankland. All he needs is
doesn't look happy
2 draws.
right now,
and,
but
yeah, he wants to stay in the champions bracket, and we'll keep an eye on this one. As I'm curious as to what happened in the Grigoriy versus Fabi game, because again, we're witnessing.
Let's take a look.
The teacher and the student.
Yes, and actually knight came to b4, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Happily.
Yes. We were anticipating with the pawn on
discussed
a4.
it.
Isolated.
This
queen
knight
pawn.
to b4 is coming there because you want to block on d5. Now,
Right.
there's always a trade-off whenever you remove the knight from c6. I understand. You put the knight on d5, the position is very stable. The problem is once you play knight to b4 or move the knight from c6 anywhere else, you're allowing me to jump with the knight on e5.
Which happened.
Which obviously it did happen. So it's a trade-off of advantages in the position. You get full control over the d5 square. I get control of the e5 square. Which one is going to be more valuable? Now, I would love to be able to set up some sort of battery on this diagonal, b1, h7, try to deliver the checkmate. The problem is this knight on b4 also controls those squares. I cannot go bishop to d3, I cannot go bishop to c2, and I cannot even get to b1 because knight takes a2 after bishop to a2. So, yeah, I have to say this knight for the moment, it really does make a good impression. At the same time, the knight on e5 is a very powerful piece. So this one is going to be a battle of advantages. White wants to maintain the dynamic play that is being given by the IQP, and of course why Black wants to tame that, play a more peaceful, more strategic game and fight against the pawn on d4. So this one is going to be an interesting battle, but I do believe that this is something that Grigoriy wanted to see. He has his chances right now. He has some good pieces. This is double-edged position. I think he's very happy with the outcome of the opening.
Anastasia, let me put you on the spot after this move knight e5 for just a moment. And I have played isolated queen-pawn positions both sides. I actually prefer to play against isolated queen-pawn more often. But let me put you on the spot for a moment because it's something I've always wrestled with throughout my career. For example, I'm going to play the move bishop c6. For Fabi, the bishop on d7 is not doing that great. I'm not really worried about knight takes c6, b takes c6. You can see the games of Emanuel Lasker. It was something that he liked to play as Black very often. The question I have for you is the piece sacrifice. Knight takes f7, rook takes f7, bishop takes e6. This sacrifice is incredibly common in these isolated queen-pawn positions. You get 2 pawns and the exchange for 2 minor pieces, which from a material count is good for white.
Yes.
But the 2 pieces in the middle game
are stronger normally.
So which did you prefer? Would you prefer to play the minor pieces or would you prefer to play the material advantage?
Actually, Yasser, you know, I'm from this old school where we were taught that 1 rook is not 5, it's 4.5. In this case, actually, the advantage is not so big, right? It's actually 2 pieces which are 3, and then rook with 2 pawns, it's 6.5. So it's not 7, let's say. So it's almost the same.
Right.
And I would prefer to have 2 pieces.
The 2 minor pieces.
2 minor pieces in this case scenario.
Old school.
Yes, old school. What to do?
And the queen? How much was the queen worth?
Queen was 9, actually, yes. So it was like 4.5 for 2 rooks. So again, 2 rooks would make it 9, and the queen, so it would be equal. Yes.
I always feel the queen is 10.
Queen is 10?
I always feel like the queen is close to 10. I mean, obviously, it depends on the position.
Yes, yes, of course.
But I always felt like it's closer to 10.
Interesting.
No, but it's nice to have rook with 4.5. In this case, let's say in the other situations when it's like 2 pieces and 1 pawn for the rook, rook and the pawn against 2 minor pieces, then it makes 5.5.
Yes.
And it's clear less. It's not the same.
Right.
So it's very clear in your mind that you shouldn't trade rook 2 pieces for rook and pawn.
Okay.
Yes, two pawns. Okay, you can do this, but with 1 pawn you never will do it. If you think of rook as 4.5.
Right. Intriguing. Very, very, very nice. I saw on the spy cam our key game there of Arena and Zoe. But I wanted to ask you, Cristian, we didn't go through all the games of the open section.
Which one did we miss? I do believe we missed Ray Robson, right? We haven't seen. We did see Ray Robson at the beginning,
a
and
little
actually
bit with Leinier.
Not as much has changed, but we were discussing about the options for Black, and I was saying there's 3 options, right? Bishop to d6, bishop e7, and knight takes.
Commentator's curse.
And knight takes c3. Those were my 3 options. I didn't even consider a bishop to a5. But he did go for it. Castle, knight to c6, bishop to c2. This is the position we currently have. What is the bishop doing on a5? I'm trying to understand. I know my plan. Bishop to c2, I'm going to go queen to d3. I'm going to put pressure on the king side. You don't have the jumps, knight to b4. What exactly is the bishop doing on a5?
He just wanted to spoil the party, you know. He just wanted to play something that you didn't check.
He's listening, he's tuned in, and he was like, I'm going to show you. There's actually 4 options.
But I do want to say the bishop on a5 makes less sense than having the bishop on e7 or d6.
Look, if you wanted to go to c7, you could have done that from d6.
As well.
Even Ray's sleeping now, you know, he saw this move and he said, okay, it's time to sleep.
He always looks like he's sleeping.
Well, I can assure you, he may look chill and calm, but he's going through all of those files.
Oh, yes.
And he's trying to understand, why is bishop a5 a sensible move here? By the way, we did see a queen trade in the game of Wesley So, and followed by g7, g6. if you didn't mind, I was going to go to Alice Lee
Yes,
because
I haven't checked.
I've got skin in the game.
Do you remember Yasser, who was also sleeping during the game? It's a famous story. And the pictures were everywhere. Who fall asleep?
I thought it was Magnus
Yes,
was
you're
being
right.
accused in his match with
against
Nepo.
Vichy. No, he played against Vichy in Sochi in 2014, and he kind of like fall asleep. I don't know if he was
I think
snoring.
even in
This
the
we don't
first
know.
match. Even in the
Chennai?
first match, he was.
Yes.
His eyes were closed at the board,
Yes, he was.
if you will. Okay, I do have the game of Arena and Zoe, by the way. So this was the Bogo Indian. Takes d7, d6, a different approach by Arena. So she's playing a King's Indian, or an Old Indian, if you prefer. And you notice that there's no dark square bishops, not on g7, where the bishop might be on e3 and superior. And we have this position, b2, b4, takes on, whoa, something's going strange. Takes on d4, queen takes d4, queen e7.
Trying to take before.
And what Arena is saying, look, I have it in my pocket that I can trade, and I'm hitting e4, and maybe things aren't so comfortable. For example, you might want to say, oh, I can play knight d5. Knight takes d5, and just to show you how clever I am, I'll leave my bishop hanging so that when you take my bishop, haha,
Okay, one.
and I will win material. But what Arena is saying, since I have my pawn on a5, I can take,
at first,
and then I've got this as a possibility. And just to see the graphic between these two players, let's take a look at how they match up.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe Tank, she plays it for the first time in the American Cup, and look at Arena's
So something is
records.
like, wait a minute, the girl from the village versus Superwoman. Wait a minute,
It's also
I'm not
this.
sure this is the best graphic I've ever seen. You know, a little
No,
bit
but it's-
imbalanced, a little bit imbalanced. Two-time American champion.
Yes, and Arena is very, very strong with a queen on the board. We can see that when she has queen, she scores really,
Very well.
really well. So at the moment, she still has queens on the board.
Right?
And it makes her chances higher, let's say, according to the statistics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
might be
And these are
asking,
the
where are her
statistics.
losses, right?
Right.
Based on this.
Because it's from the American Cup.
She hasn't lost a single game before yesterday. Yesterday was, in 3 editions, her first loss.
I think she lost to Alice Lee in the finals one game.
Was
and
it
then
in
had
Rapid?
I think it was in
it
the
was
Rapid.
Rapid,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. As we see Zoe there. So we do have this position at the board. And okay, first indications are that I have to defend this pawn on
Yes.
e4.
What about
maybe.
bishop d3? I mean, just it looks strange.
Right.
To say
we
the
go
least.
knight d5.
Yes, I'm not
Knight
sure
e5.
what this queen is doing on d4. Something is wrong
Yeah,
with
it feels
pieces.
a little bit discombobulated. Nothing terrible has gone wrong for white, but at the moment I'm not really...
But the advantage, the opening advantage is
It has
definitely
slipped
slipping,
away,
right?
Yeah. So if I play knight to d2, again, I'm looking to unbalance the game with the move knight to c.
And she played bishop d3, by the way.
Bishop d3 is on
Yeah,
the
it's
board.
on the board.
So
d3.
she liked your move, Anastasiya.
Somehow I don't like this move. but
Now you like to
I
take
was
it
just
back.
trying to support this pawn on e4.
I tell you, I'm never going to get to Alice Lee's game. We think that Arena is going to be happy with the outcome of the opening. Let's just leave it there as we go to the match between Tatev and Allison. Thanks to her 2-0 result from day one, well,
She
all
just
she
needs
needs is
a
a draw.
draw.
And it's a repeat of their day one. It's a Petrov. And I want to say, yes, I think yesterday she also played d5. There's a very complex line, as Alice mentioned in her interview with Kostya that starts bishop c5. It's a nightmare. D5, knight to d2, queen to d7. This reminds me of a Tigran Petrosian French defense, where you play this move queen d7, and it's a hilariously stupid move. I mean, it's crazy. Of all the pieces to develop, you put your queen in front of your bishop. You take away the square for the knight, and you do it very, very purposefully. The whole point is severalfold. White's threat is to play knight takes e4 and to trade queens onto d8 and then follow it up with knight g5. So you address the threat.
You just
you stop the threat and you say, now your move knight takes e4 makes no sense. Secondly, it's kind of a waiting move so that after a move, for example, like bishop d3, the knight could go back to c5. And these pieces on the queen side can quickly develop themselves.
I wonder
It's
if
become a standard
computer
move.
could create such a move like queen d7. I mean, maybe it doesn't show it as a first line. I mean, I just was
You'd
curious.
be
Yes.
surprised. I think a lot of the players, the top players today, are accepting the novelties that the engine offers them. Knight to c6, castles, bishop e7, and I think VAR is saying c2, c3 is a novel approach by White in this position. Cristian, jump right in. What has been the go-to lines for White in this position?
Well, let's take a look. Instead of c3, what she was supposed to play was c4. But also this bishop to e2 followed by bishop to d3, the way she played, if I remember correctly, you want to go bishop to d3 immediately. So perhaps you start with bishop d3, knight c5, and then you drop the bishop
E2.
on e2
That
with the
makes
knight on
some sense.
c5. That's the main line. Right?
Okay.
If I remember correctly, I do remember a game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan is very well known to be playing the Petrov nowadays since his first title match. He prepared that very well, and his preparation lasted for 5 years. Since, I mean, it's still going strong.
He's been coasting on
His preparation from
the
that
World
match is
Championship.
still going strong. I have to tell you, it's uncrackable, if that's a word. I don't know if that is. C3. Castle, bishop to d3, queen to f5. I'm looking at this position. This is what we have right now on the board. And I'm going through the lines. And this is wild.
Wild.
Wild. So now you start calculating, right? If you go queen f6 or queen e6 hammer to defend the knight on e5, you need to look at this variation. Bishop to c5, only move. You have to get rid of the pin somehow. Obviously, I'm not going to go king to h1 because then knight f2 comes on the board. So I'm going to go bishop to e3. And now you continue looking at this variation. And what is your main move? I'm going to put you on the spot right now.
Oops. For black,
Don't just first move.
First
Knight
move.
c3.
No, first move should be bishop takes e3.
And followed by queen f4.
Followed by queen f4.
Get out of the pin and do it with the tempo.
Queen to c1, resignation.
Embarrassing. Rook e8.
You cannot move this knight anywhere because of rook to e8. So this is game over whether you put the queen on f4 or on g5. It's the same
business.
thing, right? So you want to attack, get rid of the pin, attack the rook at the same time. You feel safe, right?
Queen
within your
c1,
calculation.
what a move.
And then the cold shower.
Yes.
Ouch.
Queen to c1, you move the knight doesn't protect the queen on g5 anymore. I have rook to e8, discovery check, I pick up the queen.
Beautiful idea.
Beautiful idea, exactly. So the only couple of moves in this position are in fact queen to g5 or queen to f4 first.
Ooh.
What? Yes.
Yes.
Using
yes.
the fact it's a pin.
This is not easy. to calculate.
Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e3 check. I take advantage of the thin on the d file, but you
Yes.
get you're attacking the bishop on e3.
Correct. And now if I go queen to c1, now you just simply take this piece
Because
first
it's a
on
pin
g3.
still.
You still cannot touch my queen, obviously. It's a pin. I take, you take on c1, I take.
Compensation,
And I
but
have
it's fun.
compensation, but not.
Yeah, it's not advantage.
It's going to be equality.
Right,
Right.
right.
It's going to end in a draw, this one. Sure, you have two bishops, you have the control over the e file, you have enough compensation for equality, but not more. If she finds those type of ideas, if she goes for this queen to f6, because you can also be looking at other moves in the position. Like, for example, you might want to start with knight takes f3. You're looking at this position and maybe you're saying, oh, what if I take on f3 like this? But after g takes f3, you just simply lose a piece, right?
That's it.
I mean, you can give up the queen with knight takes g3, but that's not going to be the right approach. And queen 2, yeah, I don't see anything else. So she will need to find this variation. And probably she will. She did start with queen to f6, so that's the best move. If she makes a draw, just a reminder for our viewers right now, she's already up 2-0. If she makes a draw in the next couple of rounds, then she advances to the next round.
Wow.
And Tatev Abrahamian is sent to the elimination bracket with only 1 life left.
It's one life.
Sounds really
Sounds
depressing.
very depressing. Wow, 1 life
Yes,
left.
but it's still not over.
You start with 2. You start with 2 lives in this
still
tournament.
in the game, yes.
Yes,
Right.
only 1 remaining if she gets to the elimination bracket.
You know, these Petrov defenses, they're so subtle, they're so deeply analyzed. Your take, how much of this has been prep by Tatev? I mean, she needs to win, obviously.
Yes, I'm sure she was preparing a lot yesterday. And
Yeah.
she's trying. But again, you know, you have to recover first of all. You lost 2 games, not even one.
Right.
Try to do so. It's not that easy. But I hope she found her way back and she will be fighting.
Yes. Now, this position, knight takes e5, queen takes e5, f3. There's
Yeah.
tricks, but it seems that if Alice navigates these tricks perfectly and finds this,
this move.
whether it be queen g5 or queen f4, I don't see advantage. That's the way it goes with the Petrov these
Yeah.
days. You get a whole surge of tactics, and then the position clarifies to a stale equality.
But probably Tatev is also checking how far she's prepared, and if you don't know this position, maybe it's not that easy to find all these consequences of moves. So
Exactly.
she's checking her. I mean, is it the only way to
No,
approach this position?
I was thinking another possibility. You'd almost like to try to provoke Black to play a move like f3 to go into these complications where you've actually forced a weakening move. And I don't suggest f7, f5. Black could play bishop e6 or return the pawn somehow. And say, okay, I'm satisfied with a material equality. But for Tatev, again, she's on the ropes. She needs back-to-back victories to stay in the match. Let's go to some of the other ladies' matches.
Yes.
I'm more than curious to see how Anna Zatansky is going to try to fight her way back into the match, because she too, very unfortunately, is behind 2-0. Nasi managed to win
Both games.
both
yes,
games,
yesterday, even though in the
maybe
first one she
a
was
little bit
completely
doubtful.
lost, but still, I like what Kostya said. She created her chances yesterday. Yes, I mean that was
Exactly.
exactly what happened.
Knight e5, knight d7, and okay. An interesting approach by Nasi. Again, she's in a situation, a draw secures the match, but going into a double-edged position, sacrificing a pawn, kind of shows
She just plays the game,
self-confidence.
right? It's a good approach, actually, not to play for a draw, but simply play the game, no matter what. But I don't know how you get this approach. Yasser.
Yeah, this idea, and I picked it up too, that the best way to play for a draw was to play for an advantage. Not to play for a draw,
Yeah.
but to try to keep an advantage, to play for an advantage. And from Nasi's point of view, she says, look, I have a lot of experience with Catalan positions. I'm very, very comfortable being a pawn down. I mean, we know Peter Svidler. If he's not down a pawn, he's not happy. Okay, it's a double-edged position. And from Anna's point of view, she's happy. She's got a double-edged game.
Yes.
B5, B4. If you don't mind, Cristian, in the game between Nasi and Anna, are we still in theoretical?
No. I remember looking at that line. We're not in theory at that point, and Anna objectively has a better position due to her extra pawn, but of course she will have to defend on the king's side. That pawn on e5 is really powerful. But I wanted to show you this situation in the game between Sevian and Levon, because we left it off after knight to g5, and we were saying that maybe white has a slight edge, right? Knight takes g5, which he did. Bishop takes g5. knight to f3, which he did, attacking the bishop on g5.
No.
And he said, no.
Bishop f6.
No,
He didn't leave his bishop.
Take my bishop.
No,
Take my bishop. I'm not happy.
He wants to preserve that dark square bishop, and perhaps for a good reason, I have to say. Queen to b3, a very powerful move, because right now rook to e8 is no longer possible, right?
Right.
Bishop to e6 is no longer possible, which is a very clear way to try to simplify the position for black, right?
Exactly.
Exchange the light square bishop. It's very thematic in this Italian game. Rook to b8, castle. Queen to e7, he's getting ready for that bishop to e6. He needs to make bishop to e6 happen. Unfortunately, it's not that easy and it comes slow. You have to first defend the pawn on b7. You lost the tempo there. Queen to e7, not the typical rook to e8. That's not the best placement of your pieces either. And now, the very simple rook to e1. You put the queen on e7. I'll put the rook there. I have a very simple plan as white. I'm going to go rook a to d1,
D4.
and then I'm going to push d4.
Right.
And that's when the pressure starts against black's position. What are you going to do in the meantime? Where is your counterplay? Where is your maneuver, knight d7, knight g6, try to get on this side? It's not there, right? So it feels already kind of difficult for black to play. I'm looking at very simple moves, very typical moves such as bishop to e6, right? Rook a d1, you take queen to e6, you're trying to change, right?
Right.
No, I'm not allowing you. I would love to have the pawn on a6 as black right now.
Right.
With the queen on b5 right now, you cannot really attack it. Knight to a7, you just simply drop the pawn on a5. I go d4 next move. You're facing a lot of pressure as black, so I have to say I'm really liking white's position after rook f to e1. The engine is saying that it might be time to start an offense.
Whoa.
I know. That was my
whoa.
reaction as well.
Wow.
Yes, you have to start an offense on the king side with g5, h5, g4. It is in the spirit of Levon Aronian. The question is it in the spirit of this position, right? Is it good? Is white going to have an easy task defending against your pawn storm? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. But from the body language right now, Levon feels like he's a bit concerned.
I still like your pick there, Anastasia. Want to change?
No. Even if he loses this match, hopefully not, he still has a second chance, and this is always what I have in my mind. That
Second
no
life.
matter what.
Very good.
Yes.
Well, we've reached that stage of our broadcast of day 2, where we're ready to take a break. But before we do that, of course, we always check in on our good friends at Q Boutique, and I've got a little flyer here to tell you about. This is the 2024 American Cup Men's and Women's Jacket. Elevate your style with these beautiful jackets, available in different sizes for men's and women. They're sleek, sophisticated, with high quality, and very comfortable fit. Featuring the iconic St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the neck and the bold American Cup logo on the left breast, this jacket is the perfect way to represent the prestigious 2024 American Cup.
Do you have one? Yes.
Yes, I do. I got a swag bag, and I want to say it really fits very comfortably. Despite my swollen pectorals, they got the sportive size. They got my size. And as we go to our break, Sabina Feuser
We'll be doing the interview
with Levon Aronian. Hope you enjoy your break. We'll see you on the other side.
Levon, thank you so much for joining me here today. It's wonderful to have you back playing in the American Cup. I want to know, what is a beautiful day, or what would make you happy in a day?
I really love, doing some sports playing with friends. So let's say the ideal day will be maybe playing some tennis with friends, and then maybe biking around, playing some chess or analyzing some chess, and then seeing a show in the evening.
You always seem like a super composed chess player. You're I don't ever think that I've seen you very upset or angry. How are you able? What did you tell yourself growing up? Or what would you tell yourself to get over losses and just kind of stay the composed that you are?
Well, I come from a family like Armenian Jewish family, and I think both nations know what the survival is, and so it's all about moving on and fighting, and that's what I was, that's what I did all the time, and that's what I try to do. Now I play against much younger guys. They're tough, but I know I need to fight my way through. So it's all about fighting and surviving. And I like it.
Do you ever think about the game that you played that something went wrong? What do you do to get over that in a tournament? Like, let's just say yesterday you had a tough day and you really need to get over it so that you can.
Well, for me, so I look at the things in a slightly different way. So I look at the games and I say, all right, so where does the mistake came from? Did it come because I was lazy or I was careless? Or did it come because I was outplayed and I didn't understand? So if I was lazy and careless, I relax because it's natural and this is something I can change. Mm-hmm. And if I was outplayed, then I get angry. Then I tell to myself, okay, I need to, learn more about this, So stupid mistakes doesn't upset me so much. Like some mistakes that mainly people lose sleep over because they were so stupid, and that stuff doesn't upset me too much because I understand it's something that is in my control, something that is not difficult to change. But when I lose because, I didn't understand the position, made really dubious decisions, that stuff upsets me. That stuff can, affect me, and that's stuff that I need to work on. But mostly I lose because of stupid mistakes, so then I have a perfect sleep.
It's nice that you can stay objective and kind of do that. Not everyone can do it, I think.
No, well, I'll try. And, I also, I understand that, sometimes all it takes is discipline, but it's the hardest thing to get.
That's right. Discipline is very important. But I hope you've prepared yourself very well for this tournament. We're really excited to have you back play here, and I wish you good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. And let's check the results of the day one.
Let's do it. Yes, here we go in the open section.
So let's remember that Fabiano Caruana is leading now with 2-0 after the first day. He won both games in the match against Grigoriy Oparin. And then Levon Aronian made 2 draws against Sevian, and they're fighting now in the second classical game. Leinier Dominguez versus Robson. So far, both players have won 1, and yeah, they keep playing also this interesting game we just checked before we left.
Right.
And Wesley So is playing against Shankland. Wesley is leading right now, 1.5, and Sam should find his way.
Exactly. And for the ladies, incredible number of decisive games. In fact, there wasn't a single draw in yesterday's play.
Absolutely, and we have Arena Crash and Zoe Tank. They have equal score right now. It's 1-1. Both ladies scored 1 point yesterday.
Right.
And Anna Zatonskih, same as Tatyeva Brahanian and also Jennifer Yu, they lost their games yesterday, all of them actually. And
Right.
we have the leaders in each round. Nazi Paikidze leads in her match. Same for Alice Lee and same for Jennifer. For Begim Tahirjonova. 3 ladies, they have 2 points, and if they make draw in the third game, in the classical game, they will proceed and they will keep. They will stay in the champions bracket.
Exactly, and there will be no 4th game because obviously it's match play. The first player to win 2.5 or even 3-0. There will be no 4th game. I have this position up on my screen between Nasi, our colleague here in studio. Yes. She's up against the Cairns Cup champion, Anna Zatonskih. And it's one of those positions where, you know, it's promising for white. You've got this nice e5 pawn, keeps the knight away from the f6 square, this good knight on e4. You're a pawn down, but the question I'm having, and I'm not coming up with an easy answer for myself, is if you were white, how would you prosecute the attack?
Yeah, I mean, you want to play some moves which will bring your pieces to the king's side, like queen g4, I don't know, bishop h6, but I'm not sure
Queen
if black will allow you to do so.
Bishop h6, a little bit brutal and straightforward.
Yes,
but
straightforward,
yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of would expect that, you know, after a move like queen g4, as you say, you're telegraphing your desire to play bishop h6.
You're just playing king h8.
King h8. And once again, I'm just asking you, you know,
what is your next move?
Anna's intention is rather clear. She would like to play rook on a7 to d7, pressuring this pawn on d4, maybe on a good day, taking advantage of the fact that there might be a pin along the c file, along the d file. So rook d7, bishop a6, those are moves that come easy for black. I was just thinking, you know, like, you know, how do you build up your attack? You put your bishop on e3. Should you be playing h4? Put your bishop
yes,
on
is
g5.
for sure the move, yes.
Should you just bite the bullet and go? You know, whether
All the
it be well, you could do it a different way. You could do it as you suggested: queen g4, king h8, and now queen h5. And you're just saying, you know, like Bobby Fischer did against Paul Benko, you know, you want to go knight f6 and bishop e4
in a good day.
Yes, exactly, exactly right. I'm having trouble, Cristian, prosecuting Nasi's attack. How should she be playing this position? Queen g4, queen h5, bishop e3, h4?
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Really good. I was looking with the engine at that position. I'm not looking at it right now. But yes, that was the exact way. And what you can do if you're in Nazi's shoes is that you can go queen g4, king h8, queen h5.
Yes.
King g8, queen g4.
Oh, well, that would be very nice.
I want to make a draw as white, right? Because
you know,
that clinches the match. So why not? Queen to g4, you have a clear threat after queen to g4, king to h8, queen to h5. Now, not only knight to f6, but knight to g5 is a threat as well, because previously with the king on g8, so for example, if you go king to g8 right now, knight g5 doesn't force bishop takes g5. You can go h6 if you want to, right, in the position. But with the king on h8, the f7 pawn is not protected, so I can just simply go knight g5. That forces the trade of the bishop for the knight, and then I have all sorts of bishop f6 ideas. You don't have any defender on the dark squares anymore. I'm a bit concerned, right? If you have to take with the bishop on g5, obviously.
And that makes sense, because now, as you mentioned, Anastasia, bishop g2, e4, and suddenly we are really cooking with gas on that attack. So that's a game to keep an eye on. But you had something else for us.
Yes, I was going through the open section and trying to figure out what's happening in all the important games. And check this one out. We left it off, this is the game between Grigoriy and Fabiano. We left it off, I think, somewhere around knight to e5.
Yes.
The knight landed on the beautiful e5 square. Nice centralized position. What's black going to do next? You don't want to remove the knight from b4, because then I can set up the battery on the b1, h7 diagonal with bishop to d3, bishop c2, queen to d3. Problematic. So keep the knight on b4, right? He played the move rook to c8.
Standard.
Bishop to g5 and knight to d5. Makes a lot of sense, right? I'm keeping the knight on b4, so that's a beautiful piece by itself. I'm also proposing a trade of the bishops. I want to trade as many pieces as possible, right? Because I know what you want. You want to keep the position dynamic. You need pieces for that. You need pieces to be able to checkmate me, right? So I'm trying to force trades in the position. Bishop takes e7, probably not going to be his option. That's cooperative. Exactly. So bishop to d2 makes the most sense. I'm looking at the variations after knight to c2, which is, by the way, not what the engine initially wants, but I do like to take this pawn, and perhaps after queen to g4, it does look dangerous, I'm not going to lie. But what about this position? Rook takes c4 and just simply bishop to f6. I feel like I have a lot of compensation with these powerful knights in the center. You no longer have a huge attack in the position. I have e5 as well coming. So I'm looking at the position. This is definitely a path that Fabiano will be considering in case bishop d2 happens. What I do think is going to happen, I don't think we have a move yet. What I do think is going to happen is Grigoriy must be tempted by this move, h4. Feels like the most practical decision, especially in this match situation. You cannot really take twice because the bishop on d7 is hanging. So what do you do after h4? Do you go h6? Sure, you can do that, but this weakens your pawn structure on the king side. This weakens your king. And at the right moment, in fact, bishop takes d5. This is the right moment. Take, 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 take. You cannot even do this because of knight takes d7, and now you have problems with your bishops being ampri. You're losing material in the position. So I'm looking at this. I think h4 is going to be his option. I wouldn't play bishop d2 because of this idea of knight to c2. So by the method of elimination, I feel h4 is... I don't want to put a bishop c1. By principle, sure, bishop c1 is a move, by the way. Yes, it's a perfectly playable move. But I do feel like he's going to go for h4. And it just feels it fits the requirements of the position.
I wanted to say,
like that one, Yasser.
I wanted to say the Soviet authorities, as they wrote their annotations, this move fits the requirements. The move h2, h4, I've associated with two players, Yuri Razuvayev as well as Lev Polygaevsky. These players in isolated queen pawn positions had, and the move h2, h4, I wanted to ask about f6.
f6, yeah, that's a very good question. But I can also take on d7, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to force trades.
So I'm not losing a piece.
No. It was nothing about that. It was just about what you said.
And then I just go bishop d2. I feel these two pawns are right now weak.
I have seen this all the time. f5. They now play f5.
You want to play f5 like this.
Give me your pawn on h4.
Right. But now it's...
Take.
What do you take with?
I don't know. I'll tell you later. Knight takes.
That's not how it works.
Knight takes.
If you take with the pawn, I go bishop b5.
Yeah.
Right?
So knight takes.
It does feel like I'm faster. knight takes, I can just simply go a6, I can go h5 also.
I want you to play h5 so
Sure.
I can play bishop f6. And that was
Okay.
what I was saying. Like, I feel I've stabilized a little
This
bit.
is actually not stable at all.
Really?
No. The
Look at
engine is
this
saying
A6
that
over
you're in
6.
big trouble.
Whoa,
Big
whoa,
trouble
whoa,
right
whoa.
now.
d4 was hanging when you played h6 and a6.
You want to take it? I'll give it to you, no problem. Yes.
Okay.
Bishop b4.
Oops.
I didn't see it.
Yes, knight takes before is not possible. Yes, because of bishop b6. Yes.
You can do this,
it's easy
but
to-
this is starting to
Nah,
look
that
really
feels-
dangerous on
No,
this
that feels
diagonal.
scary.
This is
rook
scary,
takes c.
yes.
So rook takes c. I never had rook takes c4. You could have played bishop takes f8.
I have
I've secured
options.
my knight. Yeah, it's not good. It's not that good.
That's the thing. There's tactical shots
Yes,
in the position.
there are.
And this is exactly what Grigoriy must be looking for.
Hoping
in this
for it.
one.
He
And
needs them.
to be honest, to play f6 with black in that
Yeah.
position,
Yeah.
that's a big decision to make.
Right.
So I think h4 is the best move that, from a practical perspective, that Grigoriy can make in this position.
We saved this moment, Anastasiya, because we wanted to be absolutely sure the accuracy of our words. What is going to happen in case any of the matches are tied?
Yeah, that's a good point because in case it's really possible after 2 games today that both players have the same amount of points. And yes, if match is tied after 4 games, we have blitz match.
Exactly.
Yes, so players will play actually all formats today. They can play classical game, rapid game, and then followed by blitz match.
No Armageddons.
No Armageddons, so it means the match can last forever. So be ready for that. Be ready to stay with us for many, many hours in case if players will keep on playing one match after the other.
I brought some pillows, sleeping bag.
Yes, we have some food, Yasser, we are doing
Right.
well. Some water also
Very
is here.
nice. But we
And-
are very fortunate to have a
Absolutely.
guest from the St. Louis Police Department, Darren Young. Darren, really good. And you are a part of our outreach program at the St. Louis Chess Club. We've been teaching police officers to play chess, but to go out into the community and to play chess. Tell us some of your experiences, Darren.
Well, I first of all enjoy it. It is truly amazing to see kids light up.
Yeah.
When you're teaching them something and they understand the concept.
And they get it.
Especially when you got new kids that never played chess before.
Right.
And when you see their eyes light up, when they see a move that you showed them and they're like, hey, this is what I was taught. And this is
Right.
how we do. So it's amazing, yes.
For me, Darren, I must say, I learned about the queen being worth 9 points, the rook being worth 5 points. And then I would purposely sacrifice my queen to get a checkmate. And that was a thrill. That was a thrill. You have the same experiences
Yeah,
with
with
the kids?
and when you're teaching the kids, it's always it's different when you say, hey, look, this is what the values of, and there's a difference when you're teaching certain kids. Some of them know the value of the pieces and some don't. And when you're teaching the value of the pieces, they know the sacrifices they're making, but the ultimate goal is quite naturally, the checkmate.
Absolutely.
So when they're willing to make that sacrifice, a queen for a bishop,
Right.
and to say, hey, you know what, move that queen out the way so I can get to the back rank and get
Right.
the checkmate. So yeah, that's amazing.
That's nice. And we're seeing some of the
I think
footage.
and
We
we're
were
there.
there.
Yeah,
We
we
were
were
there.
there. Yasser, you were there. I was there. Maurice was there.
exactly.
I think it was the first time that
Yeah,
we
it's
had
the first
this.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the first chess cops.
Yes.
Amazing turnout.
Absolutely
Remember,
great.
I was playing against a police officer.
Me too.
He said, you beat me, I'm going to arrest you. I go, you got this.
And that's what I love about chess, regardless of. There's no physicality about it. So
No.
if you make the wrong move, you lose.
Right.
And you can have a first grader beating an adult or however
Right.
it goes. So you never underestimate your opponent when it comes to chess because it's about the moves. So.
Exactly. Now, did you have that experience that the young kids, as you say, you're responsible for your moves. You can't blame mom. You can't blame dad. The kid makes a blunder, and then you see the tears.
Oh yeah,
they get upset. They
and
lose.
you ask them. You say sometimes I say, hey, do you want to take that back? And if they're confident, they'll say no. But if they're not confident, they'll take it back and says, why'd you do that? You ask them why you want to take them back. And if I'm teaching, quite naturally, that's the point to say, hey, I'm going to give you an option to say, that wasn't a good move, and this is why. And that sometimes winning is not always, sometimes when you're teaching kids the best, it's just showing the mistakes they made. And yeah, so.
But you're coming in to the community as a police officer, and now you're interacting with them as an opponent, as a teacher, as a mentor. That changes the dynamic.
And they see it as, for them, it's like, this is my chance to beat the police.
And they go running, Mom, I beat the policeman. It's like, what does that mean?
When I had a young lady, it took her almost a year, but when she beat me, the first person she called was her mom. We were at, Judge Jimmy Edwards had a school at 20th and Cass, at the Blewett, and the chess program came in, and they had a young lady there, and in fact, People Magazine did a story on it, and the article went to People Magazine. And when she ran out, she called her mom. She couldn't believe it. She said, "Mom, I finally beat Officer Young." And I was like, "Oh boy!"
So you got a reputation, you know.
So we go way back with teaching the kids.
So you're the standard. You're the standard.
I would like to be the standard.
Like the kids say to one another, "You're no good. You can't even beat Darren yet."
And that happened before. I had a couple. Some officers, we go to quite naturally all the schools, Carr Lane, and I got an officer friend that plays a kid, and he beats him, and he's like, then he plays me. He says, "Hey, bring the other guy back. I can beat him, but I don't want to." Yeah. So, and some kids don't like to lose to police.
Oh no.
Absolutely.
Right,
yes, but what is the main purpose of the whole program? You have it for a few years already.
Yeah, to me, the main purpose is just to interact with the kids. So if we're playing chess, and this opens up communication. And if I'm playing you, and then tomorrow I see you on the street or whatever the case may be, now it's the difference of we treat each other different because we know each other.
Right, respectfully.
It's not like, hey, where you going, what you doing, it's how you doing.
Yeah.
And quite naturally, that first verbiage determines how the rest of the conversation goes.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Darren, thank you so much for everything
Thank
you've
you.
done.
No, I
and
appreciate
with the
it.
whole COPS program is really, really great.
And I couldn't be more proud of the chess club for assisting us with whatever we do when it comes to chess.
We're ready to come again. Yes,
we're ready.
It was so much fun a few
we want
years
another
ago.
party.
Yes,
You guys got a host.
It was a lot of fun.
No, we'll host if you sponsor.
All right, that works.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
Thank you very,
appreciate
very,
having
very,
me.
very
Thank
much. One more look at the brackets as we are in round two, day two, pardon me. And here they are, the champions, the Open, Anastasiya.
Yes, so Fabiano Caruana is still leading after the first day, 2-0 against Grigoriy Oparin, and the game is happening right now. Levon Aronian has the same score as Sam Sevian. They have 1-1 in the match, and they keep playing. Leinier Dominguez against Ray Robson, 1-1 as well. Wesley So again leading in the match against Sam Shankland.
Right, and in the women's bracket, what are the matchups there?
Irina Krush is fighting against Zoe Tang. Anna Zatonsky is playing against Nazi Paikidze. Alice Lee plays against Tati Abrahamian. And Begim Tohirjonova fights against Jennifer Yu.
Exactly. And in the games, I wanted to say that Irina is in cruise control as Zoe, somehow she got wrong-footed with her pieces. Right here, we were all, when you were suggesting the move Bishop D3.
I did like it already, yes.
Exactly.
Remember yesterday, somehow something is wrong with pieces.
Exactly, and it didn't work, and Zoe ended up in a situation she really does not want to be in. She's a pawn down after AB, rook takes, queen takes B5, and this is not just a pawn. The problem is the septic bishop on E2. In my judgment, after a position like C7, C6, technically it's simply winning. The problem is the pieces. This knight on C3 is not jumping anywhere. This bishop on E2 is playing only a defensive role. The pawns on E4, C4 limit the viewpoint of the bishop, whereas black's minor pieces, the rooks, you can see black is ready to improve her pieces with rook D8, rook D4.
Bishop E6,
Bishop
maybe
E6.
threatening C4.
All your moves come easy. and Zoe is in a big trouble in this one. And again, our defending champion started with a loss in the classical game with the white pieces, making quite the comeback here as we see the spy cam on Arena Crush. And what do you have for us, Cristian?
And that's why she's the defending champion,
Exactly.
right? It's all about resilience in this type of format. You lose one game, but you always have the opportunity to bounce back, and that's exactly what she's doing. Even if she gets to the elimination bracket, she still has the potential to win the event. I have to say, being the champion, being the title holder, I mean, you have that confidence coming into this one, and she's putting that on full display in this match. Let's take a look at this one. We were kind of bewildered by this move, bishop to A. Like, what is bishop A5, right?
Right.
You wanted to go bishop to D6. I sort of understand it because he did want to put that bishop on C7. He did not want to allow white to go into those variations with knight takes D5 that we were looking at, and that slow, stable advantage, right? With the pawns on D4 and D5. Now, if you go knight takes D5, I can always take back
You have
with
the queen
the
takes D5
I'm still
option.
fighting against your IQP. So let's see what happened. Queen to D3, queen to H4. Not only an attacking move, also a defending move, right? Queen takes H7, that's not possible. H3. Knight to F6, bishop to E3, rook to D8, queen to D2. This is what we have right now. Makes sense, right? Because there's a big threat in the position. Bishop to G, let's say you play something like A6, right? Bishop to G5, queen to H5, knight to G3. I'm forcing you to give me that bishop, and the queen is still very much endangered on H5. You have to go H6, give me a pawn. You're getting slaughtered on the king side. It's not looking good. So what to do for black makes sense. You have to defend against bishop to G5. I'm looking at this queen. I'm very much concerned about it, especially if white finds this very committal move, I have to say.
Whoa.
F4. Yes,
Bishop
yes.
F2 ideas
With ideas to go
yes.
bishop to F2, followed by knight to G3, maybe even block the escape of the queen with a pawn sacrifice with a move D5. There's a lot of opportunities right now, a lot of attacking opportunities for white. At the same time, F4 is a very committal move. Right. From a strategical point of view, you have the pawn on D4, which is going to be a weakness. You're weakening your king as well, and the dark squares around the king with the move F4. It's a committal move, but you probably should do it if you want to pose more problems, continuous problems for black. I almost feel like this type of positions, this IQP position, we see it in the Grigoriy game versus Fabi, we see it in this one. It's almost like a comeback of the IQP. When I was growing up, we were very happy to have the IQP, right? Because we were attacking, very often those attacks were successful. Then the engines came along, and then they were just like killing white's attack or the player with the IQP's attack. And right now they're coming back because you have a continuous pressure, and it feels like also there's very few ways to try to get an advantage out of the opening nowadays. So what you can achieve is a position in which you can fight for the dynamic play and the initiative, and that's exactly what these type of positions give you. We see it with the Nimzo, the A3 Nimzo, especially what we've seen in this one. We see it with Grigoriy's idea and those transitions from the Slav opening as well. So there's a lot of players wanting to play with the IQP nowadays, and that's especially why. You need a win, you're going to put some pressure on your opponent.
Your knee-jerk take on the move F2, F4, very, very committal. Do you like it?
Yes. Normally I try
And he
to
played
play
it.
aggressively.
Very aggressive.
Yes, I like such moves.
He
Yes,
did.
He
played
play.
it. Yeah, it's on the board.
Yes.
Wow, I take a deep breath. The
Baby-faced assassin, guys. I'm telling you,
Yeah, but it's
Ray
in the
Robson.
spirit of the position. Look at this queen. This queen has no moves. You know, you should try to catch it. Okay, one move at the moment.
No.
Yes.
And if you play it, it's pretty bad, I think.
No.
Yes, rook to F3 apparently is really bad.
Okay, I'm thinking to myself that I could play knight d5 and I can
Give
slip
some
away.
space, yes.
I have a
to
feeling
the
knight d5 is
E7
already pretty problematic. I take
square.
What do you take?
Takes with the rook, let's say.
With the rook. If you take with the pawn, I'm closing shot on this side with the move F5. You don't have time to get the queen back because then F6 is coming, right?
Gotcha.
Nice.
So you have to go queen to F6, but that's going to be the target of my knight. Knight to G3, knight H5, things of that nature. it's not looking good for black.
Okay, but here's what I actually did have in mind. After the move f4, Cristian, if you go to the current position?
Yes.
So what I actually had in mind was this idea that I can use knight d5 as I need it. I'll start with bishop b6. I'll start with bishop b6,
okay, all right,
trying to take advantage of the fact that you've played the move f4.
Okay.
And now I'll play knight d5.
Now you play knight d5.
Right. So
Bishop f2, you go queen h5,
well, I was
or do
trying
you want
to
to go back?
Queen e7. Yeah, I was trying to get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
I was afraid.
But now you need to weaken a little bit more, right?
I do.
With g6.
Sadly.
And then, again, I played slow with rook to d1. It gives white a very annoying initiative in the position.
You know, the funny part was when I put my bishop on b6, I thought that the pawn on d4
was hanging.
Was going to be a target.
Yes.
Not so much.
And not so
Just
much.
defended with everything, yes. This pawn, rook d1 also came into the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. No,
exactly. Impressive.
But
nice.
Yasser, I have a feeling that you're still not so sure that white is doing so great. Because I think you defended so many positions against isolated pawns. Yes, I have a feeling that it's very natural for you to have, a little bit initiative from white, but still you keep the position. And who knows, at one moment you can turn everything and exchange a couple of pieces, and this d4 pawn will be weak.
It's a battle.
Yeah. It's a battle.
It's a battle.
Yes.
It's a battle.
That's
None
great.
of the players have any sort of notion of a decisive advantage, nowhere close to that.
Right.
It's just going to be a battle.
Great. That's what we want.
It was one of my proudest moments in my chess career. I had just won the World Junior Championship. I just won the gold medal, and I had won it against Jim Plaskett. I had defended an isolated queen pawn position. There were two Soviet players in the field. They were Alex Chernin and Artur Yusupov. And they had both been trained by Dvoretsky, Mark Dvoretsky. So the three of them were in the analysis room, and Mark especially was the one telling me my position sucked. Like, you can't play like this isolated queen pawn position. You've given white too much dynamic possibilities. And for literally 2 hours, I was training with Mark Dvoretsky and refuting him.
Wow.
My second, John Donaldson, was sitting there going, and the guys walked away and said, "Okay, congratulations, you won the World Junior."
What a great story, because he wrote
it was a proud moment
some chapters
for me.
about isolated pawn.
Exactly, and he was such a trainer and a force as a teacher. So when Mark said this position's bad,
yes,
and he couldn't prove it.
Yasser, you don't believe it. That's what I feel now, that you were not so
convincing.
Sure. Yes,
it's like f4.
You're optimistic about Black's position.
A little bit. And of course, Irina has played c7, c6. Let's take a look around. Again, from day one, so many of the ladies' matches are 2-0.
They're very important.
All they need is a single draw. I'm going to jump to the game of Jennifer Yu. Jennifer, again, one of those players who needs to back-to-back victories. She's playing against Begum, and the last move, very important move by Black. c6, c5, liberating the bishop. And if nothing happens, if Jennifer can't land a blow soon, Black is going to be perfectly fine. And I think, just visually looking at it, everything looks good for Black. The bishops are looking good. The rooks are all there. Knight's very safe and solid. And do you see a way of imbalancing it in Jennifer's favor?
Yes, even, d5 is not possible, right? I mean, then you exchange pieces and it's something what you would try to do to block this bishop, but then the bishop on e2 is hanging, yes. So
exactly.
Even this is not possible.
Exactly, and if we capture, we're just going to recapture with the bishop, and then this majority really doesn't work at all. I'm just looking at the clocks, and you can see 62 minutes versus 25 minutes of full half hour in favor of Begum, and I think Begum's feeling it. She's your pick.
Yes.
You got some skin on this game, Cristian.
No, absolutely. She's doing quite well in this one. I have a feeling she just graduated. She just graduated.
So she's no longer in the...
Moved to
pressure,
St. Louis. She's playing at home on home turf. It does feel like this is her tournament. That's why I picked her. That's how I feel. That's how I think she feels as well. And she's definitely showing it, at least early on in this tournament.
Do you have those feelings, not of sadness or remorse or anything like that, when you lose students, like they graduate from your program?
Of course. It's like the kids flying out of the nest, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's the
way of the
law of the
world.
land. That's
They
the way
don't
it works.
fly too far, you know. She stays in St. Louis now. She moved
very
here, and
good.
she's taking care of social media also of St. Louis Chess Club.
Exactly.
So, you know, settling down in the
She flew in the neighbor's
capital
nest.
of
It's
chess.
okay.
Yes.
It's good.
Okay.
It's good. It's
She's
good.
not that far.
Yes.
Picking up the game of my pick, Alice Lee versus Tatev. Alice, in this precarious position after the move F2, F3, is navigating the waters perfectly.
Yes,
Bishop
I remember.
C5.
Yes,
Bishop
we checked
E3.
this.
Queen G5. Queen F4 was an alternative,
Yes.
but Queen G5 was
also
also
fine.
Again, that move Queen C1. Look at what Alice has played. Knight takes G3, and Tatev
Yeah, they followed that variation.
had to
Exactly.
follow our whole key line.
The whole thing.
And for Alice, again, she's the one in the driver's seat. She's got the 2 points versus none. All she needs is a draw. 2 bishops is compensation, but it's a pawn.
Yeah,
for
a pawn is a
crying out
pawn.
loud.
A pawn is a
Yeah.
pawn. I mean, you might try to do something like bishop takes f5 and rook e7 at the right moment.
And
But
then
once
rook
you
e7.
give me the light square bishop for that knight on f5,
Right.
opposite color bishops, even if you take your pawn back, that's going to be an easy draw. Right? Even if you
Exactly.
take 2 pawns, let's say you get the c7 and the d5.
But opposite color bishops.
With opposite color bishops, it's still very close to equality. So,
Exactly. So far, the players who are behind in the match are doing really well. And I think that Tatev is going to be challenged to do anything here. How about you? What's going on in the Fabi game?
there's a lack of confidence with Grigoriy, I have
He
to say.
didn't play
He
H4?
hasn't played a single move since.
Oh, no.
He's still thinking.
He's still thinking. I mean,
No.
he's really calculating that bishop to d2 line and the pawn sacrifice with knight to c2. But you need to play faster. I mean, 30 minutes against an hour, 51 minutes for Fabiano with such a complicated battle ahead. It's already a complicated battle, but you know that it's going to be extremely difficult to navigate in the next 10, 15, 20 moves,
Precisely.
right? There's going to be an attack. You're going to have to defend things of that nature. So
Right.
you need to make moves fast. There's a lack of confidence right now with Grigoriy. And Fabiano actually pointed that out. In his interview with Kostya yesterday, he said Grigoriy felt a little bit out of shape. And that's exactly what's happening right now. I have to say, it's an awkward situation playing with a player that you're going to try to help get
Wait, what
to the
about
World
you,
Championship
Cristian?
title.
Imagine you're playing with Fabio right now.
it's so
How would you
yeah.
feel, you know? You know how great player he is. You know?
It's very difficult. Yeah, it's an awkward situation for both players. Again, it's not only for Grigoriy, it's also for Fabiano. But you know, right now Fabiano is showing his mettle.
Exactly. Just looking at some other games, I'm moving to the game of two draws, the match where two draws were played, the
You mean
only
Sam
players.
Sevian against Levon Aronian?
Exactly.
How is
And
Levon
I
doing?
think Cristian really pegged the situation. The moment we saw the move bishop f6, rook e1, and it's sort of like, okay, if I'm white, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to play rook to d1, and I'm going to play d4, and I'm just going to have a very nice grip in the center.
Exactly.
Like, what are you going to do? I'm going to take more and more space. And the problem also is this knight on c6 really doesn't have a future at this moment. Levon did the best that he could. You mentioned bishop e6, rook
There was
d1.
also G5,
It's the most
I
natural.
remember.
The best was
Exactly.
g5, h5,
G5
some
was-
crazy stuff, right?
Wow. But again, that looked like
And it was
burning
good
bridges.
for rapid chess, but not so good
That's
for
a good-
classical chess.
Yeah.
Queen d7, okay, this is a kind of an indication that it's time to move the knight. I don't know if you want to go knight to d8 to e6. I don't know if you want to go knight to e7 to g6, but it's an indication that the queen's not comfortable on the e-file. Queen b5, rook d8, d4. And I must say, from my point of view, if I was in Sam Sevian's shoes, I'd say, okay, sign me up. I've got an advantage. I'm very happy to have this position as white. I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, it's a good question to have this kind of active defense or passive defense. Like it seems like Levon chose now just to stay and see what happens.
Right.
But the other way was like to play this move like G5. Yasser, would you play something like that?
First of all, I must say I really admire. There was one game in particular, I believe it was from the candidates, where it was Vladimir
Yes,
Kramnik.
it was on the other side against Levon.
Yes. And he has played G5.
Yes.
And he won, I have to say it, one of the most impressive games I've ever seen.
I remember
it was
in Berlin
unbelievable.
candidates, yes.
So I admire the people who can play moves like this after rook e1, that you can play moves like G5 and play G4 and H5, and you can believe in it.
That's a good point, Yasser. That's a good point.
I just don't believe in it.
No, look, the difference in that game was that still
He could
black had no castle. Yes,
queen
he
side.
could castle king side. Now
Right.
pushing pawns from your king, it's another story.
Right.
So it's not that easy to do so.
Cristian, jump in on it. Would you have played G5, H5?
No.
I'm
I would
the
go
only
with
one
bishop
who is
e6.
crazy enough to do so. It seems like that.
It's all about this bishop e6, right? It's not in the nature of the position generally, right?
Right.
But again, he had to sense the danger. If you play it in a static manner,
Yes, that's what.
you have to sense the danger, you're going to be squeezed. And that's exactly what's
will be
happening right
worse.
now. Queen to h5, if you follow it up, something along these lines.
Queen
at the right
H5.
moment. Yes, why not?
Intriguing.
I'm bringing this queen on this side. You cannot really attack it. You cannot really offer the queen trade. And at the right moment, I will play the move e5. This is the one thing that you need to really worry about because you know e5 is coming.
Wow.
Can you go rook to e8? Not really. You're not stopping me from going e5. I will break in the center at the right moment. So I have to say, I'm looking at the position. I don't see black's plan right now. How do you rearrange your pieces? And I see a very clear way, a very clear path forward for white, which is to play for e5. Do I strengthen my position on the king side with queen to h5 first? Perhaps. And this is exactly what Sam Sevian is thinking about right now. But he's in the driver's seat, and he has a great opportunity to take the lead in this one.
You know, it's funny, with the queen on b5, after the last move, b7, b6, my eye was naturally drawn to the c file, playing moves like rook to c1 and trying to exploit the c file, maybe on a good day also to follow it up with d5, so I could
sure
really
c7 is weak and
focus on c7. And the move queen h5 was not in sight.
Yes.
But then when it was suggested, and you sit there and you go, okay, you go queen h5, you go knight b4, you go b3, you just cover, and the queen is just hovering. And it starts to be a little bit scary because you start thinking as black, well, white is going to play e5, bishop f4, and maybe just go on a rampage.
Actually, there are three pieces of white there on the king side, and there are
now
no
it makes
defenders.
perfectly sense. Yes. And you start to say, well, no, my attack is not on the queen side.
Wow.
It's on the king side. Queen
Maybe
h5.
it's still possible to play the way you proposed, Yasser. I don't know. I think it's still possible line like rook c1 and d5.
Sure.
It's also the question of your style. What some people say that there are always few options, and then it depends on what kind of player you are.
Right.
Probably I would look still at the king side. It is just my the way I play.
Love it.
But I also think that rook c1 is really, really great approach.
Back to you, Coach. What do we have?
Well, we often have
pauses.
a say within the chess commentators' circles. Say move faster.
Yes.
Yes.
Was better.
He should have played h4 like half an hour ago, right?
Better,
He spent half an hour ago. He played the move h4.
But he found it. That was important too.
Again, it's not the best move by the engine.
Yeah, but
and I was saying this is the most practical decision. Bishop to d2 apparently is the best move by the engine. Obviously not bishop to f4.
That's not accurate.
But h4, from a practical perspective, if you do want to force me or at least to tempt me to go h6, that's going to create some weaknesses in black's position. So I do like this move, h4. He should have done it a long time ago. Right now, with only 29 minutes on the clock against 46, still plenty of chances for him. He found the right move. He still has great dynamic in the position. So definitely this one is going to be one to follow, because I have a feeling it is going to explode in the next few moves.
Just to be clear, Cristian, long think, wrong think, but in this case, how long was
I don't have the exact stats, but I think it was something along the lines of 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes. Okay. And for a game where you're only getting 90 minutes.
For the whole game.
Yeah, that's quite the investment indeed. Let's just go to the game of Ray Robson. I'm more than curious to see, did Ray wake up in that game? That was the F4 game, and
I think we were just getting a move from Fabi. Can we get back to?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, maybe we can see the camera, see if see what
camera?
he decided to play. He did make a move. It's not on the king side.
It's not h6, definitely.
He did not play.
It's not
Not
F6.
f6 either.
You played bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Yeah.
That's his move. Very stable move. Yeah, very stable move. Not creating any weaknesses, any unnecessary weaknesses on the king side. And he's putting the pressure on the clock. Clock is ticking, Grigoriy. You have to make your decisions faster.
And coming back to Ray Robson, yes,
Yes.
this nice position with the 4 move,
F4,
yes?
yeah, and this
very
is
critical
where,
moment.
Both
Leinier.
Leinier and Ray have reputations, deservedly so, of time trouble, shall we say, addictions.
Yes. Yes.
They get into time trouble very often. I can't see Leinier's clock for some reason.
31 minutes.
31 minutes,
I see
yes,
a
right
0-0.
now.
I see
So
43. And after the move F2, F4, I suggested bishop B6, but what's the engine suggestion?
Knight to
Cristian?
E7.
Knight to E7.
Knight to E7. Try to shuffle this knight potentially towards D5 or F5.
Makes sense.
Makes sense, but it also looks quite
Scary.
dangerous.
Yes,
Very
like-
scary, because you do allow me to go
Bang,
bishop
bang,
2,
bang.
knight G3, bang, bang, bang. You go with the queen on A5.
Drive me all the way across the board.
Right. Now, knight to E4, maybe queen to D3 is an option, but maybe I don't even have to do this. Maybe
it
perhaps
was-
after knight E7, I can start with the move rook to F3. And this is a key move in a lot of these situations. My guess is that what you want to do with this move, rook to F3, is in fact play the move G4, if you think about it.
And bishop
the queen
F2,
looks-
yes.
It defends the H3
Yes.
pawn, and then bishop to F2 comes very quickly. So you
Right.
need to pay close attention to this entrapment of the queen on H4
You can get
on the king side.
ensnared. Yeah.
It can get very quickly ensnared.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
So what actually black should play here? Like
Knight
knight
F5?
F5?
Knight
bishop
F5,
F2?
or you have to run with
No,
the
but
queen.
bishop F2 then immediately.
Yes, knight.
I mean,
Well,
G4.
no,
Like, are you ready
rook
to
is
give
hanging.
up?
This
G4,
looks
knight takes
so
G4.
dangerous.
Knight takes G4, yes, and you cannot play. Okay, this is nice
But this
line.
is still
Let's check
this is
it,
still a
yes.
position that you need to assess, right?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute. Remember, I asked you about a rook for the 2, and you said to
I
me a
said
rook
that I
is
don't
only
want,
worth
yes.
4.5.
But here it's a different story.
Yeah,
Yasser.
exactly.
Look at this king. I'm not sure.
And look at the next move.
Yeah, baby.
No, E5.
Yeah.
That's
What
a big
move.
problem, right? If you
Blow.
take with the pawn, I take with the bishop. You cannot take with the d pawn because the queen
Yes.
is. So I'm breaking the position in front of your king, and that's why the assessment is such in black's favor, right?
Yeah, but to play knight F5, you have to check all these lines.
So difficult, so difficult. So that's why Leinier is spending so much time right now thinking about this position. It's not an easy one, I have to say. And while he's thinking,
Yes.
Ray Robson is thinking as well.
Exactly.
On his opponent's clock, as you can see. He's not sleeping. Don't let him fake you with his stance, right? He's not sleeping. He is right now trying to calculate absolutely everything in the position. He knows time is going to be of the essence.
Exactly. A quick question for you. When you're at the chessboard and you're thinking, and obviously your opponent's thinking as well, your clock is ticking. Are you calculating tactics or are you thinking strategically? Conversely, when you're not under pressure, your opponent is thinking and your opponent's having a long think, do you start thinking tactically or strategically, or are you always thinking the same way, whether it's your clock ticking or not? Because I have a very clear distinction.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No, for me, I think it depends on position, of course, but
Right.
since I'm also this kind of player who spends a lot of time and I don't have enough time, I'm trying to use this chess to think about the position, even when my opponent is thinking. But at the same time, I also like to walk a little bit and check what's happening on the other boards.
Right.
So just to relax for a bit of time. And then I come back to the board and again keep thinking about the position. I wouldn't really know, I just would go through the lines and try to, also, you know what I'm trying to do? Try to see where opponent is looking.
Right.
Which directions. So which move
Yes.
probably he's thinking. It can give you some tips in case if you check your opponent's reaction
Right.
and also his mood, her mood, and it also can give you some information at this moment. What about you, Yasser?
For me, and I tried to do this very, very specifically, and it was something I trained myself to. So when my clock is ticking, I'm calculating. Move, talk, calculating. When I am not under the pressure of the clock, I'm sitting back, my opponent's thinking, and I'm looking and I start thinking, what is my opponent trying to do? What are they looking at? Where are they going? And I start to think strategically. I can fantasize.
Like you see the whole
I could just have a fantasy. I'm under no pressure. But when it's my turn, I'm thinking, move on move. And then when it's not my turn, I'm thinking holistically about the strategy of the game.
Wow, how did you come to this conclusion, and how actually you
because of the clock.
Decide? Yes.
Because of the clock. Because when you're in time trouble,
yes,
you don't have these brilliant,
option.
great ideas. You're worried about losing the game.
Yes.
So you have your next move prepared, right? You're in time trouble. But when your opponent has thinking, then you have this luxury of what are they trying to do? What would be a good what would be a fantasy for me? Where could I put my pieces? So that was why I was asking. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Sam Shankland and Wesley So, because it's been a while when we left it. Remember that very controversial decision by Sam Shankland to allow the trade of queens.
Exactly.
We thought, look, you're playing Wesley So, you're going to go into an endgame where you're a little bit better. That's not a game you're going to win. Better to try to play Queen C2, Knight G3, G5, and go checkmate. Just, go there. Knight G3, Wesley pounce, let's trade queens, and let's stop the move Knight F5. What are you going to do? Well, Sam said, you know what? I'm going to prepare the E3, E4 break. Wesley said, do your best, do your worst. Knight A6, A3.
To prevent knight B4?
Exactly. When we do play E4 and there's an isolated queen pawn, eventually the knight is going to come to B4 with the tempo. So A3, rook D8, trying to discourage the break E4. Knight E8. That's strange. I would have somehow expected a more natural move, rook E8. Okay, Knight E8, E4. Sam said, look, if I don't play it now, I may not get a good chance in the future. And look at this move, Wesley saying, you know what? It's all about the isolated queen pawn, and I just want to attack it. Once I put the knight on E6, I'll block the effectiveness of the rook on E1, and I'll attack the pawn on D4. Makes sense? Give me the pawn on A5. No can do. Give you the pawn
Still, I want this pawn. Yes, so what?
And we have caught up with the players. But wait a minute. There's a bishop hanging on E7.
And also pawn on A4.
And a pawn on A4. Shall we look at the most forcing move? Give me your rook.
Knight C5, threatening the rook, and you cannot take the knight. Or maybe you can. Let's check it. Rook D3, rook E7, but then rook D2 comes.
Exactly. And oops, that worked out good for black. So Knight C5, you're going to have to move the rook, right?
Exactly. You don't have a choice. Then
where?
You have two options, E3 and F3.
Let's choose one.
Yes,
we'll go F3. Now I pause for just a moment because I do have the move rook takes D4, as well as I know Wesley so well. He's this very solid player, he gives you nothing. He just says, okay, you made an isolated queen pawn. You want to trade it? You want to go knight takes a4 and let me play knight or rook takes d4? I don't see this as anywhere near an advantage for white.
Absolutely.
I really like Wesley's position here. And after knight c5, let's try the other one. I don't see how this would necessarily change. I'm looking for an imbalance. If I'm in Sam Shankland's shoes, I've got to force an imbalance like this, where, okay, I've given you a pass d-pawn, but I don't know. Cristian, I'm not feeling it for Sam Shankland on this one. What have you been looking at?
No, and I have to say I agree. And I stated that from the beginning of this endgame. Don't allow the queen trade, because it's going to be so difficult to outplay Wesley with such a minimal advantage. It's very, very difficult. And it doesn't seem like on his 20th attempt, Sam Shankland is going to be able to take down Wesley So in that one. Knight to c5 is a very good move in that position. Let's see what's happening in this Jennifer Yu versus a Begim, because Jennifer is in a must-win situation as well,
right,
trailing 0-2. And the position is not very promising, to be honest. After this last move, rook c to d8, the plan for black is very simple. I want to trade off with the queen side completely shut down by this pawn structure. All I have to do is exchange the rooks, and that's exactly what Begim is doing. Rook to d1, rook takes d3. Unfortunately for you, you cannot take on d3 with the queen and take control over the d-file, because I have the move knight to f4. I can even throw in potentially a bishop takes g2. There's tactics in the position. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2, knight to f4, or just simply knight to f4 first. Right. So unfortunately, after rook to d1, you have to accept the trade of both rooks, all four rooks, in fact, both pairs of rooks. So this one is obviously in black's favor. The knight is very good in this close position. You don't really have any attack going on without the major pieces on the board. So I have to say this one is most likely going to go Begim's way. I don't see Jennifer creating any sort of separation in this game.
And of course, that would mean victory in the match for Begim, and she will stay in the champions bracket, and Jennifer would fall down into the elimination bracket. We're in break territory. What are we going to do for the people on in the break?
Yes, so now it's a time for break, and Sabino for sure asked this question, all the players, which time control they prefer to play. So let's have a look.
All right, see you on the other side.
How do you feel about the new format of this event with two time controls being played in the same day?
Oh, I think it's fun. I think Tony is always thinking to spice it up and to make it interesting. I generally love this tournament because the double knockout is a really good idea, and I think a lot of tournaments just understood how good it is, and they start employing it everywhere. So it's exciting.
Well, it's interesting. I myself prefer it to be the same format, but that's just me, that's just my opinion. I just like when things don't change. But it's for sure exciting. I'm very grateful to be part of this tournament. I still don't know 100,000% what the new format is, but basically we'll see how it turns out.
It's very interesting, especially because you kind of switch time control from game 1 to game 2. So you're playing both classical and rapid at the same day. So that could be a little bit tricky. But I think it's also a little bit more exciting for the fans because like last year, with a few matches, like both classical games ended in a draw without much fight, and then players just proceeded to play tie breaks. This year it's just not possible because you have to play a rapid game after the first classical game, and then you actually have a more clear situation, like going into the second classical game, what is it, like what's happening in the match, and probably you're not going to force a draw.
Yeah, the format's very interesting. Usually it's 2 classical games, and if it's tied, we then play rapid. But this time it's kind of like you have to show off your skills at different time controls at the same time. So even if you don't do well in one of them, you can come back in the other. So, I mean, I don't think it's ever been done before, so it's a first, and it's going to be exciting.
I think it's fine. It's interesting. We won't know until we see it happen, but I've sort of always thought that classical chess is a bit too slow. I think a lot of other people share that sentiment, but I think the solution is not to chop it all the way down to rapid chess, and I very much like the idea of having somewhat faster classical chess, and I think this will be fantastic.
I actually really like the format. I've never seen it where it's like classical and rapid on the same day, especially. Like not even just myself having played, but just seeing any tournament like that. And I think it's really interesting. I'm a little bit worried that like I won't be able to like, concentrate in the second game because I'll be like already thinking about the first game, or I'll be like tired or something. But I think it definitely makes it more exciting, and yeah, I think it's a good format.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual. It can lead to maybe some strange results. I think we might see that. It's a bit of an experiment, I have to say. So I'm never opposed to experiments, especially when we're not, playing for, let's say, the World Championship or something, a tournament like this. It's a good place to experiment a bit with the format and see what works and what's exciting. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I like in general the mix of classical, rapid, blitz, and so on. I don't know if I would have formatted it this way, but we'll see. It definitely will be a fun event, and generally speaking, usually you get the most deserving winner, regardless of the format. Usually you get the player who's in best form winning the event.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We were
analyzing the games. We weren't ready for the prompt.
Exactly, yes. But before we check the games, maybe it's time just to remind our viewers we don't have any results so far today. We only have results from the previous day. And at the moment, we'll check the brackets.
The results, actually,
the results, yes.
from the open section.
Yeah, so 2-0 in favor of Fabiano Caruana. So far, he's leading in the match against Grigoriy Oparin. Levon Aronian has equal score with Sam Sevian, 1-1. Leinier Dominguez versus Ray Robson is the same, 1-1, but they didn't make 2 draws. They actually won both of the games. Right. And then Wesley So is playing against Sam Shankland, and Wesley is leading at the moment with 1.5 to half a point.
Yeah, they traded victories. And in the ladies, what results have you? No draws.
No draws, yes, all decisive games. Irina Crush lost the first classical game against Zoe Tang, and she managed to bounce back, and she won the second one in the rapid section, and she has 1-1 at the moment. Anna Zatonsky versus Nazi Paikidze, she's losing the match at the moment 2-0.
Right.
Alice Lee is leading against Tatia Abrahamyan 2-0 as well. Bekim Tokhirjonova has 2 points against Jade for you, and so it means they need only half a point in this game to win the matches.
Exactly, and it's genuinely true, folks. What do we do on our breaks? Oh, we look at the games, and really, this really happened. Anastasia says, "What would have happened? You didn't show the people. What would have happened if Sam Shankland sacrificed the exchange?" And when we came back, we were
Yes,
looking
we
at
saw
the
it, yes,
exchange
yeah.
sacrifice. So he did that.
I didn't
Knight
know what's
C5,
going on actually.
of
Yes,
course.
Yasser. It was just my feeling that what about
Wait
this
a minute,
knight?
this knight-
Where this knight goes? Like what happens after knight d3? And maybe we have a
Exactly.
chance to win this knight, not immediately, but in a good day.
Exactly. And the idea was you're going to put the knight on f6, you're going to put the bishop on c3, and you're going to ask some questions. Oh, pardon me, king c2. You're going to ask some questions about this knight. But this knight coming to f6, that precipitated a move we had not looked at. We didn't look at this move, f7, f5. And that's a very good move because you do not want to see that knight landing. Bishop h6,
Bishop h6.
Rook f7. I think we've caught up to the players. Let me just double check. Yeah, Rook f7. And Sam's going all in, Cristian, on this one.
Yeah, Wesley So, more like Cashly So, because he's punching his tickets into the next round if he wins this game.
Yeah.
And he's finding all the money moves. Take a look at this. Knight to c5, as you were mentioning, Rook takes c7. Look, Sam Shankland is the type of player that does not want to accept this type of positions after Rook to f3, Knight to b3. You're not winning this in a million years, right? So unfortunately, you're going to have to go all in. He did go for that, but he missed a lot of these tactics. f5, first, very good move. Bishop to h6, Rook to f7, second, very good move. Now the question is, what
Knight f6,
happens
yes.
after Knight to f6? And I do believe that this is what Sam Shankland has calculated from afar. He was looking at Rook takes f6, Rook takes g7, King to h8. Maybe I take on b7. I have Bishop to g5 coming. I have Bishop g7 coming. I have some play, right? I have some activity in the position. You don't have time to take the pawn on d4. But guess what? After Knight to f6, I can just simply go King to f8.
Cold-blooded.
It's such a weird-looking position. I'm not going to lie. Look at this block of pieces right here. And unfortunately, you cannot take on h7.
Yes, you lose
because
the
then
rook.
I take your rook on e7. You cannot keep the rook on the 7th rank. And this is critical because of my rook on f7. So you have to go, well, first of all, you have to move the rook and you have to defend the knight on f6. So the only way to do so is by playing the move rook to e6. Guess what he missed?
Strange.
Knight to f4.
Oh no.
You
And
cannot
the pin.
touch this knight with the
Overloaded.
bishop because that would release the pin on the knight on g7 and I'm going to be able to just simply take it. So after knight to f4, I do believe that this is the move that he missed. You can also start with f takes g4. You have a couple of ideas, but they're all related to at some point playing the move knight to f4.
Right.
Unfortunately, this is just going to be really bad for white because now, guess what? I'm hiding my king on h8. I went to f8 first. I forced you to go rook to e6. Now I'm going to h8. No more checks. You have to simplify the position. You have to go rook to e3 or something along those lines. I can just simply take on f6. I can continue with knight to g2. I have so many options in the position to have a decisive advantage. Decisive advantage, which means that if Wesley wins this one, he goes on to the next round.
I just remind everybody we are in match play, so really it is the first player to score 2.5 points. The players will not have to play a fourth game if you're 2.5 or 3-0 ahead. By the way, the rook trade by Sam Shankland, that was something he really did not want to see because rook takes, king takes, knight g5 check on the board. Well, I'll just hang around. Oh, what am I talking about? There's bishop takes g7?
And knight
What am I
f6
missing?
idea, yes? Okay.
What am I missing? Hold on. So, well, I have no choice,
For
right?
example, king g8. Let's see.
Yeah. And
This
I'm
is
gonna
perhaps
take.
something that he was thinking that is going to happen. The problem is that I will go king g8.
So
And
now
bishop
I'm
takes
not obliged
G7?
to
Now I
take
take
on
on
g7.
G4.
You take on g4.
Yes, and take
Okay,
on f2.
I don't want to see. Yeah, I don't want to see this pawn on h3. So, okay, I mean, I'm not going to rescue my bishop and allow you to take this pawn. So I'll take on g4.
That's okay. Knight takes f2.
And
I
knight
pick
takes
up the
G4?
pawn on g4 as well.
But
and
it's still...
this is actually really bad for
Okay,
white.
how ironic that I was asking you
Yes,
these
exactly.
questions
I know,
about two minor pieces in the rook, right?
Yeah, but it's again different story.
A different
yes, I mean
story.
we have two passed pawns on the king's side.
And you cannot
Exactly.
preserve your bishop either. Because
Yes, and
once
then
you go
you-
knight e5, I take on g4, I'm attacking that
bishop,
bishop.
yes.
If you move it anywhere else, I'm picking up the d4 pawn as well.
Exactly.
So, and then, you know,
Knight
next move is
e4,
h5,
yes, knight
h4, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm deathly afraid of is this h pawn rushing up the board. So again, it does look like Wesley's in the driver's seat on this one.
Yeah.
What's going on in the Fabi game? Because when we came into break, I saw they were in an ending suddenly.
Not really an ending, right?
That's true.
But
Late
things
middle game,
have,
yes.
you're right, things have
Lots of
simplified
trades.
a little bit, right? After h4, he played the move bishop to c6. That was another move that stopped Grigoriy in his tracks. Knight takes c6, knight a6, and he decided to go for this transition. The problem is you're exchanging so many pieces, right? You've traded a couple of pairs of minor pieces. Your attack is going nowhere anymore, unfortunately. On the king side, you don't have enough pieces to attack me. Rook to b8, g3, h6. This is the position, and he needs to find something. He needs to find a way to create any sort of separation. At some point, these two pawns are going to be traded off. You're going to be working against my weakness on the a file. I'm going to be working against your b2 weakness. There just simply isn't enough material. You don't have a great way to attack me. This pawn is not going anywhere. I just created some luft for my king. I have to say, I'm not seeing the danger. And it does seem like Grigoriy is not seeing it either. Neither is Fabi. 10 minutes for Grigoriy, really trying to find something, really trying to create something, but there just simply isn't anything in the position.
Grigoriy coming into this event, again, it's his maiden experience. He's going up against the #1 seed in the tournament and the #2 player in the world.
Yes.
And, you know, you really want to make a splash. You know, you're so excited to play with these top players and you want to show what you're capable of. And when a top player like Fabi is in great form and he just doesn't allow you to do anything,
I mean, it doesn't feel great, yes, at the moment.
It doesn't feel
but
great.
I don't know. Fabi said also yesterday that he would be happy with the draw in the classical game. Of course, it will give him a victory in the match, even though he might lose a couple of points, raising points. But he said it's going to be good for him. Yeah, and I keep my eye on the game of in the ladies section. I don't really understand what's going on in the Nasi game. Yes.
I will turn to that game immediately. I have Sam Sevian's game against Levon Aronian on my screen, and we got to this very, very key moment right here. I love the move that Sam played, b2, b3, in anticipation of the knight coming to b4. I didn't want to trade queens and go into what I feel is a slightly better ending for white. Rather, I wanted to keep queens on the board. Now, I have to admit that I saw the engine suggestion of queen h5.
Yes, we all saw it.
And then when I kept that position on my board, I warmed to the fact that the queen is on h5 and it's just kind of like there. And on h5, there would be ideas of both e5, of course, but also more saliently, bishop f4, bishop takes h6, maybe, crazily enough, even something as wacko and as crazy as knight h2 to g4. In other words, the move queen h5 is full attacking mode and with justification. Somehow it's rare to see the queen leading the attack. You want to have a g4, g5, and the pawn leading the attack. So for Sam, he doesn't have his chess engine. He said, you know what? My queen's actually very nice, very good on e2.
Okay.
And it's a little disappointing.
Yes. Yeah, we were
because we were in this attack mode with queen on e2. Still advantage for white, but maybe missing an opportunity there with queen h5. Cristian, I'm going to jump over to you as I set up.
Yes, this position, yes.
And you are exactly right about that one.
Yeah.
Still advantage for Sam Sevian, but definitely that b5 move created some havoc in the position, and that's exactly what Aronian wants to see.
Right.
This one is crazy.
Yes, that's why I said
Paikidze versus Zatansky.
Something is happening.
Let's go.
This one is absolutely crazy. Take a look at this position. First of all, I don't even want to know how we got to this position. Obviously, white was trying to do something on this side. Black nicely defended with a move f5 to create this defensive mechanism on the 7th rank. Rook comes to g8, bishop on the king on h8, very nicely placed. But this last move, this was the position that I was analyzing, and I was looking at this bishop takes f1.
Okay.
The best move for white was actually to go c4 in the position, just leave the bishop there. Because if you do take on f1, then I can just simply take on c3.
Right.
It does feel like after rook to e1, I go bishop to e6, I do defend the pawn on e6. Everything seems to be protected. And I do have some extra pawns on this side, right? And they're going to be very aggressive once we enter the endgame phase of the game. So what she did was b takes c3, it seems like, but this allows bishop takes a6, rook takes a6, I would assume is going to come. I don't think he wants to allow the light square bishop to stay on the board.
No.
Even though there is a question, right? I mean, I can take on d2, allow the bishop to roam around, and at least there's no knight coming to e5, right?
Okay.
So if you go rook takes a6, maybe knight to c4, there is a knight coming to e5, which looks dangerous, in my estimation at least. So still a decision to be made in this position. I think we have rook takes a6, yes. Knight to c4, but the trend is exactly the same as the first game yesterday. Anna had a great position.
Coming out of the opening.
Borderline winning, coming out of the opening. And unfortunately for her, was not able to tame the position and find the right moves in time trouble situation. And that's exactly what's happening right now. 14 minutes for Anna, 36 minutes for Nazi Paikidze. I have to say, from a practical perspective, again, I'm looking at the position, the engine is saying black is doing well. From a practical perspective, and I'm combining the practicality of the position as well as the time situation, I feel that Nazi has a great situation right now, a great opportunity to clinch the match.
All right, and you see, all she needs is a draw to do precisely that. I've got the game of Zoe and Irina. When we left it, I really felt that with the move c7, c6, that Irina, an extra pawn up, and just the fact that this bishop on e2 is so passive. Just that's it.
Yeah, we left the position thinking that Irina is basically winning,
technically winning. And let's see what has happened. Bishop e6, queen c7, c5, rook d8, move that and rook d4. Oh, that's a really, really nice move. Reminding white, by the way, your pawn on e4 is hanging. And Zoe said, okay, in for a penny, in for a pound. Bishop a6. And we do have more moves. Queen e7. I'm a little bit surprised by that move. For my taste, I understand queen takes c5 is really, really great. I'm a pawn grabber. Rook takes e4. If you want to do something like this, I would just very happily, and I'll start my attack, and it looks like all of white's pieces are simply offsides. In other words, our defending champion looks really good in terms of taking a lead in the match, and I'm sure her move, queen e7, is equally strong. This clump of pieces are not making a positive impression, whereas, you know, this pawn on c5, this pawn on e4, all very, very weak. And Irina got a wake-up call in that first game, losing the classical game against the number 8 seed, Zoe. And what do you have in Jennifer and Begum?
Look, Jennifer is trying, and we did get to a position very similar to what we were looking at. She did the Begum, that is with black pieces, managed to exchange both pairs of rooks.
Right.
And we get this position in which Jennifer is just trying to push her pawns, trying to create something on the king side. If at some point you manage to displace the knight on g6, control the f5 square, and create a battery on the b1, h7 diagonal, then you're going to have a great opportunity at least giving a check on h7.
To squeeze.
That's about it. You're giving a check on h7.
Or, you know, you're getting a squeeze.
Even there, even if you give that check, let's say I go knight e7 on my own accord, I'm starting to lose some tempes, I'm not doing absolutely anything, and then you get the ideal position. You control everything, you're ready to give a check. Yeah. That's fine. I'll let you give a check.
Really?
I'm still defending with knight g8.
No way.
And you're still not doing anything.
And actually, there are some ideas already.
Okay, first of all, I see queen d2.
Yes.
I wanted to play
you're lost with white right now.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Suddenly you're lost with white.
Sorry.
Because it's queen d1, queen
d2.
Both threats.
The point being, you got absolutely everything you wanted in the position, and you're still not close to finishing me off right now. So, I have to say, a miracle would have to happen for Begim to lose this position. She doesn't have to do much. She only has to shuffle the pieces back and forth. Show me what you got. Show me how you're going to create something.
But it's the most difficult, you know, just to stay and do nothing and not to give anything.
Yeah.
For
Not
your
when you need a
opponent.
draw, though.
Yeah.
And the position is simple enough that she understands that. She understands that she doesn't have to do anything. There's not much pressure. There's no weaknesses, there's no targets that White can get to. There's not much pressure. So I think Begim is in great shape right now.
Oh, you just saw Jennifer playing King E2. In that variation you were talking about where the queen was coming to D2 as well as D1, this move, King E2, kind of covers the business squares,
yes.
Jennifer. That makes a lot of sense. But I'm seeing a bit of a miracle, and I admit, I mean, it's hyperbole on my part, but I'm referring to the game of Tatev and Alice Lee. Now, I've chosen Alice Lee. She's been my pick, and to win the ladies part.
So you're trying to say you're biased.
Yes, I have I have skin
a little bit biased.
in the game, but Tatev has achieved something that I think is really remarkable. Okay, she sacrificed a pawn for the two bishops, but she got exactly the position she could have hoped for. And check this out. Are you familiar with one of the great strategic masterpieces of like the previous century? Karpov versus Unziker.
Bishop A7.
Bishop
Yes.
A7.
Yes.
Okay, Karpov played the move Bishop A7, doubled his rooks on the A file. In this case, it's the bishop that's led the way. So the bishop on E7 and the doubled rooks on the E file, C7, C6. Again, nothing terrible has happened to Alice's position. But you can start to see that King, let me just put a few moves on the board where you start to see like, whoa, 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 whoa. I mean,
you go to C7,
now
I go Rook E7.
Rook E7, right?
There's
and there's a
something.
real challenge here that I start to like White's position.
Yes.
So I'm just saying that, you know, Tatev's got a huge, huge request. She needs to win back-to-back and to win this position as well with White. But she's in it with a shout. This, if you put your bishop on F6, that's pretty clear compensation. And by the way, let me just...
the problem is...
Yes, sir.
What it does seem like Alice is doing...
Yes, after bishop
is
D7.
not doing anything.
Yes, she's just
waiting.
She's waiting, right?
How do you increase the pressure?
No, H4, H5, and then you threaten to take maybe on G6 with some
Right.
H1 ideas, who knows.
So she's going for that. King to G3.
King to G3.
First step. Yes.
Step one, right?
I like it.
And you know, okay, if you're going to do nothing, let's say you do nothing. This is where.
Can I go H5 now?
Oh, H5.
Can I go
in
H5
this
myself?
Position.
Yes. Once you go H4, I want to go H5.
Okay, fair. But you're not threatening to take, so we're just going to keep. We're going to keep the tension over there.
Yeah.
Now I have to channel my inner Anastasiya here because she's so aggressive.
I'm trying.
Do you
I'm
like
trying to
C4?
find. Yes, let's go
Let's
for
go.
C4. Yes,
That's
Okay,
what I
we're
want.
gonna go
That's
C4.
actually what I want.
Yes.
Because now I take on C4.
Yes, and
Yeah.
then you would
And I
take
have
the
bishop E6 with a tempo on both bishops.
Because E7 is hanging. Yes, you want to play
Well,
this.
oh, and you're going to take
on
E7.
Yes, yes.
Ah, you're mean.
Tricky.
Tricky man, you're mean. I wanted to play bishop F6. So
Okay,
I've
we
done
have
it
to
wrong.
get ready for this. I mean, he is not threatening to take on G4. We can do some moves like B3 maybe. I don't know.
B3.
Yes.
Channel
The same
our
idea.
inner Nigel Short and bring our king to
H6.
H6.
Good idea.
That
Also,
game,
yes.
you
At
like
least we
B3.
can threaten it. We can
Yeah.
play King F4 and just.
Okay.
You know.
We
King
like
F4, 96.
96, yes,
Problem.
unfortunately, yes.
And we have our ideas.
All right, let's go B5.
Oh.
Let's assume I'm not
B5.
giving you anything. I'm trying not to give you any shot at anything.
And you haven't missed a trick so far, Coach.
You were supposed to be more confident.
Exactly. He's off our Christmas wish list. No Easter bunny for you.
So the idea is like we cannot really move the bishop from e7, yes, because black will immediately take on e5 and play rook e8.
You know,
Yes.
for me, this is a position where you have builders like Anatoly Karpov, Bobby Fischer. They've got something, some kind of a bind, but now I don't see the follow-up.
Yes, like we cannot screw, we cannot actually do anything.
Yeah, we've
I have
achieved a
an idea.
lot.
All right, guys.
You're going to help us.
One very small.
Small
idea.
help.
All right, let's go.
Bishop f6?
Let's go back. Let's go back. I don't want my pawn on h4, basically.
Yes.
I want to go, let's say, h3.
H3.
Sure, something like that.
So what, you want f4,
F4,
f5?
No. You
So,
will see,
okay, I'll wait.
Okay, now I go king h4.
He is channeling in his inner Nigel Short. I mean, look at that king. It's going up the board.
Maybe it's her idea, by the way. That's why
I
he
want to
would
go
let king
with
to
the king
c3.
on f6. So
Even
you go,
f6.
Well, king
Okay.
g5, knight e6. Now I have to go king f6 to defend my bishop on e7.
Good point.
That's my plan, to make that happen somehow.
Wow.
And then you play h4, h5.
Well, that shows some kind of a domination, right? That you could even have such ideas.
No, actually,
of-
you go king h6 and you block the pawn h, and then you play h4, h5.
Oh, that would be great. That would be great.
I mean, if she really can do it, it's gonna be one of the greatest games in
ever.
history.
But while
Unbelievable.
we're enjoying ourselves,
Yes.
one person, Tatev, is 7 minutes.
That's a problem.
She's almost a half an hour behind on the clock. So that ticking clock, that pressure, there we see
That's the Anna
Nazi
with
and
black pieces versus Nazi by Keats.
let's go to that game. Over to you, Cristian.
Sure, yeah.
If you pick up the
let's
Nazi
check
game.
that one and see exactly what's happening. It seems like directors think something is happening in that one. Trying
It could be action.
All right, so knight to c4 did come on the board. Bishop to f6, obviously to defend against knight to e5.
Right.
Do not allow the knight to jump on e5 without being able to take it, because knight f7, I mean, it's just ugly.
Don't go there.
allow the knight to go to e5.
Right.
So bishop f6, rook to c1, rook to g4.
I
This is
love
what
this
we have.
move. I love this
How
move
about
by
the time situation? Do you love the time situation?
for Anna. That's a
It's
luxury.
9 minutes against 32
Oh, come
minutes.
on.
Knight to e3 was played.
I've seen Anna have these positions with 2 minutes on her clock.
I'm not liking this anymore. You know why? Because I'm taking my pawn back.
Are you?
Yes.
I go rook takes d4.
You go, oh, you're opening up this diagonal. That might be problematic. Okay, rook takes d4, bishop takes a d4, and in fact, knight takes d5 is already losing for you.
My rook on a6.
Boom.
And the bishop,
Oh.
yes. That's a problem, yes.
She might actually fall for this.
That's so easy to miss.
That's easy
because
to miss.
The rook on a6 hasn't been bothering anybody at all.
That is so easy to miss.
Oh my gosh.
I think we might see a car crash in real time right now. I
Oh
think
my
she's going to
gosh.
go for a rook takes d4. So we should look at the game. Knight takes c3, an incredible trap set
That
by
is brilliant
Nazi
because I am sure when Anna played the move rook g4, she had queen takes h5 in mind,
Yes.
as well as rook takes
d4.
d4.
Exactly. What is the alternative instead of rook d4?
Maybe you can
rook
take on
e4?
e3, right?
Yes. and-
Okay.
Take on e3, queen
Yes.
takes e3, queen takes
Takes
h5. But then I just simply go bishop to f4.
Okay, wow. I was going to say that this, I mean, again, when you play a move like rook g4, you really feel good because it's one of those positions where you're thinking, hey, I got this pawn because I blocked the defense, and I've got this pawn in my grasp. Rook takes d4, bishop takes it. You are not, I want to emphasize, thinking that my rook is a target.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not even, nobody's attacking it. But knight e3, oh my gosh, it's so easy to fall for
It's
this
easy,
trap.
yes.
Rook takes d4.
No, she didn't take. She played queen
She
h5.
did
yes.
play queen
Probably
takes
just
h5.
saw it,
Is
yes.
that a exchange sacrifice? Wait
It
a minute.
looks like that. Yes.
Wait a
So-
minute. She didn't. She
She
did.
didn't take on e3 first, yes?
She
yeah,
didn't
the knights are still on the board, so queen h5.
Wow. So she could have played knight takes e3, queen takes e3, or bishop takes
Takes
e3.
e3 and then queen h5.
Queen takes 5. She sacrificed the exchange. Well,
Let's
again,
have a look. It's interesting.
match situation requires.
But maybe you cannot take the rook because the bishop on h6 is hanging. How do you?
I saw
queen h1.
Alpha Zero.
Wow.
And I've always wanted to emulate Alpha Zero.
Nice.
Queen H1. Queen
Yesterday
H1.
knight was coming to H1. Today we have a queen.
Yeah. Not that I'm proud of such a retreat. By the way,
She could have missed it, you know.
well,
Queen H1 move.
I don't know. This knight is very
Yes.
powerful. Well, let me put it another way. The pawn on C6, the pawn on C3 is very powerful. And as long as that knight remains on the board on D5, that's great compensation.
Yeah. So probably we don't want to exchange the queens, or do we?
Sorry.
Queen. Yes, either we take first.
Yeah, we first trade queens, maybe king G8, just to make sure we don't suffer any consequences of the background.
Black is doing well.
I think black is doing fine, absolutely. So, whoa, knight E3, queen takes H5.
Just queen takes. So knight on D5 actually is so good that
It
she
is really
realized
good.
that it was rook.
Okay, and if
So what if we take on D5?
Yes,
take
let's
on
take on
D5, take
Then
on
let's make a
D5.
normal
on
move,
C3.
like bishop F4.
Okay,
Later.
bishop F4, fair.
Even though queen takes C3 makes a lot of sense now that I have queen C8, right?
Once again, you're using my rook on A6 as a tactical target. If I lose my bishop,
Yes.
you pick up my
But
rook.
maybe we're ready for that, no?
I
King
don't know.
G7, bishop D4.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe
So-
if we continue the line.
Sorry,
Yes,
you
so-
like knight takes C5?
Maybe. Let's check it. Yes, I
Okay,
mean,
C takes.
she already gave an exchange. Let's give
Right.
it again. Queen takes C3, queen H6.
Okay.
You
like this?
Yes.
This
Rook
one
G8,
is
for
more
example.
This
No. We want to keep an eye on D4. Yes, so maybe King G7.
You can also take bishop
Yes.
takes D4 here.
Yes, bishop takes D4, C1, rook is hanging, and we want to play rook G3.
Correct.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, these are some highfalutin
Some
tactics.
geometry, you see,
Yeah,
everywhere.
and
like
you have rook
G3,
takes G3, check.
And the 4 is coming.
So I have to go rook C8 now.
Rook C8.
Yeah, rook
Okay.
C8 seems to be...
I had better get rid of this guy, that is for sure.
Rook C8 is a good move, I must say.
It took away our enthusiasm, I
A
must
little
say.
bit, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't want to exchange.
Not
Those
so
guys.
fast. Not so fast, that is for sure.
Maybe I
But
could try
you
to
don't
hide the
have-
king.
I was thinking about
G6.
King G7. Yes.
But I was told the rook is worth 4.5 points.
So like Queen H6, Queen C8, King G7, you mean?
Well, I could just keep my rook. I mean, maybe on a good day I'll
There's
go.
some checkmates, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Rook H4, yeah.
I have to say, this queen H5 is a good practical move. By
I think so too.
She had to go for it, right?
Exactly.
If she
Well,
takes
the
knight
match
takes C3,
situation
that's it.
requires
Yeah.
her to take some very, very serious risks with the black pieces. Love this move,
What a
queen
game.
takes H5.
Yes, nice.
Very, very, very nice. And what is happening?
Yeah, and actually, the line that we are looking at is the best one by the engine. I just checked it. Knight takes D5 and queen takes C3.
Knight takes
It's
D5?
the best, yes.
Yes.
C takes
yes.
D5.
Very good
And
practical
can,
decision.
And can we keep the exchange?
You have to play rook A8.
Rook
yes.
A8, okay.
Rook A8, bishop F4, and now rook to G8. I have to say, it's
Say it.
looking good for black.
Right. That's
I have
what
rook
I'm
takes
thinking.
F4 on tap. I have ideas in the position.
Including
Maybe.
rook H4 as well.
Including
right?
rook H4.
Yeah.
It
Try to
feels like you're
defend.
closer, right? Closer to delivering that final blow than I am.
I mean, what
Oh,
about the
by the way,
valuation of this position?
Not that we didn't notice, but that's an extra pawn for Anna.
Yes.
Right.
Since the opening, yes.
Since the opening.
She kept the pawn.
She kept the pawn. Yeah, coach. Queen takes C3, rook A8.
Yeah, rook A8, bishop to F4, rook to G8, and I have a feeling there's some crazy moves. Yeah,
Could
you
I-
have to start playing king F1. This is not easy stuff for Nazi Pakiza right now.
No.
The pressure is definitely on her after this move, queen takes H5. I have to say, great decision by Anna. Because if you do take my exchange, and to be honest, I do think that she will take the exchange. I don't think she's going to go for this knight takes D5, for the simple fact that it feels like you're helping me to get my rook back into play to G8 by force. you're telling me, okay, you cannot take my bishop on h6 because you lose the exchange. You're forcing me to get the pieces where I want them to be.
Right.
And then it just feels like I'm dealing with a very annoying attack on the king side. It doesn't feel right. So if I am looking at this position, I'm probably taking this. I'm taking this, I'm going queen to h1, and I'm hoping that you don't have enough compensation. But in fact, you have so much compensation in this position. Queen f5, c2, this knight on d5 is an absolute monster. And by the way,
there's our first result.
We have the first result. Fabiano Caruana makes a draw in this game, and he...
Impressed.
First
this
of all,
was a very impressive match.
Yeah, he really neutralized White's advancement. Yeah,
exactly.
Yes, so Grigoriy Oparin now goes down, right? Just to
the
clarify.
elimination bracket, but he is not not eliminated from the tournament. It's
and do we have a graphic with the elimination bracket to see
well,
what?
that will come later as it all gets started. I think we're coming to that point. We're going to take a break, but before we do that, I got to.
No, we'll just we'll remind our followers what's going on in the Cube Boutique
promos.
right now.
It's just promos.
Yes.
No breaks, Yasser.
No breaks. No breaks for the word. Well, this one, I'm shocked. I really need to get a double check and make sure that Rebecca did this right, because Cube Boutique is having a 2-day only sale, and this is ridiculous. Of course, for friends and family, we offer 5% discount. Friends and family get 5% discount. Otherwise, you're getting a 75% discount.
What?
Yes, I think we have to run now. What are we doing here, Yasser? Let's go to Cube Boutique.
The St. Louis Chess Canvas is celebrating 314th day this week with on-site giveaways and 75% off past tournament apparel. Please do your shopping
We have to
online at qboutiquestlouis.com. 75% discount.
It's
That's
almost
crazy.
for free. I would say.
That's crazy. Charge it.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Thank you for the promo. Nice.
QBoutiqueSTL.com.
Thank you for that. Yes, absolutely. Just checking in on Irina Krush's game as she, well, definitely appears to be cruising against Zoe. When we left it, we had seen the move bishop a6 and queen e7, and Irina's got this. Rook takes b7, queen takes c5. That's an extra pawn for Irina. But it gets worse because the second pawn, knight takes e4. And again, White's pieces feel, off side on the queen side. These rook on b7, the bishop on a6, the knight on b. Whereas Black's incredibly beautiful centralized pieces. 2 extra pawns should be enough for our reigning champion.
Exactly, so that's why Zoe tries to bring her pieces back. She played bishop d3, now threatening the knight, but I think what we'll do, move the knight,
yes. Yeah, I kind of like this move.
Knight d6,
give
asking
me the rook.
questions, yes.
Yeah, so the rook check is mate.
That's a problem, yes, Yasser.
Oops.
What about...
well, in that case, I guess I
better
defend the knight.
Yes. What a tricky move. Yes, actually, bishop is easy to miss the fact that when you move the knight, bishop is...
No, but
checkmate in one.
You're in trouble now, aren't you?
What? Did I do it again? Did I mess up again?
No,
I can take on e4, right? You have to take with the pawn.
Oh, I didn't want to take with the pawn. Of course I don't want to take with...
And then queen g3. I'm not sure how you defend... you have queen f8 still, but...
that's not what I wanted. What
yes,
I was being...
So bishop f5?
Wow, bishop to d5. Sorry,
yes.
What would you like, bishop f5?
Bishop f5. What happens here? Maybe again I'm losing something.
Well, yeah.
I'll take once.
I have
knight d7.
I have this crazy idea.
Yes.
Of
knight d7, knight f8. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, did I allow a tactic?
It might be just a draw after queen d6.
Right.
Queen d6,
the rook is hanging.
And then you move back.
King
yes.
G8.
Okay. Let's show it this line. Yes.
If I'm Zoe, this is a dream.
That's a clever idea.
To make a draw.
To make a draw 2 pawns down? Are you kidding me?
I agree.
Wow.
That would be I thought bishop to d3 was just,
Yeah, just a move. Yes,
Yeah,
just you bring this
evacuate.
same. Yes, you just bring the pieces back, but actually you create a threat.
made in one.
Wait a minute. I mean, this is starting to feel like
This is
Zoe's getting some
impressive.
chances.
Wait a minute. What did Arena just kind of fall asleep? Sometimes that really happens. You have what you feel is such an overwhelming advantage. You just let your hand play some innocuous moves, and then it just goes. And you see a little look of concern there
Yes.
from Arena, much like myself. She's suddenly awakened.
Realizes like what's happening here. Yes,
what
that's
has
a great
happened.
view.
And you saw her kind of look towards the eyeballing the clock there as well. Zoe sitting there saying,
Maybe a 5 is the best move now. I mean, to allow.
It feels
this-
like the
those-
best move, right?
What?
well,
It feels like the best
Yes,
move.
F5.
wait a
I mean, what
minute.
else you can do?
I don't like this because
I
I
also
take.
don't like it. I know you don't like double pawns. Yes.
Well, it's not just that,
No, queen
but
of
suddenly
fate.
the rook is active.
Queen f8 now.
The queen is active, so queen f8, but I win back one pawn.
And I don't have queen d6 because of rook takes g7. Okay.
Uh-oh.
That would be pawn number 2 that I won back. You do have queen f6, but no.
Queen f6, but it's so dangerous looking.
I know. It's like, wait a minute. This isn't the way we consolidate a 2-pawn advantage.
Maybe it's queen f6. Actually, perhaps that's the way to go, but
whoa.
not easy.
What a turn.
Wait a minute. Yeah, something very strange just happened on this last move. Bishop to d3. I'm sure there has to be.
Maybe we have to move the rook. Like, I know we don't have time. No, I thought about like rook b4 or something like that.
Except
yes,
that
and if
it's
bishop
again that
b4,
checkmate.
But there is a checkmate. Let's show this line. I mean, just for
Exactly.
fun. Rook b4, you
It's-
take on e4, or
it's
Ah, no, you
crazy.
take on c5 simply. Yes. And
And,
move it. Wow.
we have made Luft, forgetting that the bishop suddenly covers our air.
Unbelievable. Easy to miss.
Easy to
The
miss.
problem is if you move the rook on somewhere else, then queen e4 comes.
Exactly.
So we don't have it.
So some defensive
Rook takes
move,
d3.
d8. Yeah, rook takes d3.
D3 would-
Maybe, the more I'm looking at it, oh no.
Unbelievable.
It's
And now
really-
king h7 and queen e4. Yes.
With a check.
Even you cannot sacrifice in exchange.
That's great. I was very happy to say
Yes.
and take on f2. I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is almost unbelievable. You're 2 pawns down. Your pieces are uncoordinated, and with a single move, bishop d3, you're back in the game. That's crazy.
Cristian, I mean,
Coach, come on.
f5 is the best move according to the engine, or what's?
I have
happening?
not checked
You
that
don't
one.
have-
We'll get.
Wow.
I think we should move on.
Please.
Just because we have so many crazy
Yes.
games happening,
Please.
especially this one, Sevian,
Sam?
and this is such a big battle between these two players.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Against Levon Aronian. B5, we praise this move, we praise this plan because you need to do something with the black pieces.
Sure.
But the response was noteworthy. Take a look at this. E4, E5, bishop E7, D5.
Let's go.
Let's go. You want my pawn? Take it. I don't have time to worry about the pawn. I just want to get my pawn storm going in the center. Take. Rook to E8, queen to C4. Of course, you don't want to take because knight takes C5 is going to be deadly in the
Right.
position. Knight takes C5. You cannot put the queen on D6 because there's all sorts of discovery ideas right now. This
Knight
is that.
f7.
Yeah,
possibly.
yeah.
Yes,
We don't
exactly. You go here, I go D6, I take on F7. This is really bad. So he played the move rook C8, but the problem is, what if I continue?
Yeah,
E6 is the most natural move in the position. E6, take on E6, take on A4. Are you defending against checkmate on the king side after queen to G4?
There's no defender.
You go bishop F6, I go bishop H4. I mean,
I'm not.
my attack is coming fast. This
Yeah.
pawn on E6, I mean, it's looking dangerous for black, I have to say. You are a pawn up, but you're going to die with a full belly in this one because,
Right.
I mean, this one is unpleasant. Guess what? Another player that's suffering.
Yes,
Sam Shankland.
Sam Shankland. Now again, he comes into today's action trailing the match 1.5 half, and we have that imbalance of 2 minor pieces versus a rook, and we more or less left it here. And we were looking mainly at takes on G4, takes on F2. those types of variations. H4. Rook E8. Now give me the bishop.
Yes. Have to
Bishop
move it.
F6. Now give me the bishop. Knight E4. H6. King C2. Knight takes F2. And Sam.
Oh, and G3, yes, to have such a pawn.
That is a pretty move.
He didn't take the knight, he just played G3. Very important move.
And rook takes F6. And Wesley's got an ideal position of rook versus two knights.
And you cannot take knight G3, rook F3.
Exactly.
This might be resignation time.
That's resignation coming up because of what you just said, Anastasiya. Sam was going to lose a minor. At the same time, G3, G2, G1 will win the knight. So, and Sam's just kind of shaking his head, and there it is.
Resignation.
Wow, we have another person who stays in the bracket. Yes, so Wesley So just won his match against Sam Shankland.
Wesley was doing his very, very best. I saw him there trying to suppress a smile. Because not only
Yasser, yes.
Because he not only does he move on in the champions bracket, he's gained some nice classical rating points here.
Wow,
and
exactly. He won both
for the candidates, we were talking about the difference of 1 or 2 rating points. These rating points, these guys count them.
For sure, but he needed them a little bit earlier.
Earlier than today. But wow, our congratulations.
Congratulations,
to
Wesley. Very impressive. 2.5 against Sam Shankland. It doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, matching the score of a Fabi. Ray Robson, what's happening?
Objectively, Ray Robson is winning. Winning right now, exactly. Leinier just played this move. This is the last move, bishop to D7.
Wow.
Bishop to G3 in the position is a critical move. And the plan is
G5,
that, how do you defend against G5, in fact, right? G5, you take, where's your queen go?
C7 is hanging.
Yes.
C7 is hanging, but also where's your queen?
And your queen is trapped.
Your queen is actually trapped.
Right.
So what do? You go G6 or do you go G5? First of all, G5 I just
immediately
take.
loses the piece, yes.
Right.
The only defense seems to be G6 right now.
Right.
But now I can go both F5 to completely shatter your pawn structure like this. Or I can go G5, but I do like F5 because you take on G3, I'm not taking back on G3
You take
first.
on G6?
I take on G6 first. I'm attacking the queen, you have to defend. I take on F7. Are you sure you're not getting checkmated? I'm not so sure myself after queen to D3 whether you're going to escape or not. I'm attacking the bishop, you have to retreat if you don't want to lose it. Queen to H7 is coming. This is looking dicey. So right now, if Ray Robson finds the move bishop to G3, and I think he played it, it's on the board.
Yes,
it's on the board. Bishop
G3 is on the board, guys.
Okay.
And
it's
the
not
clocks?
really
4 minutes for Ray, 11 minutes for Leinier.
For Leinier, yes. It's really difficult now.
96.9% accuracy by Ray Robson in this game so far.
Wow.
I think he will not miss his chance in this classical game. Remember what happened in the previous one when he, after finding really great moves, then suddenly he misplayed. But I mean, here it's very straightforward line, like G5, like try to find the defense.
It's the clock. It's all about the clock. After G6, he will have a big decision to make. G5 or F5.
F5, yes.
Yeah. I am not a happy camper, trust me on this one. This is not easy to defend because G5, as you mentioned, that loses on the spot. G6, F5 looks so
good, yes, but after G6,
tempo.
maybe G5.
Once again, let's just look at those variations. F5, discovered attack.
Yes.
Bishop takes G3, discovered attack against the queen.
Nice motive.
You can't take on G6 because the C2 bishop, so you have to defend. And I would want nothing to do with this variation whatsoever. I mean, this looks really, really bad. But let me pause my analysis and turn it over to Kostya with a special guest. Over to you, Kostya.
Here we go. Hey, folks. I'm here with the first winner in the quarterfinals of the Champions Bracket. Fabi, congrats on advancing in your match. You drew today with Oparin. Tell us quickly about the game. How did it go?
Yeah, I played a line which I don't think I've ever played before.
Yeah, I was wondering this E6. Right?
I think like the last time I played it was against Rajabov in 2013. But he went for like the E4 stuff, which is very sharp. So Grigoriy played like solid line. I think he also didn't remember, because it's a really forgotten line. Like it used to be popular, but these days.
So did you choose this because, I mean, he's your second, he's very familiar with your putt?
I didn't even know the first move that he would choose. So, okay, I thought the Slav kind of kills a few first moves because you could play it against anything. Kills the Catalan. I was just trying to simplify my life in terms of what I have to consider that he would do. And yeah, I mean, this is like a very, like there's not much theory here. So you get a slightly worse position and then you play it. It's a bit of a masochistic line because white is just better.
Yeah. Did you think you're under pressure here? Like
yeah, I was actually happy to see bishop g5 because I thought a6 is kind of unpleasant. Just take and then try to target this a7 pawn. Okay, he went for this, then knight fd5, and then he played a very interesting move. I was thinking like, okay, he has so many ways to capture, so I had to calculate for some time. But there's this critical line where he plays bishop b5. It's an important move. Rook e8, knight e5, and I thought rook e6 is accurate, more accurate than rook e7. And it's just very, like, things are hanging, and there's some bishop d7 stuff, which doesn't work because queen d7 now.
Right, queen is hanging.
But he has some move like rook a3, maybe I was worried about, and maybe also rook a3, and...
Yeah, I get you.
Or after bishop g5,
yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah, knight f5. But okay, knight fd5, I mean, that's... Then I realized his idea was h4, h6. Then now he takes, and now bishop g5 is no longer good, and if h takes, then bishop b5. And now rook e8 doesn't come with tempo, and the king side is getting opened. It looked very dangerous here. So I thought bishop c6, very solid.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was expecting after bishop c6 he wouldn't trade, because okay, this is like more or less equal, close to equal, while instead of this, if he had played after bishop c6, okay, queen g4, and keeps the tension in the position. It's a very tense position. And always there's some, like, if I move my knight from d5, there's always knight f7. Like this stuff, knight f6, take, knight f7. Rook f7, bishop e6, I sort of get scared because here then there's d5, and things are hanging. So I was going to play like king h8. Okay, I'm still very solid with the knight on d5, but I think you can play queen g4 like practically, and then make your opponent think which move. It's not a concrete choice, so it's difficult. Let's say I would play king h8 probably, and then you can consider your options again here.
Yeah, so many pieces still on the board. But you think after the exchanges, this was basically pretty dry?
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm a bit worse here. I can't really do anything active, but again, I have kind of two weaknesses, and he has two weaknesses. So I have a7, and he has b2, and d4 and d5 are kind of mutually a bit weak, but my knight on e7, if it was on f6, I have no issues ever. On e7, it's a bit awkward. But he couldn't find anything. He was down to like 9 minutes, so he decided to play queen e5, which is basically offering trade of everything. I mean, if I like wanted to play on, I could play queen d7 here, and I think I can play this on, but I would just be playing on his time, and I didn't want to do that. Then I realized it's still a little bit unpleasant, this position, but I think trading off another pair of rooks, like, if I go for the endgame, I'm not sure.
Oh, just to say, for the fans, Begum just won her game against, or just drew her game against Jennifer Yu, but she will also be advancing, and we'll probably get her into the studio for an interview as well. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Fab. So you're saying you didn't want to trade queens. I was wondering about this moment. You didn't...
Yeah, I thought this is scary, a little bit scary. You know, there's positions like this, like, for example, Magnus once beat Hikaru with the same structure, but with one pair of rooks, where black had the rook behind the pawn. Like, let's say we take b2 and d1 off, rook a8, rook a5, and Hikaru was like very hesitant to give up this a pawn to play 4 against 3, and slowly he lost the position, Sinkfield Cup in 2018. And here with 2 rooks, I was actually kind of scared, because if he plays h5, then he gets a really good structure on the king side, and then he even, if he ever wins the a7 pawn, even that could be, like 4 against 3 could be very dangerous. So I thought here it's just suffering. I mean, I was thinking h5, but then like rook a1, I didn't see a clean way, rook b7, and like rook a6 or something.
Right, yeah.
I was just a bit worried about this, which is probably a draw, but I thought, okay, I'll trade another pair of rooks, and then just put my queen on b7, d5, rook d8. Like, he could have tried to play this on, but I don't think he has active ideas here.
Right.
Like, if I play queen d7, I mean, what will he ever do to advance this pawn? and so it looks like a draw.
I see. Well, good stuff. Next up, I believe you're playing the winner of Levon and Sevian. So I have to ask you this: do you have a preference for who would you face?
No serious preference. They're both really strong players. Very, very different players, of course. Different generations, different styles. I've played Levon much more. I have. Last year I played a match against Levon in the American Cup, and the year before I also played a match against him. And recently we also played a match in Fischer Random Chess. So I played a lot of matches against him, and Sam I've played one match against in the American Cup in 2022. It was a close match. It went to rapid. Eventually I won. But yeah, both very tough competitors. I think at the moment if I had to bet who was going to win the match, I would probably say Sam, because the classical game looks very dangerous for Levon. Very, very dangerous. And then Levon will have to win with he'll have the white pieces, but still, he'll have to win on demand, and then you can't say he's a favorite anymore.
Yeah, anything can happen in the rapid. Okay, thanks, Fabi. I'll let you get to it. Best of luck in the rest of your games. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya, and remind everybody about our results so far.
Let's see who is in the quarterfinals already.
Right.
So Fabiano Caruana won the match against Grigoriy Oparin. He stays in the quarterfinal.
Exactly.
And after quarterfinal, and then Levon Aronian is still playing against Sam Sevian. They have same amount of points, 1-1. Leinier Dominguez keeps playing against Ray Robson, 1-1 at the match so far. And we have another winner of the match. Wesley So beat Sam Shankland.
Sam Shankland goes to the elimination bracket. And in the ladies, what results thus far?
Yeah, so we saw during the interviews that Begim Hirjonova managed to make a draw against Jennifer Yu, which means that she also is the winner of the match, and she has 2.5 points against half. Very impressive. And still 3 matches are happening right now. Irina Krush is playing against Zoe Tang and has better position at the moment. Anna Zatonskih is facing Nazi Paikidze. It's 2-0 in Nazi's favor at the moment, but anything can happen.
Jumping into the remaining games, I just looking at the game of Tatev with 4 minutes. Alice Lee has been nursing an extra pawn, and Tatev's had the 2 bishops as a compensation. Tatev continues to have the more active pieces, let's say, the bishop on d6, the king on d4. But this last move by Alice Lee, this move b5, says, look, I'm just going to shut down the position. I'm going to put my pawn on a6, and I'm just going to shuffle my bishop back and forth. When you play h4, I will answer with h6. And basically, what I'm trying to do is stop you from ever playing the move c4. Your bishop on d3 will be shut out of the game. As long as I keep my knight on d7, you can't go king c5 and king takes c6.
I was hoping for the second for bishop b5 for the second, but unfortunately after c takes b5, king takes d5, there is bishop b7 and you don't go anywhere with your king.
Right.
That's a problem. Like
we have a fail, if we will. Let's over to you, Cristian, and update the arena crush. Oh, sorry.
Well, in fact, I want to.
Yes, please.
We really need to look at this one, the Ray Robson versus Leinier.
Yes.
I have to say, this is the one that's keeping me on the edge of my seat, because look at this position. G5 after G6 was his choice, not F5. Queen to H8, only move in the position for Leinier. He finds it with 6 minutes on the clock, but now F5 comes on the board. He played it, bishop takes G3. I'm going to take on G6. This is absolutely wild stuff right now. What do you do? Do you take on G6, allow me to recapture, and then with a completely shattered position and the queen on H8 never coming back into play, this is dead lost, right? So you need to keep this bishop to H4. Rook takes F7. I mean, this one looks absolutely deadly, I have to say. I'm
with
looking
the queen
at
on
the
H8?
G7 is the threat. G7 is the threat.
The engine is somewhat surviving after bishop takes G5, or trying to survive, but I have to say, from a practical and human perspective, this is not looking good for black. But Kostya is with Wesley So right now after his victory in his respective match.
Hey guys, I am here with Wesley So, who advanced to the next round after defeating Sam Shankland. Congrats, Wesley.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's quickly look at your game. We don't have a lot of time, but you made this decision, Queen A6. Okay, the engine didn't like it, but I think the commentators were on your side. I mean, You're ahead in the match, right? Just want to trade queens?
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't sure exactly, but I got in pleasant position. Well, he surprised me first of all, h3. Like, I don't usually play this line with black. I mean, I could go knight d7, and then he would transpose, like, to the main line. So I have no idea what h3 is about, or I could also play knight e2. But I thought I'd take advantage with queen b6, but then I was calculating takes, and I was gonna go for this, but it looks so risky, knight d7. I mean, without the engine, it looks like black is fine, knight b6 is coming, so probably white has to take. And black is a pawn up, but I wasn't sure. And then rook c1, maybe queen a3. Maybe it's just junk. But without an engine, if you just look at human, your pawn, black's a pawn up. So I thought I was going to go for this, but I didn't want to risk it too much. So I just to take, but obviously it's slightly worse for black. Maybe he could castle either side and white's better. Castle, yeah, I'm not sure why the engine doesn't like queen a6. Probably wants knight a6 or something. Like I thought about knight a6. And then knight g3 or something, and then queen b1. But I wasn't sure. Then they just decided to play an endgame because I always like endgame, so I played the Berlin. But
that seems like solid decision.
Yeah, I thought he would play queen c2 actually and try to attack, and then at least it'll be a game. But after knight g3, obviously white is better. But I started to outplay him, I guess. I thought Sam was in very good form. But I think today I didn't play that well, but also he clearly made mistakes. Like, he probably blundered somewhere. Like, I think king b1 looks very unappealing because he's a bit slow. I mean, if he wants maybe king c2, at least protects the rook. But I thought here, I was happy if I knight e8. And then I think I'm equalizing here because once I bring knight to e6, it's fine. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could take the knight, but black shouldn't have too many problems.
Oh, sorry, Wesley, just to interrupt real quick. Alice drew her game with Tadev Abrahamian, so Alice advances as well to the next stage of the bracket with a 2.5 score.
Congratulations, we should play the team battle again.
That's your teammate, exactly.
Yeah, she's really good for such a young age. But yeah, I thought also knight c3 was a mistake. That he had to go d5, so I was calculating this for a long time and wasn't sure what to do. I had several options, maybe f5. And knight f5, like I was gonna play this. I don't know how risky it is, but I mean, white's pawn structure is also very bad. Alternatively, obviously I could take here with either pawn or the rook, like also attacking f2 pawn, then rook e2. Yeah, something like this. Probably black should be completely fine. That's what I thought.
I see.
Yeah, like I was calculating. Like I think this is all forced. If I played d5, rook d5, this is all forced. I thought knight c3 was a bit, it's not the way to play for win. So I wasn't sure where he blundered. Maybe he could take.
Not sure, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, I don't think white is playing for anything here because f5 is coming. So, not sure where he blundered, but...
yeah, but then at some point, okay, obviously it turned very good for you.
h4, yeah, I mean, here. I mean, I think I could make a draw, king f6. But I'm not... I mean, you have to play for a win if you're better.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe king c2 and still some saving chances. I thought he would play king c2. And then, not sure why exactly. Maybe the point is after knight f2, I got some h4. Yeah, maybe king c2 was the only chance. I think h4 was a mistake. Yeah, I was very happy with rook f8 because otherwise it's not so clear. Yeah, rook f8 is very strong.
I see, yeah, and then...
Yeah, no, it's just winning.
You're able to take over.
Yeah, here it's just winning, so I'm very happy.
All right, Wesley, I apologize. Games are ending. We got to wrap it up. But
no, let's go.
Thanks for taking us through your game. Congrats on your match win. And good luck in the rest of the way. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Our congratulations to Wesley. And action galore going on in the Ray Robson game.
Oh, we have to see that game. Let's see how the players are looking right now because they're both down to their last minute with an absolutely insane position.
Bishop G3 back to D6. We were looking at Bishop H4 mostly there.
Yes, Bishop to D6 was a bad move. It seems like Rook takes f7 right now, which is a simple move if you think about it, right? And it feels like a very natural move as well.
But you can
Just
also take
that.
with the pawn.
You can also take with the pawn.
Clocks, Anastasia, the clock
Yes, the clock.
times.
Let's see.
40 seconds for
40
Ray.
seconds, that's what I'm saying.
Ray has to make a decision.
I'm having
has to make a
flashbacks.
move.
Okay,
I'm having
so
flashbacks from yesterday.
isn't Rook f7 automatic? Or?
Completely winning, yes.
Yeah, Rook f7, you're threatening g7, you're threatening Rook h7, you're threatening to take on h6.
Is the only move that keeps the advantage in Ray's camp.
Because Ray must be calculating takes and he's afraid of something.
16
Down to his last 15 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, make
Rook
it.
takes f7 or bust right now.
Okay, he
And
takes
he
plays it.
Seven,
With
yes.
how much time did he play
Well,
it?
10 seconds he had, so now he
Oh,
got extra
6 seconds.
6 seconds. So now
6
he got
seconds.
30 seconds.
Okay. But,
no.
but what was the alternative that he was calculating?
G takes f7
G takes
probably.
probably. Yeah,
And
but
king f8?
Yeah, good,
Was there,
good question.
Was
Maybe
there
G6.
a breakthrough?
Maybe G6.
Oh
something
my
like that.
gosh, G takes f7. No, I would have played rook takes f. Same move faster was better. Rook takes f7. What's going on, Anastasia?
Rook h7 is the threat, g7 is the threat. I mean, looks really nice choice.
Well, he's got to give Leinier's giving his queen some luft.
Space,
Yes. He's just captured on g5. He's ready
Now
to
just take
capture
back
on
the pawn.
h3.
So rook
back the
h7,
pawn.
and what
Rook
about queen
h7.
f6? Now he has this queen f6.
Doesn't
move.
matter.
Rook f1.
Instantly.
Or what?
You can
Good
repeat the
move.
position once.
Ah, yes, rook f7.
So rook f7.
Ah,
very good.
That's
very
a
good.
great idea. Yes, you just
Very
win
good.
some time. Yes.
Very professional. Yes.
So what's the move after
I got to go back.
queen h8?
I've got to go back to h8.
What is the move now?
And for
Just pick up the pawn on g5.
And now
Who's the
you're
queen? Yes.
you're expecting queen takes g5?
Yeah,
It's
because
that
then
simple?
actually you again threaten rook h7. So
Well,
what about
I
queen
wanted-
h3?
Yeah, and I've got mate on my
Yes.
agenda.
You have one big
Bishop
check.
h2 check is
Can I go rook h7 now?
That's the problem. I'm looking at rook f7
Rook h7.
and bishop h2 check king f2. What's going on? Just a second. Help me out.
Yes.
Rook h7 check
h7.
king h1.
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4 discover
do it?
check. I also have queen f3, but I like your bishop f4.
Can we go back? Why,
Yeah.
Why don't I go king f2 again?
I was going to go rook f8 check.
Can I hide king e1? I know it
I
looks
don't
very
know.
dangerous.
Wow. But actually you
Wow.
can. And then just...
You know, sometimes you play too much bug house.
yes.
Give me a knight. A knight wins, you know, put a knight on f3
But
check.
it's still not so clear. I mean, he has to find the only moves.
Well, down to
and
his
it's
last 20
only 1
seconds again.
minute.
Again?
Oh, no.
Can he repeat another time? No, he cannot.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah,
you don't,
because
this is what
then
you don't
he can
want to
claim
do.
a
Threefold.
threefold repetition. But does
What a
he-
moment.
No, he takes
it.
takes on g5. Yes, okay.
Oh,
That's important.
boss play by.
Ray.
But again, for Ray, he did that with 5 seconds on his clock.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, he's done it with 6. He's done it with 5. Am I spotting a trend?
Yes, 4,
If you're
3.
Queen
Linear-
takes h3. There's no move.
You have to take on h3, right?
You have to take on.
Yes,
Look at his
yes,
face.
yes, he's just hiding.
Oh my
and
goodness, look at his face.
He's very nervous, and
Eh,
we know why. With 30 seconds.
He's making me nervous. I'm like, I mean, I'm watching him, and I'm like, why is he so nervous? Did he miss
so
something?
much pain, you know. No, I mean, you're afraid to miss something, and you know that it's possible. One move, and you can lose your advantage.
But for Leinier, I was going to say Levon, apologies. For Leinier, come on, there's
Queen
no
h3 is the
choice.
only move, yes.
Rook
no, but remember what
h7.
happened with Leinier yesterday. He lost on time, so he takes his time, you know, to think about
Wow,
the
that's
position.
right. I have never seen him lose on time before.
Yeah.
Usually they make their moves. I
Oh my
don't know how
goodness,
they do
he's-
it with 1 second.
He's panicking right now. He's having a
Well, the move
panic
queen
attack.
takes h3.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure he was preparing rook h7 and suddenly noticing that rook f8 check. There's more checks in the position.
Yeah, you have to
Linear
kind
has
of
You have to
be
start.
ready for that.
Yeah, you have to start running, getting on your running shoes.
It
not
is a
what you
pretty
like to do, yes.
straightforward. The problem with this is that it's a very straightforward analysis and calculation.
Is it?
Yes.
Can
yes.
we check
Rook
still this
h7.
king h1? Is it so bad? Like
Okay,
bishop f4
so
makes draw.
we're looking at queen takes h3. We're
Yes.
expecting that Ray would play rook
Bishop h2.
h7, bishop h2. What's the
now-
straightforward?
And
Arena takes the lead for the first time in the match.
The
3
one?
decisive result, 2-1 for Arena. They will play a fourth game coming up. What was the move after Bishop H2 check?
King F2, right?
Well, or did you want to play King H1?
Let's
Sorry.
say King H1 just to...
Once again, then I go check.
Bishop F4, what's
Now
going on?
you
Rook
have to
H3,
take.
Bishop G5.
No,
And
but I
I'm
don't
a
want
piece
to
up.
allow this.
And this is piece up and there is nothing here, right?
No.
Just to be
No.
sure. So King H1 is simply
Queen
impossible.
takes H3. He did that with a minute.
Yes.
Oh,
So
half a minute on his clock.
Rook H7,
So,
I suppose.
Yeah, this you don't want to do.
Yeah.
So you want to play
So
King
F2 is the only move.
And then we were looking at Rook F8 check, and we kind of started to stop here.
Yes.
Because, okay, you're still running around, right?
Yes, but Queen is hanging. Queen F2.
Ideas of Bishop.
I think it's checkmate. Rook H8.
Rook H7.
Rook H8.
Rook
Is it a
H8.
checkmate? Yes, I found it. And then Queen H6, Queen H7. So at least
found the
like
mate. You
one
found the
idea.
mate.
Puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush, Queen H6.
Look at you, Anastasia, with those puzzle rush checkmates. Nicely done.
Yes,
Nicely done.
at least I found an idea.
I have
This
missed it.
position
I have
for
missed
A.
it. So, okay, Queen H3 on the board. Rook H7 is on the board. And
here he's starting to shake his head because he doesn't have alternatives.
So Bishop H2 is the only move.
No, Queen F3 is not an alternative. Then there's Rook
Because of-
F1
Again, Rook
and
H8.
that whole Rook H8 checkmate.
Or Rook
pattern.
H8 first.
Yes.
I think that wins as well. Yeah.
Exactly. That whole checkmate pattern comes
You're busted.
into
I think he's
vogue.
busted. He realizes
Bishop
that he's
H2,
busted.
yes. And King
And
F2
King F2
immediately.
immediately.
Yes, he plays
Finally, Ray plays.
it quickly.
Yes. Well, sometimes forced moves are very, very helpful.
Actually, yes, you just realize King H1 is not an option. That's it. King
That's
F2
it.
is the only move and you don't hesitate anymore.
Okay, Leinier's trying to piece together his chances. King E1.
King E1.
Again, no choice here, no respite.
Will we see
for
the
weary.
checkmate, Yasser? I wonder.
Don't know. These guys never allow you to checkmate, do they? I mean, come on. They don't let you do those kinds of
Should
things.
be in the rules. So
Right.
if there is a checkmate, you should do it until
Exactly.
the end. Don't
Now you need to
resign.
find a way
Okay.
to not resign on the spot, right?
Exactly.
Well, again, I was going with that Queen F1 check and Queen F2.
Maybe Queen
it's
F6, Queen F1 and Queen F6.
Okay, let's give it a shot. I mean,
I understand. Like, you can just take on F6 and take on H2, and I guess that should
But
probably
you're
be
trying
enough.
Bishop F4?
well, at this
Could we play
moment,
bishop?
all I'm trying to do is survive. I mean, even if I guess I'm just not. I'm not surviving long.
Yes, Queen F1. I don't know, Bishop F4 was possible or not instead of Queen
Is
F6.
Leinier? Are we going to see Anastasia's checkmate? By the way, I think there is a checkmate with your name.
There is a check, but not this one,
Not
unfortunately,
this one.
not this one.
Yeah.
So here, Bishop F4 after King D2.
Bishop F4 check,
Yes.
and then the E7 knight is hanging, right?
But I give Queen F4 check if I.
Yes, you want to
yes.
avoid
Checkmate,
Anastasia's
yes.
mate. And this is easy.
Yeah, and
and
see,
Bishop
here
F4.
what he plays, yes.
Rook takes E7. That's a winning ending for Ray Robson. And there we go.
Yeah, so he
There-
decided to avoid the checkmate, but the position is horrible after Rook E7.
Exactly.
And he also built his time.
He
now
certainly
he's
has.
up to close to 3 minutes.
Just to boldly state the obvious, remember Ray started this match with a loss.
Yes.
Yes.
And this will be back-to-back victories.
A
for
loss
Ray
from a winning position.
Right.
So he really played a good game in that first game in the night of with the black
And he
pieces.
didn't get rewarded for his stellar play, though. Yeah.
But he bounced back.
So
That's
now-
impressive.
After Bishop C6, it's better not to play Rook H1. My initial idea, the Bishop goes to C6, make sure that H1 square is
Correct.
covered. Yeah, because I wanted to play it automatically and then
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah. And they will be playing a game 4 later today.
no matter what
Exactly.
the result is.
That was a great story from Boris Goko. He was playing a
the way-
blind player who had a braille set, and he played a move like Rook H1, and his blind opponent, his hand got very excited. And
So after Rook takes C2, the endgame is completely lost, right?
sorry.
Rook F2, King C1. This is where we are.
Yeah, it's he. So he decided to exchange a few pieces or what?
I am apologies. I'm just catching up with the players,
Yes.
getting rid of all of our analysis check.
So what, he plays Rook C2 and Bishop A4?
You can go for that. Endgame,
So this is the rook ending?
It just looks completely busted.
Yeah, but maybe still you'll need to show something.
Hold on, what moves
Rook
are you?
takes c2.
Rook c2,
Rook takes
king
c2.
King takes, bishop a4 check, you take on d1.
Very nice.
Yes, and-
What's the pawn count?
It's in your favor.
Yes.
Excellent. Happy to hear it. Take on d1. But
The problem is you're losing another pawn. Like you're going to be 2 pawns down, not only one.
that's the pawn count.
Yeah, you're going to be 2 pawns down.
Ouch.
That probably
Hurtful.
is the best what black can get in,
Right.
in this situation.
Not good.
I mean,
Not
if you
good.
keep those bishops on the board, it gets even worse.
Sorry, as this game is kind of wound down to what we think is a 1 position for Ray Robson,
Should we check,
I'd like to
Sam?
check on Sam Sevian, if you
Yes,
don't mind.
of course.
Christian, over to you. And what do you got? In
Well,
the
let's take a
Sam?
look at what's happening in this one. It seems like Levon is back in the game.
Is he?
Yes, he
I see
somehow
some red
managed
moves.
to neuter that pawn storm in the center. There's no more pawn on e6. This is already a victory. Huge victory.
It's not in your throat, right?
Why not?
Take with the
D
pawn.
takes e6. He took with the rook, but this was clearly the bad decision. Rook comes to f7 to defend everything around the king. Still, this is the position, still quite complex. You still have a weakness on d6 that you have to deal with. Your king is a bit weaker than mine, so there's still some pressure for white. And they're going
Definitely.
down to the last few seconds as well. So
2 minutes.
let's pan out on that one. But before we do that, we do have Kostya with another victor of today's match. That is Begim Torhizhanova. Kostya, what do you have?
Thanks, Christian. I'm here with Begim, who has just drawn her game and defeated Jennifer Yu in their match. Congrats, Begim.
Thank you.
Quickly, can you take us through this game? Seemed like a pretty solid affair.
Yeah, so we basically repeated what we played yesterday. I started d4, d5, c4, e6, knight, c3, c6, knight f3, knight f6 yesterday. Today I a little bit changed that up, but still we got the same position. And today she played queen c2, and probably she prepared something. I really didn't look into this line, honestly. I thought she's gonna play something else more risky, but we got a solid position after e4. I was thinking of e5, takes, and knight d4. I was trying to calculate bishop c5, and then this position, and then I thought I don't really need those things, so I just took on e4.
Just simpler.
Just like, I need to be solid, and it's her job to win. So I just decided to play solid, and it seems like there's no way to stop c5. c5 is coming.
Right.
So
Yeah, once you get c5 in, it feels like it's...
very comfortable position.
And so from here, you feel like you didn't have any huge struggles?
Yeah.
e5 takes.
Even I didn't have to take on e5 or play knight g6, but I thought it's enough, because if after knight g6, if you don't play knight e5, first of all, I'm threatening bishop f4, and also knight f4 is coming. So I thought I'm just getting this position, and I'm on time to exchange everything. So it's very comfortable, I guess. She pushed h4, all these things, but she doesn't have enough resources, enough pieces actually to attack the king.
Very cool. Well, now you advance. I mean, very nice start, 2.5 out of 3. How are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Yeah.
We're just starting the
playing
tournament,
well.
so yeah.
Okay, well, great. Well, best of luck to you in the next rounds, and hopefully we'll see you back here again.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya, and our congratulations to Begim. We'll update our brackets now that we've got some results.
Exactly.
And here we go. Fabi moves on, as
Exactly.
does Wesley So.
And he's going to play against the winner of the match between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian. They're still playing their classical game. And Leinier Dominguez just lost the game against Ray Robson, but they continue for the rapid game. And Sam Shankland lost, and he goes down
to the elimination bracket.
Yes. While his opponent Wesley So is the winner of the quarterfinals,
Right.
and he's advanced
Exactly.
to the semifinal.
Grigoriy Oparin is waiting for his opponent. And in the game that is currently ongoing, we do have... Oh, pardon me, for the ladies.
Yes,
Excuse me.
actually, you're right. I mean, Irina Krush is still
fourth game to play.
Yes, yes.
She leads her match 2-1
at the moment, but still they have to play the rapid game. It's not over yet. Anna Zatonskih is still playing the classical game against Nazi Paikidze. She's losing 2-0 to Nazi. And Alice Lee just advanced for the next stage because she won against Tatyeva Brahimyan. I mean, she made a draw, but she won the match.
Exactly,
with this
2.5.
And we just saw Begim Tahirjonova, who also advanced and after beating Jennifer Yu.
And they will match up. And we'll go back to Kostya, who has Alice Lee in studio.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Alice Lee, who just drew her game against Tatyeva Brahimyan and advances as well to the next stage. Alice, congrats.
Thank you.
How was today's game? Felt pretty complicated?
Yeah, I thought it went pretty smoothly. Like from the opening, I knew that it was around equal, but I did have to calculate some variations. Actually, after the game, I talked to my opponent, and she said that she prepared up to move 18. So I was pretty surprised. And
in this position, in this line, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so knight f1, knight g3, and you were already on your own here. You're thinking.
Yeah. So after I didn't prepare rook e1. I was looking at more of queen c2 on move 10. But yeah. So then after here, I think rook d8 was probably correct. It makes the most sense. Yeah, but after knight f1, actually here was where I had to calculate, because originally when I was looking at knight takes e5, I was worried that she could take on e5. And what I was originally calculating queen takes e5, and I thought f3, bishop c5, bishop e3, queen g5, but then I saw she has h4, and I didn't really like this position that much, and it was pretty complicated. But then I saw after knight takes e5, I could play queen takes f2, and then king h1, queen f6, and I think this is probably better for black because there's knight f2 and also the knight on e5 is hanging. So that was mainly the point of the game where I spent the most time. But after that, I think it was pretty smooth. I did have to see that here bishop takes e3 was incorrect instead of queen g5, because I think after queen g5 here, then there's queen c1. And I'm running into some discovered pins with...
Once the knight moves, there's rook e8.
Yeah, so then I saw that, and then I realized that queen g5 should probably still work. And then I went into this endgame, which is pretty, I think, comfortable for black. White has some compensation, but I don't think either side has too much.
Yeah, so you felt pretty comfortable in holding this one from here?
Yeah.
Great. Well, it looks like you're playing Begum in the next round. I want to ask, do you have any strategy for, let's say, adjusting from the classical to the rapid portion of these matches?
No, this is a completely new format for me. So, I mean, I have played in this where after the classical game, I went into tiebreak. So I guess it's kind of similar to that, except for it's not tiebreaks. It's actually part of the match. So, but mainly there's not that much time in between games, so I don't really have time to go back to prepare. So usually I do have look at lines a bit in between games, but I can't really do too much because there's not much time. And yeah, but I don't really have too much of a strategy. I just try not to stress too much about it and try to take a walk in between games, so to clear my head.
Okay, great. Well, we'll let you get some rest, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Our congratulations, Alice Lee, indeed. And it looks like we're about to congratulate Ray Robson, Cristian.
Yes, it does seem like he's just about to finish his game. Maybe let's take a look at where he's at right now. He feels confident. Look at
extra pawn.
What a big difference, yes,
Fantastic domination.
He looked shocked at that point.
It was like he had missed a key move somewhere or something. The current position, he's a pawn up, but it's not. It's about the quality of the pieces as well.
Exactly. That bishop on d7
the bishop
doesn't really
on
do
d7.
much.
The last move, rook d8. We can.
By the way, I'm seeing some ideas of g7 at the right moment.
Yeah, once we
and
put
rook
our
h2, bishop h7, something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know, or some ideas with rook h2 first and rook h7.
For me, the most natural is king b2 and c5, followed by d6 and bishop d3.
Rook h2, yes.
He's getting ready.
Rook h7 also
G7
is
on his agenda, as is rook h8. Ooh, that is maybe grisly.
Well, the thing is, you don't even have rook h3 to try to cover on that side, because I have rook d7.
Nice.
Rook h3, offering a trade of rooks. Rook takes d7 is a simple tactic.
This used to be...
You take my rook, I take your rook. That's an extra bishop.
What about bishop h3? Also rook h7, yes. It
Bishop
also
h3.
doesn't work. Trying to close
Oh,
this
that's a good point.
Some
file,
geometry
but then we have rook h7.
going on there.
That's
And
a
then
great
rook
point.
h8, yes.
And rook
g3,
g3.
okay.
Rook g3.
Trying to stop g7.
Yes.
Correct.
But what he will do after rook e to h7?
That's a good question.
I mean, still probably...
Probably resignation.
Rook e to h7.
Yes, I
got
want to
check.
win the rook. I just want to...
I think this might actually just be over.
Yes.
Like,
And then the next move is rook h7, rook f7, I don't know anything. So
Okay,
bishop
let's
e8
go.
to
Bishop
cover f7
e8.
square.
you're really trying, yeah?
I'm not enthusiastic, if that's what you're asking. Looks like he's reaching for rook h2 to h7.
That's good enough.
You can even take...
That's pretty good also.
yes.
Doubling rooks on the 7th rank.
This is what we were taught, right?
Yes.
If you have this chance, you should do it, yes.
And that is actually really, really strong. Now, in case of bishop e8, I can check you and I can eat a pawn while threatening checkmate.
Eat all the pawns.
Yes.
Yes,
that's
like
nice.
a windmill, right?
That's the windmill, yes.
Yes,
I haven't
you
seen
can
one of
check.
these in a while.
Yes, and now
another
that's
one.
I'll leave
3
another one.
pawns to the good. Bishop c8.
Yes.
And then after
Protecting
king
the
g8,
7.
after king g8, you go g7, right?
I'll think of
You
something.
eat all the pawns and then you go g7.
Exactly. Bishop, much better resistance is offered with bishop c8,
Okay,
which is
G7.
what played.
g7.
Oh no, no resistance.
I think it's over.
Oh no, because rook h8 is mate.
I just
Yes.
wanted to eat all the pawns before.
If the
Right.
rook,
But g7 just finishes.
It's just g7.
and if rook was on g2, it was a rook c2, but not now.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't see it.
Okay, first check. Maybe
He
he just
didn't see
wants to
G7?
repeat.
I'm sure he does. He probably
just
wants to
wants
put
to-
the rook on c7 maybe, just to attack that bishop on c8 as well.
So rook check, king f8. So you think the rook is better placed on c7 than e7?
Look,
I mean,
right now he's just enjoying his
yes,
position.
actually, that's the point. Yes, g7
Yeah.
finishes the game too quickly.
It's like orcas playing with their prey. Yes, you're
Yes,
right. Rook
yes.
is
Rook
a.
c7.
I mean,
Just wants
coach,
to
you
Threatening rook
maximize.
h8. That's
the
why he goes
training
back.
is paying off.
He's trying to maximize.
Maximize your pieces at all times.
We can also play d6 maybe.
No, just go g7.
No, like d6 and then some ideas with
But
bishop
g7
d3.
finishes the game, yeah?
Yeah.
You're trying to play with your prey too much.
Right, right.
Exactly. No, g7.
Don't let it escape. G7 and the threat of rook h8 checkmate.
It's time, right?
And
Yeah.
look,
It's time.
he
It's
had
hesitating
seen
still.
it.
Yes.
He
Well,
just
he also-
wanted his
How
rook
many
on
seconds?
e7.
7 seconds he had.
He goes
Really?
down to 7
6
seconds.
Unbelievable. Still,
What is up
gives
with Ray?
chances.
No,
He
that's
just-
more
he-
than enough. Come
he
on.
just
I think he's getting
frightens
ready
us.
to wrap it. Just, this is how you
Prep.
get your prep, yes. Actually,
Wow.
just let's remember that in case of 2-1, they will play the 4th game. And still, Leinier Dominguez has chance. If he wins this game, he will
Yes.
equalize the match. And then
Yes,
we can see
and
that.
he will have the white pieces to do
Yes.
that. Right.
Must-win situation for Leinier in a game 15 plus 10 seconds increment.
I
Exactly.
mean, Leinier has great experience playing the World Cups with similar
Oh, for
knockout
sure.
systems. So
Yeah.
you remember he played very well in Baku last time.
Yeah.
So
For me, one of the most consistent World Cup players was actually Vishy Anand.
yeah,
He was so good in those matches. My goodness.
yeah. But also Peter Sviller, who almost
Also.
won it 2 times, and
Right.
let's remember about Levon Aronian, who actually
Yeah,
did
to win.
win this 2 times.
Yeah.
This World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the moment where Leinier is going to resign.
Absolutely, yes. Like he has
calling
not so
it.
much time, but it doesn't matter anymore.
Not so much. Only 15 seconds.
I am going to go down in a blaze of glory. I play check.
Oh no, come on,
No.
Leinier.
Oh, Rook
Play
C8.
another move? Okay,
Rook
okay.
C8 or what we will play?
Of
We
course.
will play rook c8. I will
C8.
play rook c8.
Yes.
Rook c8. And that's why he played rook c7. That's why he put his rook on c7.
Yeah.
You see?
Wow.
Without the rook on c7, with the rook on e7, this wouldn't be possible.
What a deep understanding, I would say.
Because we are looking at bishop e8, which was not defending the rook on h3.
That's true.
Okay, so now king g7, probably he'll take back one pawn, but okay,
rook
this is what he's trying
c4.
to do.
Rook h7.
Yes.
Maybe.
Rook c2.
Maybe.
Actually, yes, you can play rook h7 and then rook c2.
It still wins. Because you have d6.
d6. No, even this wins.
Hold on. Well, am I playing rook g3 here?
Rook g3 is possible, of course. Yes. Just we're making fun.
Yes. Okay. That's
Actually,
good.
rook g3 with the idea bishop h7, yes, and g8.
Correct.
Or
Yes.
with the idea of d6.
Yes,
and that was it.
Leinier resigns.
Wow.
Robson wins the second game in a row. After losing the first classical game, he managed to...
But what a game.
Yes.
What a game this was.
Impressive, yes.
What a game
Impressive play. Just at the very end, I mean, just for our audience, there is a nice finish, rook g3. And in case of rook c7, d6, rook takes g7.
Okay, we don't have time to analyze this because we do have another one right now still going on. Let's go to the Sam Sevian game.
All right.
Against Levon because...
you have it on your board.
There it is, right there.
Right.
Sam Sevian nursing an extra pawn.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, how did he lose the pawn?
How confident are you, if you are Levon right now, that you're going to be able to...
I'm like 99% confident. That
you can make a draw, yeah?
Yeah, because I've actually had this ending.
Against whom?
It was the game against China in an Olympiad where I couldn't... it was the days of the adjournment. And I'm not joking. The game lasted like 5 days.
No.
Like 4 or 5 adjournments. And it was well over 200 moves.
And we're complaining if we have 2 extra blitz games, yes?
And the team captains would come to each and every one of the adjournments. That was the Olympiad where my American team captain eloped with the first board of the ladies Soviet team. And Elena Ashmovskaya was the gold medal winner for the Soviet team, running away with the American team captain. It was quite the story. The Soviets were furious. Romance is romance, but sport was sport, said Gufeld.
Politics is everywhere.
That was great.
I think there are some still
E8.
problems, yes, in this position.
Well, it's the clocks too. I mean, it's not just the classical. They are playing on increments now.
How confident would you feel if you were
I mean,
playing
if you...
Magnus?
Only because these issues of
Well,
G6,
G6, yes, I'm not sure
I mean,
what's
there's
going
some
on.
checkmates
Ideas, always.
that are uncomfortable.
Maybe there is also not a plan how to win this position, but I mean, you
Just
can play it for 100 moves. Actually,
Exactly.
we're ready to stay
I
here
had the
for
extra
another
pawn.
for 2 hours.
I did. I
Yes.
played it for 200 moves.
Really?
Yes, that's what
why
I'm saying.
it was for that. Oh no.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I had queen and 5 versus queen and 4. Then queen and 4 versus queen and 3, queen and 3 versus queen and 2, and so on and so on.
Oh.
It was terrible. I couldn't offer a draw as a pawn up.
I mean, nobody can offer a draw here as well.
Exactly.
It's not even possible.
As
in this
Chris,
tournament. Bert
said,
put it.
You can't accept a draw because you can't offer a draw.
Nobody can offer you a draw.
By the way,
G6 was on the board, yes.
Nasi and Anna are in a rook ending. That game is going to be a draw. We won't move away from it. But with a draw, Nasi would qualify.
Qualify, yes, she goes.
She goes
forward.
Through. Yes. G7, G6.
All right. So
G5, G6. Pardon me.
Queen to A8. All right.
Tell us about the position, Christian.
Well, I guess you just have to bring the king somehow. That's the only way that I see to make any sort of
you put your queen, for example, on E5. You put your king on H2.
King H2. Just keep going.
So
just start going.
Yeah, there's no... Okay. So... Okay, start going where?
I'm going towards the 7th, 8th rank.
Yes,
if
in
you're
order
going
to
keep
exchange
checking me. And at some point, I hope that I'm going to get my king and my queen on the 8th rank. So queen d8, imagine a queen on d8 and a king on e8.
Now, whenever you check me, I check you back by moving my king. That's my plan.
The plan is to exchange the queens, yes, basically.
Oh, if I manage to exchange the queens,
then
that's
it's winning. Yes,
Yeah.
for white.
That's winning.
Okay, so excuse me. So I'm just going to refresh my board. I apologize.
Actually, what was the result of your game, Yasser?
Draw.
Oh no!
And it was described as the game that couldn't devour China. It was great.
Queen to e4. Okay.
Okay.
I like what he's doing.
Well, I mean, it is a torture, you have to say.
I mean, yeah.
My king is coming. I will get my king in
Slowly,
somehow.
slowly, sure. So your road is simply, you just keep walking up the board as far as you can, and you escort your king nicely.
Right.
Will you like to put your pawn on h5 and maybe your queen on e5?
No, I will
No,
not. I
you
will
don't
not put
want-
my pawn on h5. I will tell
Okay.
you why. Because in some endgames, you
You
will
might-
have. I will be able to go king f7, and you will have the extra tempo of going h5 with
Okay.
black. And then I'm going to pick up your pawn. That's my plan.
Deep thought. So
very,
I will
very deep.
stalemate you. I will put my king on f7,
Yes.
provoke you to play h5,
And then go back
it's
and take it.
vulnerable. Yes,
If I can get, obviously,
Yeah.
if I can get the queens off, then I'm winning.
of course. Okay, so here we go. So it's one of those slow motion trains, right? Do we go f3, king g3, queen e5, and slowly escort the king up the board? Again, 46 seconds for Sam Sevian. He will get 30 seconds for each move he completes.
All I'm saying is, I hope you guys don't have any dinner plans.
We knew what
Call
was happening, yes.
reservations.
Cancel your
Hold
reservations.
the table at 6,
Yes.
hold the table at 7, hold the table at 8.
Same for our viewers, yes.
Yes.
If you were planning to do something else, no, stay with us. It's gonna be fun
This is
because
gonna
we
last.
have still some rapid games ahead of us and perhaps some blitz games. But first, let's finish with this one because
Yeah.
it's gonna be a long journey.
Sorry for me, I just have to say, always in my mind, Sam Sevian
By the way,
image will be etched that he showed the king.
Yes. No, this, I mean, don't
Unbelievable. I mean, it was just like, what? You're here, your king is broke. This is like, dude, you can't touch my king.
Give me my king back.
Exactly, that was
Yes,
so
I was
funny. The king's head, the cross had
so
fallen.
another reason why I wouldn't
Yes.
play h5. Just put a pawn on h5 in your analysis, yes.
Okay, so let's say king f3, queen c8, h5.
Go queen d8.
Okay.
No, go queen d8.
I will do that. Queen d8, yes, sir. h5. Yes.
And now I have the extra mechanism of going queen d5.
Ah, you mean this stalemate idea?
Yes.
Oh,
You go king e3,
beautiful.
you go king e3, I go queen e6.
Oh.
Uh-huh. And if the pawn had remained on h4, I would take your queen.
Actually, even queen f7 is possible.
No,
Look at this.
because
no?
you go g5 after. I take
no.
g5. Unfortunately not, it's beautiful. But
But it's not working. Oh my
not
gosh.
working.
Yes,
Okay,
it easily
well-
can easily be missed.
Easily.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yes, I want my pawn on h4. I want you to have that h5 move.
Right.
I mean, you need to have this special set in your mind that when you have to defend this type of positions, right, this pawn down. I mean, I don't have it, Yasser. I can tell you.
There are
it's
some
really
players
hard.
that love holding those
Yes.
kinds of positions, and other players have no patience.
Exactly. So I don't have.
Exactly.
I can confess.
And really, Lubomir Lebojevic, sorry to say, he was this incredibly allured, aggressive player. He didn't like passive positions. He really couldn't play them. Ulf Andersson, it was his favorites.
Wow.
You know, just to hold difficult positions.
What
and
about
he did
you,
it very
Yasser?
well. I wasn't very. I was more the prosecutor than the
Yes,
defendant.
I see what you mean.
I'd like to be on the sunny side of the torture.
Anybody would like. But imagine, for example, you get into descending. Yes,
Yes.
I mean, as a professional chess player, do you have some kind of mindset like, okay, now I have to defend this
Yes.
position? Just calm down, my
Yes.
friend. Sit
Yes.
down.
That's right.
and be ready to play another 200 moves.
That's right.
Are you talking to yourself at these
Yes,
moments?
yes, I am giving myself that exact pep talk that, look, a victory is holding this game.
Yes.
So I am playing for a victory by making a draw. and I will really upset my opponent.
That's
So I'm going to
nice.
steal this half point from my opponent. Yes, and I would have that pep talk to myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually, I think, a good advice also for the players who just make first moves in chess. You should have this mindset. You should be able to hold worse positions. I mean, that's a
Right.
good big step to your progress if you can do something like that.
Exactly, exactly. The step to mastery is everybody can win a good position. But holding a bad position is really also mastery, chess mastery. F2, F4. Okay, again, I mean, Sam's attitude is I'm just going to make incremental progress. I guess King E3, Queen D4, slowly. I'm trying to get a position, what Cristian defined. Put your king on E7 as white, in order to be able to play queen to D8 check. Anytime we can force the trade of queens, we're in good shape. Ooh, H.
That I don't
like. 5. Wow. Just when we were about to take a look at Nasi's game, because something has happened there.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there's
something about the clock.
An incorrect claim of a threefold repetition. I think Nasi said, I'm going to play this move and make a draw. And Chris Bird said, no, I'm afraid, I'm sorry to tell you. And as a result of the wrong claim,
she got 2 minutes.
She got a 2-minute extra. And now
but they're
the
kind
players
of
have.
yes.
And Chris Bird is going to come back and say, I'm sorry. But I'm going to stay with our congratulations to Nasi, by the way, as she will stay in the champions bracket. And
yes, so she's asking Chris Bird to come back to confirm that now they really had 3 times repetition, handshake, and...
And by the way, the rapid chess game has started between Irina Krush, who leads her match against Zoe with 2. And it looks like a Benko gambit on the board. Zoe needs to win with black.
She knows what she needs to do.
Yeah.
Yes, Benko, yeah.
By the way,
I'm very happy about it.
I was so stunned by this move by Levon.
Yes, H5. Maybe he wants these stalemate ideas. Maybe he discovered the same idea.
He's trying, yes.
He's trying to.
Because now you have those ideas, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, okay, so the commitment of playing H5, to my mind, was too great a risk.
I really don't like it.
Now I'm thinking Sam Sevian is a big favorite, actually, to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting close. The squeeze is there.
Having this pawn on H5 always means that Queen F3 and Queen takes H5. It could be a checkmate.
Yeah.
Also, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He lost some patience there, right? With his
exactly.
H5.
Maybe he just felt that this position is really like hard to hold. Yes, and decided to, Levon is a very tricky player, so he found this trick probably with stalemate and going for it.
17 seconds and counting for Levon, as he's got to play Queen D8, Queen D6 check.
Whoa! You would see the hesitation. Yes, he wanted to play
a fake out there.
Yes.
He was going to go to D6, and then he stopped himself. And
probably he saw something. He didn't like it.
Okay, King to D4. Expecting just again this kind of a slow motion up the board. King to D4, making inroads by Sam.
Yeah.
By the way, how much time did he have when he made the move?
7 seconds.
7.
Wow.
Okay, and Sam's ticking underneath 30 now.
By the way, I don't think Levon is very much used to being in time trouble.
Not at all.
He's a very fast player in general.
And, from a very early age, too, his speed was extraordinary. Queen E3, no King D4.
You
by the way,
take on H4,
you go Queen B8. Now I'm starting to even have ideas of F6.
He has gone.
And like
F6, hold on, this Queen D8 check.
That's fine, but you cannot take my pawn with your queen.
You mean just F6?
No, but F6 I can change the queens, Queen B3 maybe, and then take on F6. Queen B3 first, guys.
Let's show Cristian what he may have missed.
That's still a draw. But
by the way, we just saw Queen C4, and let me take my move back. 40 seconds.
Wow.
King C4, pardon me.
King C4,
Not-
okay.
And then he stopped and he did play it. Okay, he's thinking Queen C6 check. I've got, pardon me, Queen C8 check. I've got the intermezzo Queen C5
The problem is you can never take any pawn. Yes, you always have checkmate.
on the back rank.
On the back
So
rank. You have to
this
keep an
pawn
eye
is
on it.
never hanging. This pawn is never hanging because
Except if you take it with check. Yes.
20 seconds for Levon.
Uh-oh. 23.
Those seconds fly by so quickly.
I'm telling you, the rules of physics don't work when you're in time trouble.
No, they don't.
I mean, those seconds are half seconds.
And they're so fast.
12 and counting. Queen C8
Queen
check.
C8, yes. In white and king to go to the 5th rank.
Queen C5.
So we can take on a5 with check.
Right? No, Queen
no,
C5.
Queen C5. Okay, yes, Queen C5.
Defends. And again, shelters the king so that we can make our steady progress up the board.
So maybe Queen G8, and if Queen D5, then Queen E6. No possible, because F takes E6.
F takes E6, yes.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh. Terrible.
I have to show that
Yeah, this
to
is
the
funny.
audience. If check, there's no stalemate themes like this because FE6 allows King G8.
G8, yes.
Oh, wow. And just
Same here, the one which I missed before is the G5. Yes.
Exactly.
Good example, for those who studied stalemate ideas.
Right?
Actually.
Those crazy rooks and the mad rooks, I think.
Mad rooks, mad queens.
Mad queens, yeah. Mad Dogs and the Englishmen, I think it was a famous title. Queen A8. Okay, I'm probably just King D4 and thinking, again, I just want to escort my king to the E7 square.
Mm-hmm.
Although I must say, I'm finding the move F6 far more attractive now that my queen is on the 5th rank.
Can I go F6? Okay. F6 you go Queen E4 and Queen takes G6, right?
Thank you. That is nice.
So
King B4.
I'm just slowly approaching you.
Exactly. And again, F6 is one of those moves that it might just free. You're right, though. I do have to be wary of Queen E4 and Queen takes G6.
It's in my back pocket.
Right. And Queen E4 check is on the board.
King A5.
I just want to see this Queen D5 move on the board. So like Queen C4, Queen D5.
Well, actually, King A5, Queen D5.
Mm-hmm.
That's...
Yes, so now
King
Queen D5. For sure, he should play it once, just
the problem is
for fun.
Queen D5.
It doesn't work, I know. You just don't need to take it.
Yeah. And as we'll keep an eye on this game, we're going to go to Kostya.
Yes.
And further interviews. Over to you, Kostya.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with international master Nazi Paikidze, who just drew and won her match against Anna Zatonsky. Congrats, Nazi.
Thank you.
How did you feel about today's game?
I was very nervous. She definitely managed to get a very sharp position, and that's exactly what she needed. At some point when she played F5, I started to really get worried.
Oh, yeah, we can put that on the board. So
right
you,
here.
you just need a draw, but you didn't mind sacrificing a pawn. You've played Catalan a lot. Is that it?
Yeah, playing for a draw when you need a draw is like the worst strategy. You end up playing too passive and losing. So I just played like a regular chess as if I didn't need a draw. Although at some point I started to regret it. I think.
So you felt your worst here after F5?
Well, maybe not necessarily worse, but it's hard to play. And her knight on d5 is just too good. Mm-hmm. No matter what I do, I can't get rid of that knight. And when I finally got the chance about here, I could take on g4, but I just couldn't leave the knight on the board. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if that was the right decision, but I went into the endgame down 2 pawns temporarily. I'm getting one back.
Right, yeah, it's interesting. You didn't go for the material, but you keep the initiative, with Bishop F4,
Yes.
and you got the files and everything.
Exactly. Her king is kind of weak, so I have some compensation. But I was never sure if I was actually equal or much worse.
Mm-hmm. So at what point, or already here, are you kind of like, draw is good, Or was there a point where you're like, I need to make a draw no matter what?
I mean, I was never better today, so draw was always okay.
Always good.
Yeah.
Great. Well, now you're advancing. You're going to play the winner of Irina and Zoe Tang. What will you adjust for tomorrow's match?
Well, if I play Zoe, I've never played her before, so I have to really learn what kind of player she is. And if I play Irina, I know I've played her many times, so I'm just going to have to prep and, most importantly, rest and sleep well.
Right. Okay, I got to ask you this. Would you rather play Irina, 8-time U.S. Women's Champion, 2-time American Cup Champion, or the junior Zoe Tang?
That's a tough question. Wow. I guess Zoe I would prefer.
Right. Well, a new opponent, yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Well, best of luck to you, and good luck in the future rounds.
Thanks so much.
Our congratulations to you, Nazi. Very well indeed. There is a rapid game going on between Arena Crush and Zoe. It is a Benko Gambit, and this is it. Zoe needs to win. Arena returned the pawn with
yes, b6,
the b6.
Yes, line she played.
I was a little bit surprised that Arena did allow, in this exact position, the trade of the bishop for the knight, because she did have the move Queen A4 check with the idea of moving the knight to a d2. Instead, Arena played the move bishop e2, allowed the trade, and, well, for Zoe, look, she
nice
needs
position.
an imbalance,
yes,
and she got it thanks to that trade. And give her a couple of moves. Let her play rook to b8. This knight will have to transfer itself to the b5 square. Knight e8, c7, b5, the bishop on g7. As we know, in the Benko Gambit, is an absolutely fire-breathing dragon.
Yes,
and
exactly.
This is a 3-result game. I don't think that Arena has necessarily come out of the opening with an advantage here.
Yeah, I used to play Benko with black pieces. So
Did you?
This is normally considered to be as a good position for black,
Exactly.
I would say. I mean, this bishop on c1 will be protecting b2 pawn. I mean, you have to find a way, I don't know, move your queen either to c2 or e2, protecting the pawn, so then you can free the bishop. But, I mean, white should try to do something maybe on the king's side, but they're not on time. You have to move bishop and then try to push f4.
Right.
Perhaps, but black has plenty of time to protect e5 square, moving the knight.
Yes.
Just what kind of plans could be? Can you move the knight?
For me, it's very clear that the plan that I would like as black...
Knight e8, knight c7, knight b5, something
precisely.
like that, yes?
I would like to plant the knight on b5, not only because I want to protect the pawn, but I really do want to plant the knight on the d4 square. Also, like yourself, I'm imagining that white is going to play f4, e5, f5. And against a pawn storm, I want to get the knight out of the way so it doesn't come with tempo. Let me just refresh my board and see what is the current position.
Yeah.
I was playing in the World Cup, these Grandmasters Association events, and I was playing against Valery Salov. And I prepared for Valery Salov. This is before chess base and the databases, and I thought Valery is a very, very dangerous player with white pieces. I would play the Benko Gambit, and I did because I couldn't find any games where he played against the Benko Gambit, and I thought I would surprise him. So in our post-mortem, he said, yeah, that the Benko Gambit was his childhood favorite.
As white or as black? As black. I see, so he knew everything.
He knew it inside and out much better than I did. I was like, Cristian, what do you got for us in
Well, I'm trying to understand that. Nothing big
Nothing exceptional is going on in the other game?
So
the queen
we can
ending?
continue on this one for just a second.
Please.
Because I see a question mark attached to that last move, e6. Can I just simply take?
Whoa, you don't play e6 in that position. Whoa, queen c2?
I think I can take and bishop c4, right? I mean, this is starting to look good.
This is also an idea, yes, but...
No, this is impatient.
But
this is you don't change the pawn structure, and I absolutely agree with you. white with the two bishops is very happy.
I mean, you play this move and you still have bishop on c8 sometimes, f5 ideas and d6 ideas, but now that the bishop
has been
left
traded.
the board, I mean,
Yeah.
yes, it's not that great, yes. So you should play knight f8 now? Or what?
Knight f8 or
yes,
maybe
but there
rook
are
back
some
to
e5
e8.
ideas. I mean, it can become very unpleasant for
And by the way, this
black.
is what they're going for. Yes, knight
I
to f8 is on
love,
board.
I love your pawn sacrifice
Yes, like-
idea, Anastasia, of e5, because basically that just ruins the perspective of this bishop. You can play rook, you can play b3, very, very slowly, bishop b2, and the two bishops are always compensation, but this is nice.
So e6 was a
You're
mistake,
being too
yes.
nice. I'm
Yes,
trying to go f4, f5.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to break open the position. Yeah,
You're more of a, let's go for the attack and splat.
that's what I want.
Yeah,
Yes.
attack and splat.
no, king h8.
And now, if
And
you go
then-
knight g4 to try to attack me like that,
Yes.
with bishop d4, now I'm going to go for e5. I sacrifice and then I go for f5. I just want to break your pawn structure.
Oh.
Then
Too beautiful. Usually you get in trouble playing beautiful chess.
We will try to find a way.
I don't believe in your trouble.
I'm threatening mate.
No, what black
Bishop f4.
pieces became a little bit more active.
Oh, well, just a second.
You have a
bishop
check.
f5
I get
or what?
it. You have a check, but that's about it.
Bishop
If
f5.
all I got is one check, that's not.
You're getting too hopeful. Yes, you're getting too hopeful.
Bishop e5. Yeah, you're right. A little bit too hopeful. Okay. f4, f5. But
King h8.
Arena and the times, who's ahead on the clock here, Anastasia?
Yes, exactly. But I just want to say that e5 was like typical idea here, but of course f4 move was also
F4?
possible. Yes,
Yeah.
the one which
I
Cristian proposed. Yes.
I'd much more on the e5 camp immediately. E5, b3, rook e1, bishop b2. I understand what my next 10 moves are.
Should we go back to the
Yes.
queen endgame?
Ending?
Endgame? Yes.
Absolutely.
Levon Aronian is trying to defend pawn down, queen's ending.
Oh, I did it again. I think when you said, here it is.
This one is, yeah, let's see the bird's eye view, beautiful. That's probably the only shot we actually need because position is so simple, right?
Right.
It's the
there's
same,
only,
basically just the king is
And now he's going for what we called for a very long time. Just get the king
On
towards
E7.
to
the
e7,
Yes.
yeah. Get the king, king b6. Just keep squeezing. King b6, queen b7. What do you like, Anastasia? Do you like king d6 and
king d6. Let's
I-
check it.
King d6, yes.
king to d6 to e7?
Maybe he has some idea. I don't know. which
This
one
feels
he
winning
chooses.
now. Are we?
It's getting close.
It feels winning.
It's not winning.
It's not.
Objectively, it's not winning, no.
The engine can save
No,
this.
okay, it saves it. But with 50 seconds on your clock,
And look
starting
at
to
what
get-
you're facing. We've got ideas of f6,
yes.
right?
Yes.
I mean, if we ever got a situation where there was no check for, like, imagine I have a queen on c7, a king on b6. So at that exact moment, there's no check. I will play f6.
Okay.
Ah,
Can you
and
play
then
a couple of
queen
moves? What
h7
do you
is a
play?
problem. Yes.
What do you play?
So let's say I go king b6.
Aha, you're trying to be sneaky. Okay, queen b8 check.
Queen b8 check.
Actually,
Let's say I play
queen
king
Queen
b7.
a8.
and queen b7.
Okay, what do you want? What are you
Don't we
trying
have
get?
time to
Queen
run with the
d8?
king to e7
Yeah.
in this
Queen
position?
d8.
No.
Queen David.
d8.
e8.
d8.
David 8.
Yes.
Okay, queen c7.
Okay,
See,
give
what I
you
want you to do
another-
is go check here, and then after king b6, no checks, and then I get to play f6 for free. That was my sneaky idea.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go for it. So I go queen a8,
Queen a8.
just to give you a chance.
Okay, thank you.
Being a nice guy here.
Yeah.
And then queen e8
Queen
maybe.
b8.
The moment you play f6, queen just6 maybe.
Sorry, queen
e8.
e8.
Yeah. But then you go
Okay.
here. You are threatening to play queen b8 or what?
Queen c6 was his
Hold
move.
on, let me refresh my
G8.
board. He's played queen c6, kind of a different approach by Sam.
Unexpected approach by Sam. Also.
Still, I mean, he's got such a good grip on the position. I like this move. I mean, each time you put problems. You pose your opponent with all kinds of problems. Queen b8.
Yeah, so if f6 now, maybe there is some queen e5 and g takes f6.
Right.
I don't know.
To escape.
I'm trying to.
Queen f8 maybe also.
But again, I love
yes.
I love the idea of queen d6 and just keep escorting the king. Queen d6, king b6. Queen d6, queen c8 check, king b6 is what I mean.
Yeah, imagine playing now after this long game the rapid chess.
Not,
and perhaps blitz as well.
Not fun.
You need to
will
be in a
have
good shape.
yeah.
That's why they say that chess players, they need to do physical training sports, because you try to play chess for 7-8 hours, guys.
True.
And you will understand what's
I
going
think I think for a lot of American chess players, Bobby Fischer was kind of a model that he liked to swim and play tennis to stay physically fit, because he knew that you would get into situations where you have to play literally 7 hours. What do we have? E5. Look at Arena go.
Queen f3.
Queen f3.
Okay,
By the
he's
way,
going for the h5 pawn.
Yes, he is.
That's a
reminding. But that's kind of strange with your king. I don't know. Wow, that's a strange move. Queen f3.
He had to do something. He had 5 seconds on his clock. He went
Well,
down
queen
to his last
d6
5
was
seconds.
pretty straightforward. And again,
Now it has
5
plenty of
seconds.
checks. Yes.
Yeah, he played it with 5 seconds.
Wow.
Okay, Levon doesn't have that much time either. It's 20 seconds at the moment.
I don't know, but king g8 offering up the h5 pawn would probably
first
allow me to make a perpetual check. So I could play king g8 and try to tempt you.
Yes, to take this pawn.
To take the pawn, exactly.
Queen a7, what do you do now?
I don't like this move, queen f3. I just don't like this move.
It's a bit off, I agree.
Maybe
feels strange.
now the king needs to run.
Well, once again, king b5, queen check,
no, I want to go
king
a6,
a6,
I think.
and once again, I would want to have my king and queen.
Wait, queen. Oh, he almost played king b4.
Oh no, really?
What was wrong with king b4?
Queen d4.
Queen d4. And maybe there's perpetual.
And then king b5, queen d5.
So he had his
Yes.
hand on
Nice.
king b4, and that would have allowed queen d4 check.
And now you have to go backwards, yes.
King
only,
b6.
Only to a3, I think, at that point.
Wow, it's important not to play king c6 also, right?
Yes.
Or king d5.
Again, why is the queen on f3 and not on c6, where it would be escorting the king nicely?
King d7, okay.
King d7.
Queen b5, right? Yes.
Queen b5.
And the trick is the desirable queen c6 allows queen takes f5 with a check.
Correct.
Exactly.
So now king c7? What are we doing?
No.
I don't know. Is Sam letting this slip away? Queen
c7.
a5 check?
I mean, he was never winning, so he's not slipping. He's not letting anything slip away. But
the queen f3 move.
Queen f3 just felt like it
was a step in the wrong direction, no?
Relieved some pressure off.
Yeah, if the queen is anywhere, d6, c6, e6, Levon is suffering.
Don't go king b7.
Queen d5 draw.
Queen d5.
Don't
Yes,
go king c6.
that's nice.
No.
Or
king
if he
b7.
goes king b7, then it's queen d5 stalemate.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally, one of our pet stalemates actually comes to fruition. So there are two mind squares, b7 and c6, and that was why he chose d6.
Okay,
Yes,
d6.
one
Queen
has
d5 doesn't
one-
work
almost
because
2
you take
minutes.
with a king.
Okay, I have a check here. I have a check here.
What about queen b6 now?
Here. Queen b6. Now can't I finally
get your queen back?
Back into the game.
Yeah.
But how am I answering queen
Queen
d8?
d8. Yes, queen d8 was played.
That's a good question.
It's nice to be around this d5 square, just in case.
Yes, yes.
Who knows?
Well, also, for example,
You
after
cannot
king
still take
here,
h4, yes, queen
you,
d8.
you can't go to the fourth rank
Mhm.
because this is a check.
Yes.
So queen d6, queen d8 check, Let me just refresh my board. Queen d8 check, king c5 on the board. Queen a5 check?
I think so. Queen a5, you have to go back. You have to go on c4.
c4, d4, yeah, just...
And
just,
start everything from the beginning.
Yeah, you know, recalibrate and start all over again.
Can you actually hide your king anywhere now?
Not so
maybe
sure
after,
anymore.
I mean, I'm not sure, maybe
To
only to
G5?
G3, G5.
Yeah, I can go to e3, to f4, to g5.
But maybe there is check on c1. How will it go?
I'll get myself
Yes.
checkmated.
Yes, also possible. On the meantime, actually, Irina played what I was proposing.
E5,
she played
bravo.
move e5, yes.
B3, E5. Looks like a very nice positional. And Irina loves these types of
Yes.
positional grinds. This is her expertise, I want to say.
I mean, pieces are good, very well placed.
Yes. What's happening? The clock's 1 minute per player in Levon and Sam game. As we see there, Zoe has just retreated her rook after provoking the move b3. Queen e7 check. King d4, what else?
He will keep giving those checks.
No, king
course.
d4, queen takes h4.
Yes, it's going to be checked.
You
Yes, you cannot
cannot
put
go there.
Sorry,
your
sorry.
king on the
Gosh.
first rank.
Oh boy. You're right. You're so right. King c6.
So in that case, can I go queen e8 now?
He has done it.
This one he will do.
If you go, by the way, if you go king d6, queen d8, is that
Yes,
the
we were
second
there.
or third?
Maybe second already.
I think it's second,
Yes, second repetition.
but we're getting close. We're getting close.
Immediately you felt, Yasser, that move like queen f3, when you go back with your queen, something is wrong with that. You cannot leave your king alone.
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
he will be
But,
attacked immediately.
Yeah, if your queen was, for example, in this position on d6, you could escort the king up
Yes.
the board with king c7, and your queen stops different checks. With the queen on f3, there's no such luck. And Sam is now realizing that he's really let a golden opportunity slip away.
Yes. That he needs to go back with his king probably in order to get some chances. But I mean, this is something what you don't really like to do and start everything from the beginning.
Right.
So you have to move your king all the way back,
Right. King
hoping
c5,
to hide it somewhere.
King c5,
Yes.
queen. King c5, queen e7 check, king b5, queen e8 check, king b4, and again, as we say, reset the stage. Queen e7.
What? King c4? Can we
What?
take on
Queen
h4?
takes h4. What are you doing, Sam?
Maybe
takes
he's ready to give up this pawn. I
h4.
was thinking about it actually. Like you are ready to give up the pawn, then you have to go back with your queen to the 8th rank.
And then I
there
take
is
on
some
h5.
queen. I don't know. Yes, something like that.
Yes. So
There is an idea like that, but I was
queen-
not sure if it works.
What you were saying is queen
Yes.
takes h4. Is this a trap?
Maybe. So you
If
go
we
like king
take-
c3, no, king
Let's
b5,
say king
yes,
b5.
without checks, yes.
And now I'm threatening mate in 1
Yes. So you have to go back.
all the way,
You cannot play king g8, and now there is queen h5,
and that's it. That's
queen
game.
h7. Let's
And,
show it
and
till
it's
the end.
game, it's game
Yes.
over.
So actually, it's possible, yes, to play this way and allow to take on h4. It's a trap.
Exactly.
It's a poisoned pawn. And
Levon is like, no, I've seen this type of traps before.
I know my puzzle rush
But it was
tactics.
nice attempt, yes,
Yeah.
from
Good attempt.
Sam. He was inviting Levon to take this pawn on h4.
Right.
Good try. Good
A
try, Sam.
very good try.
I've taught you well.
And there we go. We
So
go
he
all
goes
the way
back,
back.
yes, with his king.
Yeah, and he's going to go all the way back to f1 and poof.
Yasser, I mean, are you ready?
Yeah, my record's going to be challenged, my 220 move record.
Yes.
I
Well,
think
not so
actually
much
How
anymore.
many moves we
'cause
have?
This is the last pawn move was
century.
30 moves ago.
Actually, you are right. So h5 was the last move.
F5.
Ah,
f5
No,
for white.
but black played h5, remember?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
Something happened. Queen e5 check and Levon.
Whoa.
Because I have, wait a minute, don't I have king f1?
And no checks and
Actually,
checkmate
with
threat.
a double threat of...
Actually, queen e5 was the best move.
Was it the best?
only move.
The only
Really?
move?
Yes.
So after king f1, I'm threatening
Queen a1.
h5 and mate.
So queen a1 maybe the only.
Probably queen a1, yeah.
King g2?
Or queen b5.
Sorry?
Queen a1 or queen b5? I don't know.
Because what
So
I
where do you
wanted
go?
to do is
Where do you go?
king g2,
Queen b2,
queen b2, king h3.
queen b3. And then king g3. It's too smart.
Nice.
No, but I have
Queen
queen
d5.
b8,
You have
queen b8.
queen d5.
Or, no, queen d5, queen
queen
h5.
h5, yes.
Queen b8 check. Now I have to reload the checks.
Wow.
Yes, queen g6.
Oh my gosh. So
Yeah, but you have
queen
to find
E5
all these
check
moves all the time.
with 30 seconds on your clock.
That's
I think he's.
By the way,
he's seen
15
this.
seconds for Sam. He's
Imagine if he loses
make
on
that
time.
8 seconds for Sam.
King f2.
King f2,
okay.
yes.
King f2.
Now you can go queen b2.
And again, that stalemate mechanism, yes?
Yes.
So queen b2, king g3, queen b3.
So king f4, for example. So you're trying to
Yes.
get to g5, right?
King f4, queen b8. Queen b8, king g5.
Yes,
okay.
I mean he
That's
can
the
take.
idea. So there you go. And again, I'm just going to refresh my board. Sorry, everybody.
Okay, so where am I
Queen
escape
B2.
when you go to
Somehow
f4?
computer holds it, yes.
Maybe I'll give you a... No, but if I give you a check on e5, then king h3, and I don't have queen b3 anymore. This is annoying.
This position is hard. Perhaps at one point we have to play like king g8, I don't know what.
King g3. That was what...
I'm really not sure how you defend.
Queen,
Okay.
yes,
Queen
maybe.
b8.
And maybe king g8, like, and say that
And
take
now
the
king
pawn.
h3, now you go
Now
queen
go
b3.
queen
Queen
b3.
Queen d3.
Oh, man.
Queen b3 now.
Wow. No hesitation.
No. I
By
think
the way,
that's hand
only
distance.
move.
Only
There was no choice.
King
Yeah,
g2.
he found the mechanism.
King g2.
King g2, queen b2. He stays on the b file.
Wow.
He stays on the b file.
What
He
an
has all the squares he
wow.
needs on the b file.
What an impressive defense from Levon so far.
Exactly. Do you know we would...
I would lose this position already 20 times.
Easily,
Yes, sir,
easily.
I'm telling you.
Easily. We would have these positions with adjournments.
Yes.
And we would
it
be
was difficult.
studying them, and it was still difficult even with the adjournment. I must say, this is very impressive defensive
Levon.
play by Levon.
Yes.
I mean, for sure, Sam has played challenging, but it
But
feels
Levon
like
keeps finding all those moves.
Only
defensive
moves.
Yes. Here we go. So queen is 3 is no more threat on. this.
no more threat against the h5 pawn.
Yes.
Okay.
So queen has moved from
Yes.
f3.
Yes.
And now perhaps he has, let's say, an option to go back on the 8th rank.
Yes. It was necessary either to play queen b8 or queen d8 because of the threat of mate. Yes. Now,
Like what? Queen d8, threatening queen h4.
you know, this is where the queen endings are the worst endings for the commentator.
Exactly.
Totally the worst endings, because literally in this position, I must say, queen b8 and queen d8 feels natural. Queen b5 doesn't feel like the most natural
but
move.
he defends e8 square and he threatens f5 pawn. Yes.
Exactly.
Actually, what I understood that queen b2 would be a disaster. I think after queen e2, h5 would be, I don't know.
And queen d4.
No, it would be the same.
Queen b2, queen e2 would be a disaster.
No, maybe, I'm not sure, but there would be again a lot of threats.
It's always scary.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then, you know what you can do after queen e2? Queen a2. Maybe.
Terrible. Terrible.
You always have to remember about this stalemate
this trick.
idea.
Yeah.
King g3 again. But what I wanted to say is this queen's endings are commentator's curse
Yes.
because if you play natural human moves, the computer says, checkmate in 47.
You try to find it. Good luck.
Right? I mean, and you make the bizarre move queen b5 and the computer says 0, 0, 0. And it's really binary.
Yes, and every move it changes evaluation. Yes.
Checkmate by force in 47 moves, draw by force. King f3.
Imagine to analyze those endings without computers.
Terrible.
Just every move is like such a difficult
And the players have built
story.
up a 3-minute buffer, which means, Cristian, if you don't mind, I just take a quick gander at the Arena Crush versus Zoe game. Again, Zoe needs to win with the black pieces to equalize the match. And how...
Oops.
Whoops, I just saw some eval bar.
Irina seems to
doesn't
be
need,
in full control in this one. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Wow.
This is the position, I mean, she's not getting checkmated anytime soon, but strategically, she's completely busted. And exactly with the idea that you guys were mentioning, give up the pawn with e5, completely shut this bishop off. And then this bishop on c4 is such a powerful
Knight on
piece.
the floor.
Rook to d1. This rook is stuck to the defense of the a6 pawn. Rook d1, rook d6 is coming. Everything is shut down in terms of black's pieces and their activity. This one is looking really grim for black.
Just one move, just one mistake, e6 move, and it's a disaster after that. Look at this.
Yeah.
Queen e1 would be my preparatory move for playing rook to d1, just to defend the a5 pawn. Queen e1, rook d1, rook d6.
Queen e1 here, yes.
Yeah, and what Cristian was saying.
She took the pawn.
Bishop
Why
takes
not?
a7.
Okay, you can take the pawn. Why
Also.
Why not? Why not?
By the way, she
Yes.
can also just make a draw if she wants to, right?
Oh, I forgot about
A draw
that.
finishes the
Yes.
match.
Yes,
Now,
all she needs is a draw.
she's the defending champion. She knows she's much better. I don't think she's
Exactly.
going to go for a draw.
Exactly.
Yes.
And there we see our defending champion. Again, she had a scare in this match. She's playing the number 8 seed. First day, white classical game.
Lost the first
no
game.
problem
Yes.
whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it happens.
She lost with white.
She also mentioned that the first game always like a little bit shaky, and you
Right.
don't feel probably the pieces yet, and so. But she immediately woke up. This is for
Impressive.
sure. I mean, it was a wake-up call, and she
we
managed
see
to equalize the score
With
immediately.
our spy cam, Zoe.
Yes.
Zoe is fully aware that,
Her position is not great, but
Not
she
good.
keeps trying. Yes, creating some threats.
Problem is she only has 51 seconds also, so she's in some time trouble situation as well.
Like it's threatening to take on a5 right now,
Okay,
and
that's something.
mhm.
That's something.
What would you play? Go back?
I really like that bishop on c4. It's such a powerful piece. I
Yes.
understand you're going to take my pawn on a5 back, but I have full control of everything. The d file, that bishop on c4 is keeping tabs on everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what she's saying. Okay, you can take this pawn. I don't
Take the
care
pawn.
that
I'll go
much.
rook d6. I have absolutely control everything in the
I'm
position.
not sure. Was it a good idea to trade those pawns? Maybe it was better just to keep the pawn on a6.
Not for me. I would have played queen e1 in order to keep
Yes.
the a5 pawn because I like that
Yes,
pawn on
yes,
a6. I
yes,
like the fact
yes.
that the rook on a8 is tied down.
Exactly.
In any case, like whether you play queen takes c5, a5, or rook takes c5, I've got another
Yes.
little unit that I can. Queen takes a5 on the board. I've got another little unit that I can attack. Queen e3. As well as rook d6.
Yes,
And
I mean those
again,
pieces they don't go anywhere.
it's domination
Yes.
of the piece activity.
This knight on the8, I mean, has no life.
Wow. And
Move
I'm
100.
I'm
for
going to go
Levon.
back to Levon's game because he is close to the 50 move rule. How close is he, Anastasiya?
10 moves. He has to make
10
only
moves.
10 moves because after h5, or which was the last move, h5 or
Or
f5?
F5.
F5, yes.
F5.
I mean, normally we need only 50 moves.
That was move 60, yes.
So essentially, whether he has to do it, he's got to play f6.
Yes.
Because you're not going to be able to force the trade of queens in the next 10 moves.
To keep the game going.
Right?
Yes.
Sam is going to have to play f6 And by the way, f6 looks like a really good move right now. If it was my turn, I think I would play f6. Like, wait a minute.
Sorry, but
yes,
isn't this just over after queen b3?
Queen g8.
Queen b3, king f4, queen c4.
Ah.
Wasn't that just over?
I think he's setting up for king e4, queen c4.
Again, also the same thing.
Right.
So it's like a stalemate.
But if I play f6?
No, queen b3. No, but at least you're giving me the opportunity to go f6, right?
Right. Well, if you had queen b3 is check.
Yes,
I
check, and then
apologize.
queen b2, queen f6.
So you think that he missed a draw on the spot?
Right.
Queen b3 check.
Check, yes.
And the idea is if you go king e4, queen c4 check, and I got one of those mechanisms of a stalemate.
I mean, you can go backwards, but
the move queen g8 gives me the added option of f6, right?
Yeah, so maybe check on b3, and where do you go with your king?
Not sure.
If you go to the second rank, I have queen b2, but here...
No more queen c4, at least.
No more.
Yes. That's one of those embarrassing moments.
So I can take probably, because then I have king g8, and
Yes.
f7 is covered, huh?
King,
Where do you go?
King e3, but again, now I can go queen b3 if I want to.
You went, just a second, I'm going to refresh my board. Sorry, everyone. He went king e3, and he can play queen b3.
Queen b3, again, same idea.
Same
if king
idea.
f4, queen c4.
Exactly.
If king f2, go back.
Queen a2 check.
Yes.
Yes, also.
Just keep giving those checks.
Yes.
Let's see if Levon will find it. He has 45
Boy,
seconds.
I must say, I mean, after an exhausting game like this, to have to come
play
back
rapid.
and play rapid,
Yes, and I don't know what will happen.
I would be wobbling.
Not easy.
Yes. And I mean, you don't have food. I mean, some snacks, but not
They do.
proper one.
They will
What do
have
you
about,
mean?
I believe, half an hour, right?
They will be given half an hour. So he plays queen b8.
Queen b8.
You need some sugar probably, yes, to come back to normal after that. So
King
king
e4.
Yes.
And by the way, okay, we just, Zoe is down
to 10 seconds,
to
yes.
10 seconds.
And the position is also did
Not
look
good.
Great. Yes. It's hard to defend this kind of position with such a great domination.
Yeah, I see.
Yes, you just...
this is over.
It's a handshake.
Wow.
And Irina Krush managed to advance.
With a scare.
After shaky start, let's
Yeah.
say, she managed to win all the rest of all the games, yes.
Exactly. She won the classical and the two rapids. Our congratulations to Irina as she
My
starts
pick.
her campaign for a third consecutive American Cup Championship title. You have skin in the game.
Exactly.
Anastasiya,
It's my
you've
pick,
chosen
so of course.
Irina. King d5. The Aval is still...
Oh, I'm not even looking at that one because
Because of
another
Ray
game
Robson.
has started. The Ray Robson versus Leinier Dominguez game. By the way, what do we have there? Wait a minute. Let's go back to the previous one. To Sam Sevian.
Yes.
So queen to f8. There's no check on the board. Queen to d7. Okay.
But again, I'm looking at this position. Please.
It looks
All
similar, yes?
I want so desperately to play the move f6 now. And again, how many moves are we?
You don't
away
have
from
time
15?
anymore.
Actually, I don't know how many moves left.
6 moves.
6 moves, yes.
Moves left.
moves.
Yes.
But Sam doesn't know that. Sam doesn't know that his opponent can claim in 6, and neither does Levon.
Do you think so? I think Levon should have...
They don't have score sheet. Oh,
No,
well,
they do. They
have
keep
score
writing.
sheet.
That's the point.
Oh.
Normally, that's what I told you.
thought they
You
were
have to
down
write.
to seconds.
Yes, no. When you have 30 seconds, you have to write.
I should have sketched it on his
And
score sheet.
with Chris Bird, you know, you,
He's
you
a
cannot
stickler
escape.
for these
you know? You have
these
to
details.
write your moves.
Queen a8 check. Okay, what's the story after King e6? 6 moves. How many moves did you say?
6 moves.
Yes.
So I got to go 1, 2, 3.
Well, king e6, I go queen e4.
King f7.
Queen takes f5.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, just when I was about ready.
To arrive
Oh.
to your destination.
Oh. Yeah, arrived at the destination all right, but mistimed.
And by the way, I think I see some sort of a pattern. So you go,
please.
Let's say you go king e6, queen e4, and now you go something like king d6, right?
Yes.
Now I go queen d4.
Yes.
If you go king e7,
yes.
Then I go queen f6 and queen f8.
Not checkmate.
It's not a checkmate. You remember? Kostya missed
But-
similar checkmate on Samarkand, but this is a stalemate.
Yeah, a forced stalemate.
Wow. Nice.
Nice.
Very well, Cristian.
But it felt like a checkmate stalemate.
does,
You know,
yes.
like, I mean, that was a really, really strong move, you know, not getting out of that one. King d6, I suspect.
I mean, you have to stay calm, you know. I mean, kudos to Levon for defending this ending. Oh my gosh.
King d6.
King d6, okay.
He's done it. Has
So what's the best way right now? You can go queen b8, right?
Well, funny enough, we're getting to a position where I kind of liked. Remember I was saying that, you know, queen b8, king c6, we were to get a position where, whoa, every time I...
Queen h3.
Terrible.
With
Nobody cooperates anymore.
Queen a3.
Queen a3 check.
So what do we do now?
And is it now 4 moves? 4 moves?
yes,
Four
like
moves to go.
Five more
Five
moves.
moves.
5 moves.
Mhm. So with king e6, we saw it. Yes, king e6 is on the board. Now what? King f8, queen f8 he plays. Yes.
He really likes this setup with queen f8 without giving a check, which is quite interesting. Now don't go queen e7, queen c8, king f7.
Yes, you can even lose the game. Yes,
that would
still.
be a disaster.
Oh no!
Don't go
Everything is possible.
queen e7, queen c8, king f7.
You're close, but not
because
really.
chess coach will have a
Heart
heart
attack.
attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
But father of
Oh.
Sim.
Father, yeah, Armin. Sorry.
So
Queen
queen,
f7,
queen goes to f7.
But now I'll give you some checks.
Yes.
You
Now
cannot take on
back to
f7
checks.
because then white will take with the pawn. This is what I learned. I learned my lesson.
By the way, whoa, wait. Queen d6?
Queen d6.
Queen
Yes,
d6. It's over.
Queen
Yes.
Queen
d6.
d6.
Queen d6. I think Sam.
Actually, it's gonna be like almost 50 move, yeah.
It's like an epaulette mate, but it's an epaulette stalemate.
Stalemate,
Yes. Queen
Okay,
d6.
will he find it? I mean,
He will. He's
will,
double
yeah.
checking himself, making sure
Okay, yes. I mean, bravo. What a nice ending of this game.
Our
Wow.
applause to both
Bravo,
players.
Levon.
That
All
was,
right,
No,
all
this
right.
was
that
just
was the last full measure.
Here we go.
unbelievable to defend such a difficult ending.
True. Let's jump to studio with Kostya, with our defending champion, Irina Krush.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the twice defending champion, Grandmaster Irina Krush. Just came from behind to defeat Zoe Tang 3-1. First of all, congrats, Irina.
Thank you, Kostya.
How do you feel about the match after, of course, losing the first game?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've improved it since that moment. And I feel like, okay, I played better today than yesterday. Still not very clean, especially in my first classical game today. I had like a winning position that I managed to basically spoil and maybe nearly lose at least. So I think the calculation can be improved, but it is getting better.
Cool. Well, take us through this final rapid game. Of course, you just needed a draw to clinch the match. What's your mindset when you're playing this? Because you don't have a ton of time. You just got to, are you playing for the advantage? Or are you trying to keep it solid? Or
Well, in general, you're trying not to do anything too stupid, not give your opponent a very easy game. So you need to keep them kind of never too comfortable, I would say, right? Like, don't put yourself in a situation where, they feel like you're going to take a draw at any second, right? So that's the way I normally play these, tie-break games or rapid games. It's kind of what I did in this game as well. Like, obviously, I tried to be solid, But, you know, when my position became really good, I also tried to exploit that as well.
Yeah, at what point were you like, okay, no more draw, I'm just gonna win this game?
You know, honestly, you know, I was okay with a draw until the end. I mean, like, somewhere around here, like, of course I am doing really well, but, you know, I was just like, okay, I don't really see a forced win. I mean, I can go knight f7, and I guess if I really want, I can win this pawn, which I don't need. I mean, why should I ever even give that bishop any hopes of a life in this game? So I didn't really see a win, so I was like, well, it's okay to repeat, right, and just attack the c5 pawn if she would like. But unfortunately, you know, when she goes here, yeah, of course, there's knight e8. At this point, I think you can comfortably be playing for a win because you're just, the black king is completely, well, without any defense, and like all my pieces are still on such solid squares.
It's reminiscent of this famous like Fischer-Spassky game, if you remember the famous game 6. It's like very nice bishop on c4 and just everything in your...
yeah, it's an outpost for the bishop, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, congrats. Next up, you'll be facing Nazi Pakidze in the next round. What will you adjust for the next stage?
I mean, I think my main thing is just to keep playing better, right? Like, you know, not blunder anything, calculate more cleanly, and then everything should be fine.
Okay, well, I'll let you get to it. You've had a long day, but best of luck in your next rounds.
Thank you, Kostya.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you.
Are in the rapid game between Leinier and Ray Robson. Still lots to play for. We need a quick break, though.
Yes.
Anastasiya.
Yeah, so maybe it's time to take a break. It's a commercial break, and we have also interview Sabina, for sure, managed to interview Begim Tohirjonova, who also was a winner of the match today. Let's have a look and come back.
See you on the other side of the break.
Thank you so much for joining me, Begim. I wanted to ask you, growing up, who has influenced your chess career the most?
Thank you so much for having me, Sabina. Well, I would say it's my siblings, because my two oldest sisters, they play chess professionally, and I saw them playing, competing growing up. That's why I would say my sisters. Being professional chess players definitely like influenced me, and I wanted to be in their place. I wanted to play great games like they did. And my brother, who taught me chess, who actually somehow managed to interest me in chess, my siblings definitely.
It's really nice to come from a chess family, because you always have this encouragement from behind you. They know what you feel, right?
Yeah, that's a very nice thing. They understand me. They understand when I lose, they understand when I win, but sometimes there's a pressure. I don't want to play a bad game, because I know my siblings are watching. Not only parents, like siblings are watching, they understand everything, and sometimes they're like asking, why didn't you do that? And then you just, mixed feeling, but definitely I really appreciate the fact they are out there supporting me, and they're out there to, they're always here for me.
Do you always feel pressure because they're watching your games every day? And
yes, it's not like a bad pressure. I just want to do my best, not only for me, but for them too, because they have done so much for me. And then it's just, they mean a lot to me. And when someone means a lot to you, you just want to perform well, not only for you, but for them too.
I agree. Looking back, what would you tell your younger self on how to deal with losses in chess?
To be honest, I'm not as bad to deal with losses, especially as a kid. I didn't care. Like, my interest in chess was it came from totally different place. I just wanted to travel the world, and they motivated me. They knew that I have a talent, but I really didn't care about chess. I loved winning, of course, and I hated losing, but I never showed it to around people, and I was fine with it, and I survived it quietly. But recently it got a little bit out of control, I guess. So whenever it happens, I just say, relax, everything will be fine. I just try to do my best, and when you do your best, there's no regret.
That's true. Another question related to that a bit is how do you deal these days with a series of bad tournaments, if you have any? Are there some specific things that you do in order to get over them and kind of get out of that phase?
I experienced those things when I was a little bit younger, in my late teenage years, and it was extremely hard to deal with it. I just kept playing. I was like, I'm gonna get over it, but I know that I gotta take a pause and I need to understand what's going wrong. That's what I do, and also maybe it's just because you're burnt out, and it happened before and I didn't really figure that out until recently. I looked back at my career. I was like, what did it go wrong? And I understand it's just that you have symptoms and it's better to work on them first before you play more tournaments.
So you need to be objective with what is really going on, look deep down.
It's the hardest.
That's true. Tell me, what would be a favorite day in the life of Begim? Favorite day, what would you like to happen on a day so that you feel happy?
Well, I want to wake up and eat breakfast that my mom prepared. She's great at that. And just hang out with my sisters. I have a great nephew, my nieces, and just go have just lunch or dinner with my family and relax, drive around a little bit. That's if I spend my day with my family, it's the most beautiful and my favorite day.
That sounds really wonderful. What about a work day? How does
productive? Well, you ask favorite day. I don't get to spend a lot of time with my family. That's why my favorite day, as long as I have my family members, this is my day. And when it comes to productive day, I would rather not to have them because I'm not productive at all. I like to get up at 6:30, 7ish, work out and have my breakfast and work on chess a couple of hours. I have a job now, as you know, so I go work in the office. I come back and have some time to read or watch something, cook dinner, I love cooking, and just go to bed.
Sounds wonderful, Begim. Well, I hope you got enough time to prepare for this event. I wish you good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing you compete.
Thank you so much, Sabina.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're still analyzing the games from the American Cup. And first of all, let's check the results.
By all means, let's do it. Let's start with the Open. Tell us what's happened there.
So we have already two winners. We have Fabiano Caruana managed to win his match against Grigoriy Oparin. And the same happened in the game between Wesley So and Sam Shankland. Wesley won the first classical game, and both of them advanced to the semifinal.
Right.
And we still have two matches. Leinier Dominguez and Ray Robson are playing right now the rapid game after Ray Robson won the first classical game. So it's 2-1 in the match, and they're still playing the rapid game. Levon Aronian and Sevian made all draws in 3 games, and they're going to play the rapid game today as well.
But that epic third game was amazing, that classical game. And in the ladies section?
Everything is actually decided in the ladies section. We have all winners. Nazi Paikidze, Alice Lee, and Begim Tohirjonova, as well as Irina Crush, all of them advanced to the semifinals. And the losers of these matches, they will go to play in the elimination bracket.
Yes.
And as you can see, after that first defeat for Irina, that woke her up.
It did.
And then
sometimes you need that too.
Yes, you do. You do.
Now we
showed
have
her class.
Yes, we do. Yes, she did. Pardon me. Now we have a situation that while we were on break, 3 pawns for the night.
Yeah.
And you made an observation that Mark Dvoretsky said 3 pawns for a night and ending is usually sufficient compensation.
Normally, yes. And computers actually, they agree with us for the moment.
It does seem like there's compensation. At the same time, White still holds the trumps in the position.
It's a 2-result game.
It's a 2-result game, yes. If I manage to free, and you see
yes, what about this knight on
the knight is a bit trapped, right? It's not really trapped, but you cannot go towards the center, unfortunately for you.
Right.
Knight to d4, and you have to use the king to stop my pawns. So probably king e2, right?
Well, I would start with knight b8.
So you want to put the knight on b8.
I want to play rook takes c5.
I will not give you that pawn.
Okay.
I don't think I can afford giving you that
And if you go c4, I want to go rook c6. I really want to trade rooks. Because if I can take off the rooks, then the queenside structure, black's queenside structure collapses.
You can. So now I have to start focusing on your pawns.
Right.
I need to start picking up some pawns.
Exactly. Knight takes a6, rook takes h4.
It becomes a race, right?
Right. Knight to c7,
you
rook
pick up
takes
some pawns.
h2. Knight takes pawn.
I pick up a pawn.
Yes.
Right.
4 versus 1.
You have only one left, Yasser.
Yeah, well, but it's a goodie. Knight to d6.
Yeah. This one is an intriguing one for sure. Again, it's such a complex battle, it's going to come down to the last few minutes.
Right.
It's an endgame, limited material, but there's so much to calculate.
Yes.
So,
for me, everybody, I really have to say to Sam and Levon, it's just simply brilliant. Kudos. The computer said 97.2% accuracy for both,
Both players, yes.
A 108-move game? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
You know, you're super happy if you play accurately for 20 moves.
Or 10 moves even, yes, sir.
I mean, come on.
There it is.
It's unbelievable. That is really
97.2
for both players.
For both players, 97.2, 97.2.
Wow.
Just incredible. Yeah.
Truly amazing. And they need a break as they will be playing a
Nothing can
rapid-
separate them.
Yeah.
As of right now.
3
right?
draws.
It's just incredible.
Exactly. Back to Ray Robson's game. What's the clock times for these two players, Anastasiya?
Well, the clock time, it's actually 5 minutes for Ray Robson and a little bit less time, 3 minutes. I see 3 minutes for Leinier Dominguez.
By the way, he didn't play the move knight b8. He did play king e2, and I think king e2 was your first choice, Cristian.
My first instinct. Yes.
Yes. Just
Like
to
you want
block
to
the
block this
pawn.
pawn, yes.
Yeah, right.
Don't want to let it go.
Don't want to see that pawn go any further.
Can black trade, I mean, this pawn for a couple of pawns on the king side and then maybe b2 pawn, I don't know.
Exactly. Should we be
like,
playing...
Can try to just play straightforward and...
Well, here the difference is if you go rook h6, remember I had to put my knight on the stupid square b8.
Yes.
You go rook h6, I can actually put my knight on a decent square for a change.
And also you will protect f3 pawn, yes?
Correct.
I
So
mean h2 pawn by playing knight
by
f3.
playing knight f3, what you just, pardon me,
Then
said.
I go back. I cannot go back even rook e4 because it's knight g5. Beautiful.
Let me
fork.
show you. Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
I wanted to do so.
So actually king e2 kind of puts the question to black.
No, I think the big question is f5.
F5 and
What do you
F4.
do after f5?
Yes.
f5. Okay. So f5, f4.
Correct.
Careful, careful,
Are you in time? Stop me.
careful.
Maybe some moves like knight d8.
Knight
No,
d8,
it's a
rook
very bad
e8.
move actually. Yes, rook e8, and then
Knight
we
d8,
actually.
rook e8.
No, I just was so attracted with the idea knight f7 that I forgot that you can simply pin the knight.
Exactly.
So you have to put the knight somewhere else.
Maybe we
Questions
can
where?
still after rook e8 take all those pawns c5, f5. I mean, just I'm trying to make a draw actually.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
then
the problem.
you, yeah,
That's
and
the
you
problem.
can't.
Actually, I can. Yeah,
You can't
and then we
because
can
you
solve.
have to win with white to stay in the match.
You are right. That's a point. So white could try to do so, but it's not.
I can blackmail you with.
Yeah, I
the
can
draw.
blackmail you with the draw.
Wow.
Yeah,
Let's
king
not
e2,
forget about the match.
f5. F5 is great. Okay, so come on. I thought Leinier was much better. I'm having some doubts suddenly.
He hasn't
F5.
played it yet, by the way. So Ray's still thinking.
Okay, let me do after f5 knight to b8. I come back to knight b8. I'm assuming you're going to
F4.
play f4.
You're
Yes.
gonna go rook f8, right?
I was thinking knight d7.
No, but then I go f3.
King f3, e2, knight f8 check, king
h6.
h6, knight takes e6.
E1,
No mate.
Queen.
No mate.
No mate,
No
on-
mate, unfortunately.
against the king.
Yes,
No
I'm thinking about these ideas all the time. How to
Okay,
create
so
a
then I
checkmate
have to
net.
play rook f8, what you
Yes,
suggested.
Rook f8.
We should
Cristian.
show that. We should show that variation.
My first instinct was that I had some kind of checkmate against the king, but that wasn't actually accurate. You do go ahead and promote your pawn to a queen, and rook
Even this is
h8.
not that clear, right?
If this pawn was on h5, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Genius.
But let's
Rook
keep going.
h8 would be
Even
a
now,
check.
rook h8, you go king g6,
Yes.
h5, king f6, rook f8, and you don't take my knight.
That is true. But you do hide.
Yes.
You do,
You do
hide.
hide.
Yes,
You do
yes.
have
You
a
hide.
hide. Okay, but rook f. In case of f4, I do have rook f8 in this case.
f5, knight b8 is on the board, by the way.
f5, knight b8. Yes. Knight b8. With knight b8, by the way, does come with a tempo because rook takes c5. If it's my turn, I'm very happy to grab a pawn. And so he
F4.
did play f4 and, of
F8.
course, rook f8, as we expect.
These guys are good.
These guys are very good.
Rook e4?
Rook
How to defend
e4,
the
knight to
pawn.
d. Yes, otherwise, how to defend the pawn. But now we're going to go knight d7, gift me this one.
I don't think I will.
You go
C4?
c4? C4, yes. Fair.
I really don't
Now
think I
again,
will.
I mean, it's sort of like this king
It's out
should
of
be
ways.
in a checkmating pattern, but at the moment, I still don't quite see it. Oh.
All these jumps, knight c5.
Knight c5.
Do we have
one
c6?
question? Why did you go knight d7 and you didn't take the pawn on a6?
Yeah.
Because I'm an idiot. I should have done that. Rook f8, rook e4, and why?
Knight d7.
Seriously, the reason I played knight d7
You
is
wanted
because
some
I was
knight f8
thinking
ideas.
that there was some vague checkmates, but it's not true.
Might as well take a pawn.
Might very much so. Yeah, c4.
Now I might go c4 or rook c4. I don't know. It's such a difficult position, in fact, to assess and to calculate.
Truly.
You have options at every single step.
I know.
And would you like to play sometimes f3 move? I'm all the time calculating.
Right.
They said, I don't want to give up all those pawns, but I'm like, in case if I need to make a draw.
It always comes down to how many pawns can you eliminate.
Yes. It always feels that white has one pawn left. On the board. No matter what you do.
Yeah, I had some U.S. championship game where in such a position after rook c4, I played h3 just to keep as many pawns on the board as I could against Shaba Alexander. And 19 seconds for Ray, and he played with 7 seconds. Let me refresh my board. He played rook b6.
Did he find the best move again?
I'm
like 5
not
seconds
sure.
on his clock.
Rook b6. Nice. So rook f4 is not possible because of rook b8?
Yes.
And he protects a6 pawn?
Yes.
Wow. And king f3, you don't threaten even to take the pawn because there is e2.
King f3,
After king
I go rook
f4,
e6.
yes. And now he has probably time to bring his king into the game.
Okay.
At least this.
So his idea is to meet knight d7 with rook d6. Knight takes c5 and rook d2 check.
Yes.
Can we just see that?
Yes,
Is that convincing us that it's a draw?
Nothing convinces us.
We are not convinced. And you're welcome to snack here. I'm going to snack on f4 and a6, of course.
Yeah, the question is which one do I want to snack? b2 or h2? Which is always...
By the way, knight d7 on the board. We're expecting rook d6, and that too was played very quickly. Leinier is enjoying a 3-minute advantage, something we don't say very often, I must say.
Let's not forget that if Ray makes a draw in this game or he wins, he will win the match.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he just needs to make a draw, and it's not an easy task. I mean, still a lot of work to do in this position.
Do you have that expression? Thank you, Captain Obvious? Or
yes.
not? You do.
I mean, it's obvious, but the problem is with so many matches, you keep forgetting things. Who won how many games before, and what happened in the previous round.
Who wants to do what?
It's important even to remind yourself what's going on now. And
exactly.
And actually the fact that Ray needs a draw.
Cristian, we left you at a moment that you asked yourself a question. Do we want the
Which
B2
pawn to take, right?
or the H2 pawn? Did you make a decision?
No.
The winning answer, the envelope says.
Maybe we can play rook f2 for the moment.
Go rook f2, knight d3.
Knight d3, I see this move.
Then you took away
go back.
Okay,
option.
let's just guess. I'll take on b2.
Okay.
I'll take on b2 first.
So pause.
You know why? Because
I don't know why.
If I take on h2, maybe you have ideas of knight d3 to defend the pawn on b2 first.
That's a difference.
And then maybe again, there's a vague checkmating patterns too with the rook and the knight.
Correct.
So b2 makes sense.
Let's try to avoid that.
And it's sort of like that's the more dangerous pawn anyway. The pawn could go to b4 potentially, and the knight could munch on a6 as well.
Very good.
Okay,
yes.
I am munching.
And now I'll munch on h2, though. Actually, no, I'll
Maybe
go a6, a5.
a5, yes, and trying to exchange this pawn or create the pass pawn.
a5,
yes.
well, that is good news, because now I kind of keep some pawns, don't I? Rook e4?
Not sure. Rook e4, I can take on h2.
8 seconds and counting, and he's taken on b2.
Yes, he did.
And he's
cupping his face as he was in the classical game.
Right.
Barely able to deal with the pressure, but he has done. He has dealt with it marvelously.
Maybe now b4?
Yeah, that's the thing. You just want to trade off all of the remaining pawns, right?
Yes.
And that involves your playing g5. With the knight so far away, you can probably just play g5.
And king g6, yes.
And king g6, exactly.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
And good luck winning knight and
rook and knight versus... Yeah.
Rook.
Exactly.
Another game for about 200 moves, by the way.
Rook and knight versus
Yes.
rook. I do remember Garry Kasparov winning, unfortunately, against Judith Polgar.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very possible scenario.
He did take on h2.
Yes.
He did not go for a5. That's a bit surprising. I'm not. Going
Oh, we were going a5 and b4.
We were going to go a5. Yes.
Yes. So he
but
took on
maybe he
h2.
has knight takes a6, rook a2 on his pocket, though.
He does. He does. But then
Lucky
the h4
him.
pawn feels like it's surviving somewhat.
So what is surviving and what's going away? He's
Yes, he
taken on
takes on
a6.
h6.
The pawn on h4 always survives.
But rook h2 is rook a2. I beg your pardon. Is absolutely necessary.
Which he played.
Otherwise, knight b4, and you can goodbye. That's it. The a3 pawn will survive. Now, how am I going to stop rook takes a3 and g5?
Yes, and king g6, nice.
But g5, you have to time it very well, because if
Here we
my knight
go.
is close enough,
You
then
think
maybe
that
I'll
the
be able
knight
to
will
defend
just
it,
go
yes.
to g5?
Knight b5, probably.
But what knight
take-
b5, maybe rook a1 and then g5. Maybe
Yes.
the knight is not. Yeah, the knight is too far if you take on b5.
Exactly. So we are going to play knight to e6, rook to g4.
No, but I mean, if I was in linear place, I would
Oh,
I
he
would
took
just
it.
keep playing this rook and knight.
Okay, this
forever.
is not a good move.
That's
by
not a
the
good
player.
move.
Knight
rook
e6 was
a1
much more
check,
testing.
king e2 and g5, and Ray has forced the trade of the last remaining pawn.
I think that might be it.
Oh, that was
He
was
finds it.
terrible.
Yes.
He's
G5,
totally missed.
yes.
G5, yes.
He
Wow.
totally missed this.
That was bad.
Oh, knight d6.
Knight d6 or e6, I think. Knight e6,
Yeah.
excuse me, was much better, much more testing.
Oh my!
right?
Oh my! All Ray needs, Captain Obvious, is a draw.
Yes.
And he stays in the champions bracket, and Leinier will drop to the elimination bracket.
Yes, but I mean, let's see.
Rook a5.
Trying to protect.
Yeah.
So he will grab this pawn, but
Look,
that-
Leinier is going to play it.
With both hands. With both hands.
But okay, defending the knight, he will take the pawn, and then I'm telling you, Yasser, 200 moves, be ready. Okay, 50.
Well, he can only play it
We
for
have
75,
50,
right?
50.
Or 50. I
50
think it's
was-
75, isn't it?
No, 50.
Or did they change that?
They changed it.
They changed
it's-
it.
it's
It was
50-50.
hilarious. It was hilarious. So for centuries, it was 50 move rule.
So let's remember which move it was.
Which move was it then? What was the last capture? King.
As one game finishes, another one begins.
Yes, 50. So around
The
move
never-ending
100.
workday.
They need
Sorry,
to make 100 moves, yes, in order to get to 50 moves.
H takes g5. That was
So
move
the last
52.
capture was 51? No.
No, keep going down, I guess.
No, that's it.
That's it?
Yes.
Sorry.
So it's 53
move 47. Move 47. H g5, king g6. Move 49. King takes g5 was the
Yes.
last
So
capture.
99 moves. Exactly. So around
Exactly.
100.
Move
yes.
50, guys.
Yeah.
Move 50. King takes e3.
It takes C3. Yes. So 50 moves. Exactly. We have 100 moves to watch.
What is how does the song
The
go?
follow, yes.
99? I can't take it no more. 99.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing for Leinier because he did have some serious chances in
Very,
this
very
game.
good chances.
But it's incredible that Robson actually played the Najdorf in a must-draw situation. He continued with his Najdorf, knowing that Leinier is such a well-prepared guy, and he most likely looked at the Najdorf
for today's games.
Right.
Very
He still
brave
played
decision.
it. Still
Brave.
played it.
I remember Bobby Fischer playing against Svetozar Grigoriy. Both players needed a draw to qualify. And he played it the sharpest knight or
Ever, yes.
in the world. It was like, what?
Okay, King D5,
Yeah.
King D6, maybe he
Keep
goes
on
King
pleasant.
D4.
Yasser, have you ever defended this ending in your life?
No, I had it on the white side.
Yes.
Again, in the U.S. Championship game, it was a draw.
It was a draw.
But I had
How many moves did you play?
chances.
50 moves? Did you torture your
maybe
opponent?
Not. Usually I would, but I don't think I touched. No, it was actually rook versus knight, not rook and knight.
Ah, rook versus knight is
apologies. Yeah,
different, yes.
yeah.
I won this endgame once.
Really?
Yeah.
Oops.
Against Durar Bailey, a pretty strong player, 26
Wow.
something. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's chances. Okay?
Yes. But
Well, you need
They're
a
not high.
cooperative opponent.
They're really not high, but you can hope.
Exactly.
There's a glimmer of hope.
I know that, let's say, top players from time to time, they study this bishop and rook,
Rook and bishop,
against
bishop.
rook,
All the
endings
time,
or
yeah.
this type of things. But I'm not sure about knight and rook.
No,
Not
that
really,
one they
yes?
don't
Yeah.
study too much.
There's about 4 positions of
Bishop and rook?
the knight and the rook that you have to avoid.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that are winning. But this combination of pieces is not as dangerous as rook and bishop versus rook. I mean, even top players lose rook and bishop.
You just mentioned also Kasparov Judith Polgar
Right.
game, yes, where I mean,
And
Judith is...
I think it was Erwin Lamy also famously lost, I believe with Magnus, the knight. He had he was facing rook and knight. He walked into one of those bad moments.
Okay.
Do we have other game happening?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Levon is playing,
Levon
right?
has started.
Not that much is happening in that
Not
one.
that much.
So
Okay,
we can
but
say
we can say that technically this is a draw.
Yes.
Ah, really?
And let's go to these two gladiators. I mean, my goodness, what an epic match that they have played in the classical game. What is
They're just still in the throes of theory right now.
right? I like to tease Levon a lot, and I will tease him, of course, by saying, "Wow, Levon, you played white, and your conception of knight e1, seizing the defensive, was so magical moment for me." What is knight e1? Come on, is that a good move, Cristian?
But you go to
assume it's his preparation.
Is this his preparation?
I think it's his preparation.
Oh my
The knight on
goodness.
d3 is a beautiful knight. I have to
Only
admit.
because the bishop on g2 is a beautiful bishop.
Correct,
Right?
yes.
Okay. Rook b1, and you think this is his prep?
I do believe it's his prep.
Okay.
Yes. As we can see, he hasn't spent two
That much time?
He spent 2 seconds.
2
of his clock,
seconds.
Yes. 14 minutes and 58 seconds right now. And he's putting pressure because I think Sam is under 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah, and Black has to find a way how to develop the pieces. Now this bishop is stuck, b7 pawn is hanging, and also
Exactly.
b6 is not possible.
Yeah, the
So-
b7 pawn. So something after rook b1, something like
Knight
perhaps
d5.
knight d5. Gift me the pawn.
Can happen.
If you play bishop b2, I'm not suggesting that you should. Maybe b5 in order
Yes.
to...
I probably have to go bishop b2, right?
And to
In
prevent
order to-
c4. Yeah.
Yeah, in order to just, make room for the bishop to develop. Or, I don't know, bishop to d7. But I'm assuming after rook b1, I have to play knight d5. Otherwise, I have trouble untangling the pieces.
Knight d5.
Knight d5 is on the board. Immediately
Bishop
bishop
b2.
b2.
I'm
to
sure
defend the pawn.
we're in Levon's preparation.
We're in his preparation.
No
yes.
question. There's
Yes.
just he's playing it so quickly. 15 minutes and 7
He
seconds.
knows he will need this time later on, maybe in the game. So
Right.
let's make the obvious move for him. And
Right?
Look, he's playing a no-risk opening. If this game ends in a draw, they go to the tiebreaks. They go to the blitz tiebreaks.
Right.
At least in that situation, there's 2 games that you will play. There's not only one game, like in this one. So don't bank everything on one game. Do not take any unnecessary risks. That's his strategy. He's like, okay, I'm going to torture you in this unpleasant endgame. If you defend it, good for you.
Right.
We go to the tiebreaks. We play some blitz. But we're going to play 2 games in that situation.
To be patient, yes. I mean, and Levon is so experienced, as I said before, winning 2 World Cups with the same format, playoffs, and he has experience playing rapid chess and blitz same day. So at least for sure, has more experience than Sam. But Sam has he's young,
he's good,
energetic, and he was also very good with short time controls.
Yeah, the future belongs to the youth. Ben Underwood has prepared some interesting stats between these 2 players. They have met 16 times before, so they know each other very, very well. And the American Cup record, when they play against one another, Aronian has won once in a rapid and drawn once. The overall record is if I've got that right, 3 wins for Aronian, 8 draws, 3 wins for Sam Sevian.
But this cannot be only in the American Cup.
No,
there's
of course,
no way
because they have
so
classical. They've met classical, 1 win, 3 draws, 1 win for Sevian. They've played rapid, 3 wins for Levon, 2 wins for Sam, 4 draws. They've played blitz, 1 win for Levon and a draw. So Sam has been a very difficult opponent. When you think about Levon being number 2 player in the world at one time in his career,
of course.
You expect him to have a great record against everybody. This is
he had
not
2,800, yes.
Yeah, this is not an outstanding score against the very young Sam Sevian. So there you have it.
Yeah, and then the previous American Cups, you had Armageddon, right? This time there is no.
Yes. Bishop b2. After Bishop b2, I kind of expected b5 because I thought, okay, let me get this bishop out to a6. I think that Sam's approach is I'd like to play e5 actually and bring the bishop out to e6. So he played knight b6, c4 on the board. Still can't play e5. The highly desirable move e5, so I could play bishop e6.
So maybe I should get ready for that with something like f6.
F6, yes, I'm thinking about
as a
it.
preparatory move, right? Getting ready with f6. And also that has the advantage of shutting down this bishop. If
You're probably going to go f4.
Right? That's what I'm thinking. Crazy pawn structure, right? You can choose different options and move f-pawn, e-pawn, like what's going on?
No f6, just simple. Let's develop bishop d7, rook d1. Pardon me, rook c8.
Okay, and finally, Levon is thinking.
Finally, the first pause, the real think. Yeah?
The first one, yes.
Your assessment, Anastasiya, do you like white?
I mean, hard to understand what is the plan, yes, for white right now. Do you push all those pawns or are you waiting for your opponent's moves? So I'm not so good in this type of positions. Let's say it doesn't have as much dynamic at the moment for me.
Before we get too deep into this one, should we go back to the Leinier game to see the end of that one?
Okay. They have about 20 moves to go. It seems like a good time.
Has there been any progress?
Well...
Oh, the king is on the side. Wait a minute.
That's a bigger progress.
Yeah, and look at the...
12 seconds. By the way, he just made his last move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Who did?
Robson.
Ray?
Yes.
Ray Robson. Yes.
Oh my gosh, and now
he
he's
has
6.
9 seconds. Actually, it's really hard to defend with...
Guys,
seconds
I'm starting
again, 2 seconds again.
Amazing.
If I would be a betting man, I'm not sure who I bet
Wait a
on.
minute. This might be one of those positions where...
Which you have to avoid.
Yes.
Really?
Seriously, it's not a joke. So...
Actually, knight g3, knight rook b3 would be an answer, yes? No.
I wanted to say that the
5 seconds, 4 seconds.
The crucial thing is to get the knight to the f3 square. So that the dream position is to have your king on g3 and the knight on f3. Then you've got mate. It's that simple, right? So you have to prepare something like knight to d2 so that you can go king g3.
Perhaps that's what he was supposed
Maybe
to do.
he wants
knight
to
D2.
do something like knight g3 or b1.
So just the last move, what I want to say is that I wanted to play here with the idea that if you played here, I don't want you moving your king here. I would go king g3, and the next move was knight f3 check. None of that happened. What we do have is a time scramble.
16 moves.
16 moves. And actually you have no idea what's going on because now you don't write your moves, right? It's
Now
rapid
you
chess.
really don't know what's
You don't know what's going on.
What is the...
Well, the strategy in this situation is you fight as long as you can, and when you get checkmated, you stop the clock.
Yes, and you ask the arbiter what's happening. Yes.
3 moves before the mate or 3 moves before your rook is captured. Yeah.
You have to do it.
Exactly.
So what about okay, knight g3 is not possible.
Right.
Because we have this rook c3.
Exactly.
14 moves.
Wow.
14 moves.
That's still very unpleasant. I mean,
It sure is, but okay.
How do you finish it?
Yeah.
He's going for this knight d2 idea.
Okay.
He's going for the knight d2 idea.
Knight f3. Wow.
And that's actually a very tricky idea.
That's what I mean. That's what that is really, really dangerous.
Oh, and I mean,
19 seconds.
what's your time?
Ray needs a draw, and he's clinched the match.
Go back to a2, right?
Yeah, stay away. 8 seconds.
Look.
Go back, and he's taking your advice
5 seconds.
calmly. Not a
Amazing.
problem. I've got this.
Problem with knight d2 is that I give you a check on a3.
Exactly.
Yes.
Knight f2.
Knight f2. Where is that knight
He's going to d3.
Check.
Knight d3.
Yes, he goes to d3. Maybe some
Okay,
ideas.
why did
with
that improve
knight
my chances? Not too sure.
I actually like this.
You do? Okay. Again, I think that...
What, he'll go back?
No, he keeps the knight
standing.
in...
He's trying to check
3 seconds.
the time.
3
Oh,
seconds.
3 seconds. Oh.
Oof. So check.
Where do you
Yes,
I
where
go
do you
to
go
d-
with your king?
No.
You don't go to h1, yes? Normally.
Walking into those nasty discovered checks, really, that
more
was a
moves?
big surprise.
10 moves away
King h4.
from the dreamland. Do you go to h4?
No,
You're
I think
escaping.
I would go back.
I would go to h4.
You would, and he
because
did.
You actually want to
I'm
get
not
out.
sure that he's going. Well, okay,
What
I got
about check?
Yes,
No,
check.
I keep on escaping.
I do. You are right. Check is a good move.
Yes, and
And
what king
King g3.
King G3,
King
yes.
G3.
Let me out.
I have to. Well, I have to look at from it. It's King B6, right? Because we're looking from
King
Black's point of
b6,
view.
yes.
Or is it King G3? It is King G3. We're
It
looking
is.
from white side.
Yes, and there is no king f2, by the way. Yes, you have to go
7
back.
moves. 7 moves.
King f3.
Oh!
Doesn't matter.
no,
Doesn't
King
matter.
F2.
King f2.
Oh my goodness, for the second I thought he
Yeah,
blundered.
me too.
He is playing with fire, though.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, your rook is hanging.
I mean,
there,
did he
Ray.
really see all this?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Wow.
he had it. 4 moves to go, 20 seconds. Just go rook.
Ray made it.
Rook c3.
Actually,
You're
it's
good.
important, yes.
You're
Where do
good.
you go?
He made it.
You're good. No.
Uh-huh.
Ray.
With a twist.
With the extra
At
twist.
the end. No, he knows he made it, I think.
Twisted.
Right now.
Well, I think either king
Both moves are fine. Yes,
e3
E3 or E1.
or e1.
Okay.
No, e1, of course, not at knight f3 check.
Yes.
Be careful.
Terrible.
This
King
is
e2.
tricky piece.
I mean,
You were asking yesterday, Yasser, what
Uh,
knight or
uh,
bishop?
we're tired. Think of how the players feel. Oh my.
Oh, so how many moves we have?
2 more
They
moves.
should.
2 more moves?
Yes, 99.
Okay, but
remember?
we know he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Again, he'll play until...
He blunders
I guess
something,
he
yes.
blunders,
Yeah.
Blunders the rook.
But at some
example.
point, he will just stop the clock. The worst thing, his opponent gets 2 minutes. It doesn't really
Exactly.
matter.
Exactly.
And I think it's a trick if you play rook h3, knight c1.
Oh, yes.
I found
yes,
one
don't-
trick.
King d2. Just
King d2.
slide away from white's king.
What?
Really?
I wouldn't
Wow.
play. Why to go so close to this knight?
Yes. Wow.
Why are you
That
doing
was a
this?
very strange way of play.
5 seconds.
Rook?
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
He
good.
plays move.
Whew. Okay, big threat now. Rook c3. It's a big threat.
Rook c3 now 94.
Okay,
You cannot
Rook
do this.
c8.
Even that is a draw.
Yes. Okay, I think it's.
Okay, now move the king to c2, and
that's it.
That's it.
It's over.
Very, very, very nice.
They have
King
no
E2.
idea. Actually, can the arbiter stop the game?
I think the
After
arbiter
how many
interferes at,
moves?
say, 75.
75, yes.
I think there's an interference at a certain moment. But again, as you were saying, you're about to get checkmated, you're about to blunder your rook, you say, I stop the clock and claim a draw.
Yeah.
Yes, that's for sure. But now there was this game.
It's a matter of pride. You know? Just fight until the end.
I refuse
Yes.
to
After how
claim
many
the draw.
repetitions the arbiter can stop the clock? Do you know that the arbiter can
don't
also
know.
interfere? Yes, it happened now in Samarkand. Hans was playing, I forgot against whom, and they repeated the position 7 times or something like that. And then maybe before that, arbiter interfered at one point and just stopped the game. And
Get
Hans
the
was
players
unhappy.
out.
Why did you stop the game?
It was only 7-time repetition.
Yes.
That's pretty funny.
Actually, for example, now
He's looking.
they hide you.
I mean, it's
Clock, you know?
The monitor.
worst thing that happens so that I...
Yes, I will do.
Wow.
He's sure
knows.
that they don't want
Leinier.
repetition. Robson.
What a match.
Could have drawn.
At the time. 3 minutes, 59 seconds against 12 minutes, 40 seconds.
It goes to show who prepared
Right.
better. But for the moment...
Black is a pawn up.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I don't see the pawn.
Just picked up a pawn on e2.
I mean, Levon had just played the move a4, anticipation of a5, but then the knight will be very happily jumping to the d5 square.
That's the problem.
No, but
Why
look,
go
knight
a5,
d5, bishop
knight
d5,
d5,
and
bishop
rook
d5, rook
c3,
c3,
bishop e6.
Bishop e6, rook
Yes.
e6, and we make a draw.
Yes, exactly. This is what's happening right now. Bishop e6.
Yep.
He takes the pawn back.
Yep.
And bishop c3. It was important to take with the bishop, not with the rook. The last trick.
You know what that means.
Yes.
We're getting
We're having
tie breaks.
Yay!
yes.
So we're going to have a pair of blitz games. And again, I just want to emphasize that in the blitz games, no Armageddon.
No.
You have to win by
The
1.5
match.
or 2. Here you go. Here it is.
If match is tied after 4 games, and this is our case, we have 4 draws, players shall compete in 2-game blitz playoff match, which will have 3 minutes for the whole game plus 2 seconds per move in increment. And in case if the match is still tied, then they have another 2 games of blitz, another 2
That's
games
it.
of blitz. So you have to win this like mini match of 2 blitz games.
Exactly. Now, during our lunch, I was forcibly reminded of the Wimbledon 5th set that went like 44-42. And the joke was, did you bring your sleeping bag?
And did you bring your
Pillows?
dinner with you?
Exactly, those kinds of things. And 4 draws. What else? That's it? Or we only have
Yes, we have 4 draws
One
and
match.
1 match left. Yes,
One match
nobody
left.
else is playing. Yes, only Levon and Sam will be in the focus.
Exactly.
Yes.
We will.
Yes.
We will get a word in with Ray as we wait for this next match to start. So a little curious what happened after, because we moved away after this knight b6, bishop d7. So at this exact moment, what I wanted to ask you is, in this position, who did you prefer?
Yes.
Because again, I was kind of raised in this classical style that the pawns, when they're split, are weak, and therefore you would like to play black. But I also understand this bishop on g2 is actually a really excellent
And also the
piece.
c4 pawn, I mean, takes control over d5 square. Maybe it's not bad also.
Right.
So you have some pluses and minuses. Yes, you don't have great pawn structure, but at the same time you kind of cover some nice squares in the center.
There. Okay, c5. And let's just see how the players went, because
Knight b7, yes.
it just felt like Sam had a more or less easy time.
What do you mean?
I mean, Yes.
Look at the accuracy.
Wow, once again.
99% against
Accurate.
99.3%.
Not bad at all. What a great game it was.
If you don't make
Grandmaster's
mistakes,
game.
you're not going to lose the game.
Look, chess is a draw game.
Maybe
Chess
chess
is an equal
draw.
game. That's the way it goes. Yes. I'm excited for the two blitz matches, though.
Yes.
Something has to create a separation between these two players.
Right.
And by the way, if that two-game mini-match ends in an equal score, they get another two-game mini-match
Yes.
until one of them wins. One of them needs to create that separation. We don't get Armageddons. We don't get draws finishing this match. We're going to see a victory at one point.
Exactly. Now, the strange thing is, I played a lot of blitz games with Levon. I know he loves
great,
playing blitz. But equally, I remember Sam as a junior playing in junior championships, and you couldn't wait to
amazing.
play
Stop
blitz
him.
games. He was playing blitz with everybody. So they both...
He plays more blitz than Levon, that's for sure, because
For
he plays
sure?
so much online.
Ah,
Yeah, Sam Sevian is a very well-known player online. He plays a lot
But
online.
it's different to play online or
It is.
play
Right.
in the
It
tournament,
is.
I'm
That
sure.
is true.
well, you have skin in the game. You think it's Levon. How about you, Cristian? What separates them in their blitz skills?
I mean, look, Levon knows how to win this type of matches. He's been playing in a match setting for so many years, and he's won so many. But I think Sam Sevian wants it more. I feel he wants it more right now. I feel he has the youth. I feel he has the energy. I'm going to go with Sam.
Youth is overrated.
I know.
Let's run through the brackets. Let's
Yes.
take a look at what has happened in this day two, very eventful day two, as we have champions brackets.
Yes, we have Fabiano Caruana winning the match against Grigoriy Oparin, and so he's in semi-final.
Waiting for the winner
we're still-
of Levon and Sam.
We'll see the blitz match, and then Leinier Dominguez lost against Ray Robson, so Ray will be playing against another winner of the match between Wesley So and Sam Shankland. Wesley So will play against Ray.
Yep.
So they're already preparing, I guess, for
Yeah.
the next match.
And in the ladies section, okay, as we are getting underway in that, the first, I want to say and emphasize, the first blitz game.
Yeah, they started to
they
play
will play.
immediately.
They did. Okay.
And we have
Okay.
Here we go. This
French.
French was really made famous by Alexander Morozevich, and his idea as black was to play A7, A6, and B7, B5, and accept these double pawns. Knight C3, A6, okay.
I used to play move C4 instead of knight C3. Prevented. And then let's say if F5, I go back with the knight to C3, and I have my pawn on C4 already.
Exactly.
Yes, and it's also a possibility.
I like the pawn on C4 for just space reasons and to control the center. Knight C3, A4. Well, I mean, I don't really see anything wrong with F5 and Bishop F6 and Knight C6. Looks okay. And also B6. Quite a flexible choice. This move, well, okay. I don't think D5 is any great shakes. So
Plays knight G2.
Which
so
is
where
a
this knight
clear
goes? Yes, to
indi-
G3 and H5. Yes, sometimes.
well, no, I think it's a clear indication that when you put your knight on E2, you're intending to fianchetto your
To play
bishop
G3. Yes.
to play G3, Bishop G2, and then to put the pawn on D5. Now the question is, do you have the timing?
E5.
E5.
Straightforward play.
Whoa, these moves all came very quickly, Cristian.
I think he played so many games.
Yeah. And F5. Whoa, 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 whoa. Things have really just gotten very heated because when you play E5 and F5, you're pushing these pawns. You're giving
You
a
want
lot
to
of
create
squares.
some dynamic play though, because you have the two bishops, right?
Right.
At the same time, that knight on B4 left
Is,
stranded almost.
yeah,
right?
it's like in the air, right?
Is it a plus or is it a liability? Is the question.
Bring it up on your screen. I'll have it on my screen as well. We can
share notes?
Yeah, we can share notes. Yeah, you're right. The knight on b4, I mean, this knight can move and allow for c3, but bishop, very careful move, I must say, bishop b3. Okay,
Bishop to b3,
you're just defending c2 and maybe prepping queen h5. Give me the pawn on f5, give me a square to land on.
The thing with queen h5 is I'm always going to have the move queen to g6.
Mm-hmm.
But
wait,
he doesn't want to see it.
He doesn't want to see
it
that
on the
queen
board.
landing on
h5.
h5. No way, no way.
Okay, what if I take that pawn? You want to go f4 and you trap my knight.
That's a very, I mean, I'm a pawn grabber, but that's a very dangerous pawn to take,
Do you
right?
really take? Wow.
And I've got queen g6 on my menu.
Great move, by the way. Great move.
h5? Great move?
h5 is a great move, yeah.
2 thumbs up?
Just one.
But actually, I think Sam knows this type of positions very well. I mean, you have to really like those positions with double pawns, and you need to have the feeling. What is the right moment to push them? Yes,
H4,
when do you need to play?
I love it. Knight to f1.
Knight f1, okay. Knight goes back.
I'm feeling the energy from Sam. I have to say, I'm feeling the energy. Bishop to d7. Okay, getting ready to long castle.
Mm-hmm. I like the 2 bishops.
Yes.
I like the pawn structures. I like these. I like what Sam has done, and I must say, for me, this bishop on b3 doesn't make a joyful impression.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Knight to d2. Okay.
Those pawns on f5 and e5, they make me nervous a little bit. Yasser. I don't have too many squares for my pieces in the center.
Right.
But maybe knight c4 is the threat. So he gives some space to his queen after playing e4. If knight c4, then maybe like something like queen f4 was the idea.
Queen
f3
f4,
immediately.
Queen h6.
Queen h6,
even.
yes. Mm-hmm.
You know, the question starts to become, where is white putting his king? And the more I'm looking at it, it's probably not going kingside, it's probably going queenside. Mm-hmm. And therefore, ideas of queen h6 make perfect sense. And of course, Sam tucked his king away.
So both players are down to 1 minute right now. They actually playing really fast, and both of them, they don't really spend time, but still, time is ticking.
That last move was very coy. Queen f2,
exactly.
kind of sneaking into a7. No.
King b8 immediately.
King b8 very quickly.
Yes, and knight goes to d4.
Exactly.
So what can we say? This f5 pawn, what's happening with this pawn? Anytime? Can we take it anytime?
I'm not sure because at the end.
Mm-hmm. He does. He takes
guess
it.
what?
But I'm also not sure because bishop c3.
Right, and
sometimes.
rook takes g2. So we can take on f5.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes f5. Queen takes f5. Rook takes
g2.
Rook g2. The problem with bishop c3 is after bc3, our knight is still kind of trapped.
But I'm afraid that after rook g2, I have knight e4. Perhaps.
Like, never mind, perhaps, certainly.
Queen
e5.
That's why maybe he refused to play this move.
f1.
Supporting the knight. Can you take the knight? Bishop h8.
Way,
so he moves his bishop back.
Whoa. Bishop h8.
14 seconds against 44 seconds. 14 seconds for Sam.
I'm not a fan of bishop h8.
Me too, because now he has maybe knight e3 when he can go back.
What?
Levon has a winning move right now. Knight to h6.
Yes.
Really? Oh, but he takes the pawn on h4.
The pawn, okay.
Rook
knight
g4.
takes h4, but knight h6,
and
hitting
knight
the
f7.
rook and threatening knight f7, but
was really powerful.
Hey,
yes.
That's pawn number 2, by the way.
Yes, knight f3. He just moves his knight back to the game.
But I still have the dark
Two
square
pawns.
bishop. I still have the dark square bishop.
Okay,
bishop
it's
can
time
be
to put the
dangerous.
king on b1 and just fortify. Okay, queen d2, covering 12 seconds for Sam.
Against 15 seconds.
Yeah, but we have
Levon.
2 seconds per move increment, so
No,
It
4
keeps you
seconds for
alive
Sam.
for the
Bishop
moment.
e8. No, that's an ugly move. That's something that he did not want to play.
H3, rook f4.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rook f4. H3, rook f4.
Knight
Knight
e2.
e2. Threatening the rook again.
Keep targeting
Where
that.
do you go?
Rook to e4. Okay, I like this move. Knight to c3. Rook c4. You want draw, sure.
No, king b1. Let's mix it up. Queen to c5.
Queen takes f4.
Oh no!
That's
he
a
just
rook.
blundered the rook. What happens? Bishop takes c3. Maybe
Oh,
there is some
Queen
checkmate.
d4.
No.
Queen d4.
Knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5.
Queen b4.
Queen b4.
Oh, that's an extra rook. Knight
Exactly.
d4.
And some pawns. And a pawn.
This one is all she wrote right now.
All she wrote.
Yeah, but they keep playing because it's still about time as well. And,
Yeah, it's all about
okay.
trading. Wow.
So
Wow.
Levon wins the first game.
blood.
First blood.
Wow, with
Wow.
white pieces. And now he has to play with black pieces. And what Sam needs is to equalize the score, to stay
Yes.
in the match.
That's
He
exactly
needs to
it.
win this game. badly.
I liked the way Sam played that from the opening. He did get outplayed, there's no question, but at a certain moment in the opening, when he had this pawn on e5 and f5, I kind of felt like right about here that,
Yes.
well,
It felt well for black. Remember, I told you at this moment that I don't like the position.
Again, my plan is easy, right? I go castle and then I hide everything. It does seem like I'm the one with the pressure, right?
Right.
On the king side, I have the two bishops. The position is opening up.
That's
This
it.
bishop on b3,
not a good.
Doesn't really seem like it's doing anything.
Right.
And once I land the bishop on the long diagonal, that's going to create chaos
Right.
in white's position. But I have to say, he kept his nerves.
He did.
Nicely blocking this bishop with the movement
Right.
to d4, targeting the pawn on f5. And now it becomes more of a strategical situation, right? Because I'm targeting your pawns, rook to f1, great move, and bishop to h8 had the opportunity to finish
Right.
the game with knight h6. This just finishes the game because
Yeah.
I'm either
Either.
taking your rook or you move it and I take on f7 and I take the other rook, right?
Exactly.
So this is the situation. This would have been winning. He did take on h4, but even after this, he never relinquished the advantage. That is Levon Aronian. Draws first blood. Look, he knows how to win these matches.
Yeah, I mean, how to jump from rapid chess to blitz chess. Yes, it's like, I don't know, what do you do? I mean, you kind of tell to yourself, I have only 3 minutes, it's not 10, it's not 15, I have only 3.
Right.
Like,
That adjustment is very difficult.
You let your instincts
Yes.
kick in. That's
Yeah.
it. You trust your instinct.
I mean,
Nothing else you can do. And that's what Sam Sevian needs to do right now. He has the white pieces. He can come up with some crazy idea in those 30 seconds in between games.
Right.
And yeah, he's going to have to do something magical to get back in this game.
And just through the magic of television, there was a rook that was hanging on f4. These are just the final
Yes, let's
moves.
see.
All Levon needs to do is trade rooks, trade queens. So, of course, he's going to offer a trade of rooks, rook to e1, and his idea is to play rook to e5 and to trade queens with queen c5 check, or to trade rooks, or both. And that was all that was necessary. Oh, I must say, 7 seconds
for Levon, yes, it was getting
okay.
really
a little dicey,
Yes.
even though you're rook up 7 seconds.
I mean,
Whew.
3 minutes, it's not a lot.
What a match. What a match. And I
Yes, yes.
remember this match between Levon and Fabiano. Was it against Fabiano from last year's American Cup when they went back and forth, and then finally Fabiano somehow broke through.
Right.
But it wasn't easy. He's always involved in these crazy matches. Always. Levon just simply loves the adrenaline.
Here's where we stand. They go into this blitz playoff, tied 2-2, thanks to 4 draws, 2 classical draws, 2 rapid chess draws. But in the first blitz game, Levon wins. Sam must win to stay in the match, otherwise Sam will float down to the elimination bracket. Remember, you get 2 lives in the American Cup.
Exactly. So, and Levon just needs to make a draw, but he has black pieces right now.
The hardest thing in the chess world to do is make a draw when
Yes.
you need it for a grandmaster norm, when you need it for first place in the tournament.
If you need to lose, it's not a problem. Yes.
Not a problem.
But if you need to win or make a draw.
Making a
Here we
draw,
go.
I tell you,
Yes.
here we go. And let me bring up the new game on my board.
We got the Petrov.
No!
Levon is like, I need a draw. I'm playing the Petrov.
And again, if you go for 4 knights, it's also very drawish. Yes, down D4.
And Sam really stopped right there.
He didn't like that.
He didn't like that. He didn't expect it. And guess what? The same games of Tatev
today, yes,
and Alice Lee, yes. Twice they had this position.
Yes, Bishop D3 and Bishop E2.
Not Bishop E2 as Tatev played.
That's the main line. Bishop D3, Bishop E2.
Right.
So I'm learning theories as well as all our viewers.
Exactly.
Soon everybody will be expert.
Yeah. The stem game of this one is Duda versus Nepo. And it goes on, the theory goes on for the next 15, 20 moves.
Right. I must say that this position does remind me of an open Spanish, but without the pawn being on b5. So in an open Spanish, we might have a6 and b5, and you find it difficult to play c5. With the pawn still on b7, it's hard for me to see how white is really going to disturb black. This knight could just roost nicely on the e6 square. You go b6, bishop b7, and make an easy life.
And just like in the open Spanish, you go knight b3, knight d4 usually.
Okay.
And perhaps with the
makes
pawn on
sense.
c3, we trade the knights on d4 and I take back with the c pawn. And at least the pawn structure changes.
So you put a knight onto d4.
That's his plan.
Yeah. Fair?
Yeah, so it's the first time that Levon is thinking in this game. Already spent like 30 seconds on his move.
Yeah, because he gives this a trade. You know, you're looking at this, knight takes b3, a takes b3, and you just think to yourself, well, now you don't have this knight coming to d4. b7, b6, very sensibly. You just want to complete your development. Bishop b7, rook d8, rook e... Whoa!
Sensibly or not so sensibly? The engine is saying right now,
Bishop
white is
b5.
winning.
Really?
Bishop
Yes.
b5.
Bishop b5, the idea is a 6, I think, and knight d5 or what?
Yes.
And knight d4.
That's
So everybody's
exactly right.
coming. Yes.
Correct, yes.
So I'm sure Levon was thinking bishop b5 is not a threat until you see...
This is 6, yes, move. What a blow. And now if you
followed
take
up
knight
with
d5,
knight e5.
and you lost a piece.
Oops, you lose material, yes. Oops.
So b6 was a mistake.
Mistimed? b6, okay, says Levon, I get you. You play bishop b5. I see that you want to play e6.
Knight e6.
I will stop you.
Yes.
Maybe
also
you should have
against
started
knight
with
d4.
knight e6 instead of b6. I will stop you from playing.
So he plays knight d4, putting pressure on the spin.
And now we
And
expect bishop b7. Yeah.
Yes, if he plays bishop b7, what? I mean, there should be
That's
something.
the question.
Knight f5.
He's
Sam
feeling it
is
right
playing
now.
these moves like
This is feeling it right
this
now.
is what it's all about.
He puts pressure. Okay, knight e6 was really good defense by Levon, very calm
Exactly.
move to stay in the game.
Now, normally speaking, you would like to have rook e8 and bishop f8 already on the board.
And to play g6, yes,
Yeah,
sometimes.
but rook e8, you do, I mean, I think Sam will snap that bishop off with a6. Okay, what are you doing?
You're trying to get rid of this bishop, and you're asking question, where this bishop belongs to. Bishop f1. He decided to keep the bishop, of course.
I'm not sure if I like that move. I kind of prefer to keep it on d3. But
d3, but then maybe knight b4, chasing this bishop, I don't know.
Or knight c5, right? We said the move a7, a6 asked the question of the bishop. You want to take my knight or you want to go back?
Exactly.
I like the move a6, by the way. I think that was a very good move. Rook to d8. And right now, Levon is trying to do his best to ignore the fact that this knight is actually pretty awesome. It's a good knight. Now, how to build further this knight? a3.
Okay, a3.
Wow.
b4. Yes, he wants to bring the bishop maybe to b2.
You sure
Maybe
do.
sometimes c4.
I like it.
Yes.
I like it.
So
Okay, I like knight e7.
knight e7. He's trying to change or...
For me, this knight is
Yes.
simply too strong. And I do need to sensibly play c5 and d4.
Knight g3. Do you go for c5?
Yes.
And
yes, I do. And
he goes for it as well.
And I do very much want to play the move d4 as well. That will kill the bishop on b2, h4. For Sam, he's got to keep as many pieces on the board as possible.
Yes.
Right?
So he's clear ideas now, like maybe to bring the knight on g5,
does feel like
queen
he's
on
getting
h5.
a bit outplayed, though, doesn't he?
Well, h5, he's got
Knight
some...
f4 right now.
Pardon me?
Knight f4, try to take that bishop on
Knight
d3.
f4.
I really want to take that bishop.
Knight f4, I was going to go bishop e4, but you're right, knight f4 would... Queen c6.
Yes.
Pleasant.
Right?
Yeah, I was just looking at knight g5 as well. And I was looking at the sacrifice, bishop h7, queen h5, and e6.
Yes.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
Doesn't look like that. Black has enough pieces to defend his king
Precisely
right now.
so.
30
Both
seconds,
knights and bishop.
both players. 23 seconds right now and counting for Sam.
I'm telling you, that 3 minutes...
You have to make a move, knight h5.
Knight h5.
Where is he going?
So what happens after c4?
Bishop e4,
Bishop
no
e4,
choice.
yes. The only
So he
move,
wants to
basically.
trade on e4 and then go with the rook on g4.
Correct.
Wow.
That's why he played knight h5.
Exactly. So he's
Knight
dreaming
e6.
of a knight f6
Bring in one more
attack.
piece.
But I have to
to the
say,
king.
it does seem like Black has so many pieces next to the king. A lot
And
of defenders
bishop
there.
f5.
Yes.
And
Bishop takes f3.
Not
Knight takes
Knight
h4.
h4.
Yes.
And he will take on f5.
It's played like a true pawn grabber. I'm proud.
And maybe g6 at the end, no?
19
No, knight f6.
seconds.
He
19
wants to take on
seconds.
h7. No, he doesn't.
Yes, and he
I thought
comes
he
back.
wanted to take on h7 and go queen h3.
He didn't. There was bishop e7.
Yeah,
but
bishop e7.
yeah. Okay, Sam says I'm a pawn down. No problem. Let's go. I've got this. Whoa.
Wait, can we go rook c1?
Yeah, I was
Did you
about
just
to
miss
say. What?
Oh my goodness.
Rook c1.
Rook c1 to keep probably
Was he planning rook takes d3? I don't know.
C2.
c2 d4. I don't know.
I don't know. I think
Now-
Levon's messed it up.
Exactly. And
Bishop
he
takes
could've-
e6.
Ooh, queen takes b2.
He is going for it.
There is bishop f7. I don't see the follow. You can't play
Yes,
queen c4
probably
check.
Oh my goodness.
so maybe
Queen
you need
takes
to move
b2.
the bishop back.
Nail biting
or,
stuff.
bishop
Bishop d7.
I love it.
threatening
What
the
a
rook.
move. That's a great move.
Yes.
And he's got
E6. Let's go.
e6.
Really?
Yes.
Let's go, e6.
Nice.
And
Not
bishop
tempt.
take, that's a check. That's a tempo. So we get to play d5 and maintain that beautiful
Yes.
bishop.
Now he wants to take on g6, so knight f7.
Oh, I thought he
What a
wanted to
game.
maintain the bishop there.
Yes. And
So-
Levon has less time now.
So then the idea was you're going to go with the bishop on
D6.
e6. You were going to go queen takes
Oh my
g6.
goodness.
I cannot believe it. Like there are some
Oh.
threats or what? I don't see the threat now.
Oh my
for white.
gosh.
7 seconds, knight f4. Try
Knight
to go
f4.
for the e6 square.
Well, he's
And-
looking at queen h5, isn't he?
Exactly.
Knight e6, rook c8,
Queen h4, threatening checkmate. So
knight g6, beautiful
rook
defense.
f4. Rook h4 if you take on knight.
Rook takes e4. No.
I mean,
No.
oh, where to play with the queen?
No time on the clock. 3 seconds.
Yes, you cannot take on f4 because it was checkmate. That's why
Correct.
he played knight f8, protecting.
Oh,
Yes.
this is a nervous
This is
affair.
very, very crazy game. And they
Oh,
play
bishop
with seconds.
g5,
He saw-
f4.
He saw 2 seconds
It's
only.
not over yet. Bishop h6 though.
Yes.
Queen
f5.
f5.
It's not a threat. Knight is defending.
The knight keeps coming.
And
Oh.
it's very fine. Rook f8, he brings pieces back, queen to7. And
Wow,
knight
he
takes
took
a4
that.
and the bishop. Ah, yes. A rook. Bishop takes.
And there's
only
c1
on
is hanging.
seconds and bishop takes
That's
c1
it.
and Levon Aronian wins this really
Wow.
very crazy match. And
There, I think experience
Yes.
was what the deciding factor was. I mean, Levon at the very end there played some remarkably clever moves.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
just
Accurate
to keep
chess,
Sam
I have
at
to
bay.
say.
Yeah.
Wow.
exactly. I'm
I
still
mean, we're
trembling.
feeling nervous.
Yes. Imagine the players right now. Yes. I mean,
Oh my goodness. What a match. What a match.
Right?
But again, it's just about Levon and the experience that he brings to the table.
Yes.
You were mentioning, Anastasia, the World Cup matches. I
he won
remember the
2
World
of
Cup
them.
matches.
Yes, he's the only one in the history who won 2 FIDE World Cups.
And I remember the match against MVL, his very good friend.
Yes.
Also went to the Armageddon, also won it.
Right.
And this is just pure
After
Levon
blundering
right here,
rooks,
pure class.
Yeah, after a swing of rooks between the two players, that was an amazing match.
He knows how to win this type of matches.
Right.
That's all it is.
But sometimes you have a good day, sometimes a bad day. Today was a good day for Levon, definitely. I mean, it depends, right? Still, with all the experience, it can just go wrong.
So a great victory, but what a reward. He gets to play Fabi.
That's not a bad match.
No, it's a great match. I mean,
yeah.
boy, we get I mean, all the matches are going to be very, very,
My pick,
very
by
nice.
the way.
But let's take a look at the brackets. Let's start with the Open. Anastasia, please do the honors.
So, are we talking already about semifinal?
Yes, we
so
are.
Yes, we're talking about semifinal. Fabiano Caruana will play against Levon Aronian. Very, very interesting match to follow, as well as Ray Robson will play against Wesley So. And what about the women's section?
And in the ladies. And first, we will take a look at the elimination bracket because we had 4
open section. Yes,
and
exactly.
Grigoriy will play Sam.
Exactly, and Leinier Dominguez will face Sam Shankland.
Exactly. And in the ladies' champion bracket,
Arena Crush will play against Nazia Paikidze.
A matchup of former U.S. champions, yes.
Exactly, and Alice Lee will face Bekim Tokhevjonova. Very interesting.
And in the elimination bracket for the ladies.
Let's
Zoe.
go. So Zoe will play against Anna Zatonskih.
Right.
And Jennifer, you will play against Tati Abrahamyan.
Tough. And we've had a long day.
Exactly.
Good job hanging in there, everybody. And we are going to see everybody tomorrow. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.